Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Joe Rayo.
morning to all, and welcome. You know, I always say to myself, the vernal equinox is on the 20th of March, and that's the beginning of spring. To me, that's not true. To me, the beginning of spring and the observing season is NEAF, and NEAF number 34 is today. And thank you. How many, as a matter of curiosity, how many of you were here at the very first NEAF in 1992? Anybody? I see a few hands. Now, how many of you have been to every NEAF? Okay. All right, well, we're happy that you're here today because we have an all-star lineup of speakers. And of course, out in the big gymnasium, we have every sort of astronomical item that you may want to purchase. For those of you who might, after this past couple of days, still have money to spend, to get whatever you need, cameras, binoculars, telescopes, tripods, whatever. We have over 100 vendors out there, and we certainly hope that you enjoy either purchasing or just coming here and listening to all of our speakers today here at NEAF. I'm going to begin by telling you all that we're going to kick off with a very special awards presentation from the Astronomical League to a very, very special person in astronomy. You may remember the entrepreneur Roger Tuthill, the late, great Roger Tuthill, and he used to manufacture a number of things, solar screen for viewing the sun and whatever. But you may remember that in all of his advertisements, he always had at the top, Tuthill, your astronomical friend. Well, today, I think we're going to be, with all due respect to Roger and all that he did, I think today we're going to be honoring somebody who truly is a friend to astronomy, and we'll get more into that. Vinnie Coulihan, my able associate, will be here with the members of the Astronomical League to produce that award a little bit later on. To kick off the formal presentations today, the first speaker on the agenda is Tom Moulder. Tom specialized in guidance, navigation, and control, mission design, and rendezvous for the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station, commercial crew, and dozens of Boeing concept spacecraft. Development of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft began in 2009 as a space shuttle replacement for crew and cargo delivery to the ISS. And the vehicle design matured rapidly since the award of a NASA contract in September of 2014, leading to test flights and operational missions beginning in 2019. Tom designed the architecture for and behind the CST-100 autonomous flight and requirements for guiding the vehicle during the ISS rendezvous, departure, and deorbit. And today, as I said, he is going to kick off our long list of speakers. Between 12 noon and 1 p.m., he is going to be cluing us in on Starliner in much greater detail today. Following Tom, we have Sarah Seager, who comes to us from MIT. Sarah is a professor of physics and aeronautics. Her current research interests are focused upon the discovery and characterization of exoplanets. She has two main goals: the discovery of another Earth and the search for signs of life beyond the Earth. Thousands of exoplanets. It's amazing that, I think it was, 20 years ago, we didn't know of a single planet aside from the ones that are here in our solar system circling our sun. And now, all these years later, we know of thousands of exoplanets that are known to exist, with exoplanet atmospheres now a firmly established field of research. And Sarah's group aims to understand the atmospheric composition and the interior structure of small, rocky exoplanets of the kind which may potentially host life. Her talk is today, Searching for Life on Exoplanets, between 1:15 and 2:15 this afternoon. We are honored for our third consecutive year to have this gentleman here at NEAF, and he is Jerry Griffin. Jerry joined NASA in Houston in 1964 as a flight controller in mission control, specializing in guidance, navigation, and control systems during Project Gemini. In 1968, he was named a mission control flight director and served in that role for all of the Apollo program crewed missions, including 9 crewed missions out to the moon, 6 of which included lunar landings. His goal team was scheduled to conduct the landing for the ill-fated Apollo 13 mission, But when landing was canceled as a result of the oxygen tank explosion, it was Jerry and his team that played a key role in the safe return of the 3 astronauts on board. After the Apollo program was completed, he served in other roles at NASA, such as Deputy Director of the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. In 1982, he returned to Houston as Director of the Johnson Space Center. Then he retired from NASA in 1986. But because of his real-life role at the Flight Center during the troubled flight of Apollo 13, I did not know this until I did a little research prior to today's NEAF. He was a technical advisor for the 1995 film Apollo 13, and he was later a technical advisor, and I'll have to look for him in 2 of these films, Contact and also Deep Impact. And what Jerry is going to do for us today, as again he is a former Apollo flight director, is he is going to be he's going to be the moderator of an Artemis panel discussion from 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. I guess you can say better, instead of a panel discussion, this may be more like point counterpoint, talking about the pros and cons of Apollo versus the pros and cons of the upcoming Artemis mission, which is hopefully going to put humans back on the moon. And in order to do that, one of the people in the panel discussion is going to be this man, and his name is Zeb Scoville. Zeb has had a remarkable career at NASA, which includes leading the International Space Station from the console at Mission Control, creating return-to-flight safety protocols following the Columbia shuttle disaster, and collaborating with commercial partners like SpaceX to accelerate the possibilities of future space exploration. Zeb is now lead flight director for the Artemis mission, NASA's first piloted mission to the moon in more than 50 years. And so he will be a part of the discussion along with Jerry Griffith between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. Here's another person who we're so very happy to make a return appearance to NEAF, and Sally Ride may have been the very first woman astronaut, American woman astronaut to go into space, to go into orbit. But this young lady actually did Sally Ride not one but 2 better. She is Eileen Collins, and she flew the space shuttle as the pilot of the 1995 STS-63 mission, which involved a space rendezvous between Space Shuttle Discovery and the Russian space station Mir. She was also the pilot for STS-84 in 1997. She became the first woman to command a U.S. spacecraft on STS-93, which launched in July of 1999 and deployed the Chandra X-ray Observatory. Then in 2005, she commanded STS-114, NASA's return-to-flight mission after the unfortunate accident that occurred with the Columbia Space Shuttle, in order to test safety improvements and resupply the International Space Station. During this mission, she became the first astronaut to fly the Space Shuttle orbiter through a complete 360-degree pitch maneuver, so astronauts on board the ISS could take photographs of its belly to ensure that there was no threat from debris-related damage during re-entry. She retired from the USAF in January of 2005 with the rank of colonel, and from NASA, in May of 2006. She is going to be ably assisted today by this gentleman, Jonathan Ward. Jonathan is author of space history books. He's a cruise ship astronomer and enrichment speaker, and an avid astrophotographer. Bringing Columbia Home, the untold story of a lost space shuttle and her crew, is considered the definitive book on the aftermath of the 2003 Columbia accident. It was awarded with the Space Hipsters Prize for the Best Space and Astronomy Book of 2018. With that as a background, Jonathan's most recent book comes from the book that he wrote with Eileen Collins, Through the Glass Ceiling to the Stars. And while he would not call himself a thrill seeker, Jonathan does like to explore, reinvent himself, push himself out of his comfort zone to broaden his personal knowledge in his areas of interest. This has led to such diverse experiences as zero-G flight, skydiving, performing as a baritone soloist on stage at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, playing banjo in a bluegrass band. He does everything, doesn't he? And riding a camel. I've never done that. and running in half marathons. Now, Jonathan and Eileen will be here talking about Eileen's experiences in space and about the book from 3:45. Now it says to 4:45. What we have done is we're going to shorten the talk from 3:45 to 4:30, and then at 4:30 they will be moving out of the Celestron Theater just outside where we're going to have a book signing. So you can get Jonathan and Eileen's book, and you can get it signed by the two of them. That again will be after Eileen and Jonathan's talk at 4:30 this afternoon. There is also going to be a documentary about Eileen's life and her flights into space. The name of the documentary is called, appropriately enough, Space Woman. I've been told we did a little slight change in the schedule. Space Woman will be presented here at 6:15, not 6:05, but 6:15 here in this theater, and it runs an hour and 30 minutes, so it'll be over with by 7:45. I caught some clips of it. It is truly an amazing documentary, and we certainly hope that you don't miss that opportunity to see this particular film about the life and times of Colonel Eileen Collins. Our keynote speaker today is this gentleman, Peter King, who is a correspondent for CBS News Radio, anchoring CBS News hourly newscast and reporting on space from his home in Orlando, Florida. He is the principal reporter for coverage of NASA and reporting on Space Shuttle program from 1995 to its conclusion in 2011, encompassing more than 60 missions. He also broadcast the first network radio report of trouble on board the Columbia during the time of its accident as it unfolded on February 1st, 2003, and he remained on the air for more than 8 hours that day. He covered the story through numerous accident investigations and NASA's return to flight. He covered other space milestones during the construction of the International Space Station, John Glenn's return to space back in 1998, and many of NASA's interplanetary missions. He continues to report on the space station program, covering the first commercial human space flights by SpaceX, as well as NASA's plan to land Americans on the moon for the first time since 1972. So here he is, our CBS News space correspondent. We're so happy to have him as our keynote today, and he'll be speaking here between 5 and 6 p.m. Then we move on to tomorrow. Those of you who will be here for a second day tomorrow, we've got lots of stuff for you to enjoy. We're going to start with this young lady, Prenvera Hysini. She is a Kosovar activist who founded and leads the only astronomy organization in Kosovo, Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo. She currently is studying at the Faculty of Mathematical and Natural Sciences at the University of Pristina. Prenvera was born in Vitušieri. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And she was, as a child, amazed when looking at the sky at night. She got her very first telescope as a gift in 2011. She shared the pleasant experience of looking at celestial bodies through the telescope with her friends. And then in 2015, she founded the Astronomy Club, Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo. And in just 2 years, she has participated in many international conferences and seminars around the globe. And I might point out, and she is going to give a talk about all of these things, from Dream to Dome, building Kosovo's first observatory and planetarium tomorrow at 12:15 and running from 12:15 to 1:15 p.m. And those of you who subscribe to Sky and Tell, you will find in the June issue of Sky and Tell all the things about what she's going to speak about tomorrow, Kosovo's new observatory, which plays a significant role, and also she is one of the key people mentioned in that article, as you can see here. Then we move on to Dr. Jamie Sue Rankin, and she is a research scientist interested in energetic particle and plasma heliophysics. She completed her PhD in physics at Caltech in 2018. Currently, her work is on the Voyager space probes and involves examining how the intensities of galactic cosmic rays change through their interaction with the heliosphere. And the heliosphere is kind of like, how would I describe it? Like a bubble, if you will, a vast bubble-shaped region of space surrounding our solar system, filled with the sun's plasma and magnetic field, acting as a shield against harmful galactic rays. And to quote Dr. Rankin, quote, "These spacecraft that she is now studying are more than a decade older than me, and yet are still on the cutting edge, pushing the boundaries of humankind's understanding and ability to explore space. Every day as a graduate student here was like living in a legacy of discovery." It's pretty amazing, isn't it? The two Voyagers were launched in 1977, and with boosts from other planets, such as Jupiter, for example, getting slingshot out into space, they are the fastest vehicles ever put into space by man. They're traveling at about 10 miles per second, and believe it or not, we still have contact with them, but they only are using 12 watts of power, the same amount of power that fires up the light inside of your refrigerator. And back in 1977, everything was state-of-the-art. So in 1977, what did they provide the Voyagers with? An 8-track tape system. And they also used state-of-the-art computer technology. They're communicating with it using Fortran computer language. It's amazing how much we've progressed in almost 50 years, and Jamie will be here to talk about the 45th anniversary of Voyager tomorrow between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. Then we have Ingrid Daubar here. She is an associate professor at Brown University and a Europa Clipper project staff scientist and the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena, California. Her research interests include impact craters and other time-varying phenomena on terrestrial planets. She has participated in science and operations on multiple missions, including MRO, InSight, the Europa Clipper, Juno, and NASA's Europa Clipper mission launched in 2024, a robotic spacecraft designed to study Jupiter's icy moon, Europa, searching for evidence of an ocean beneath its surface and conditions potentially suitable for life. Dr. Dubar will be talking more about this in this fascinating topic, the Europa Clipper mission between 2:45 and 3:45 tomorrow afternoon. Now, tomorrow's keynote speaker, we already mentioned that our keynote speaker today is Peter King, CBS News correspondent. Tomorrow's keynote speaker, we have a legend tomorrow, none other than Hoot Gibson. No, not that Hoot Gibson. If you Google Hoot Gibson, the name Hoot Gibson, you'll come up with not one but two names. One Hoot Gibson was a silent film transitioning to talkie film actor who played in cowboys and westerns way back in the 1920s and 30s. That is not the Hoot Gibson we have here at NEAF today. So if all of you are fans of Gunsmoke and Bonanza and are here specifically for this Hoot Gibson, sorry to disappoint you. We don't have that. But we do have this Hoot Gibson, Robert Hoot Gibson, a retired NASA astronaut. He has also served as the chief of the astronaut office from 1992 to 1994. Today, Hoot is active as a professional pilot, racing regularly at the annual Reno Air Races. He was inducted into the U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame in 2003 and the National Aviation Hall of Fame in 2013. He has received several military decorations throughout his career. Hoot flew in not one, not two, not three, not even four, five shuttle missions, STS-41B in 1984, 61C in 1986, STS-27 in 1988, STS-47 in 1992, and finally in 1995, STS-71. His final flight, by the way, was the first space shuttle mission to dock with the now defunct Russian space station Mir and involved an exchange of crews. And he will be talking about his career tomorrow. He will be giving his keynote talk between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. And Hoot is kind of unique because he is married to a fellow astronaut, Rhea Seddon. And they got married in May of 1981. Their first child arrived in July of 1982 and was named Paul Seddon Gibson after Hoot's father. And while many astronauts have had children, this is the first child to be born to an astronaut's couple. So call Paul, I guess, the first astrotot. And this photograph obviously was taken a number of years ago. Paul is probably close to or maybe in his 40s by now, so don't expect that Paul looks like that. But I saw that family picture and I said, I can't resist. I've got to show that here at NEAF. By the way, Hoot has written his own book for children called First Flight, and after he gives his talk tomorrow, right after he gives his talk, there will be a book signing with Hoot tomorrow afternoon, right after his talk at 5 o'clock. I should also mention for all of the people here in the audience, so all of you young people, you will have a chance to meet one-on-one personally both Eileen Collins today. If you go into the area where the vendors are, we have a theater there and a lot of stuff for kids, and Eileen is going to do a little demonstration and talk with the kids today at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and tomorrow Hoot will be there at 1 o'clock to talk with kids about his experiences on board the space shuttle. And probably the most important thing of all tomorrow, and make sure that you buy at least one, is raffles. The raffle drawing, which will be held tomorrow at 5:15 p.m. So that pretty much is the program, at least here in the Celestron Theater. Again, I want to thank all of you for coming. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this off to my colleague, Vinnie Coulihan, for our first event, the award ceremony from the Astronomical League. But, as I've said every year at this moment in time, NEAF 2025 begins now. Enjoy the show, everyone. Vinnie, the hardest working MC in the cosmos.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Joe. And welcome to NEAF, everybody. At this time, I would like to bring to the program a very special presentation by the Astronomical League to a very special person to all of us. Please welcome Terry Mann, Vice President of the Astronomical League, to kick this off.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Well, good morning, everybody. In 1946, the Astronomical League was formed, and there were a lot of people even involved in the beginning. And even as we continue to grow today, we are up to over 25,000 members. And our first AL award was created 5 years later in 1951, and it is the highest honor that the League awards to anyone. It's the very highest honor we have. It is for significant contributions to astronomy. Now, there's quite a few members, or quite a few recipients that have that award. One of them is Albert Ingalls, father of amateur astronomy and telescope maker and author. We have Walter Haas, Harlow Shapley, Charles Federer, Kelly Beatty, Scott Roberts, Walter Scott Houston, Clyde Tombaugh, Leslie Peltier, Don Parker, Richard Berry, Jack Horkheimer, Carolyn Shoemaker, David Levy, and that's just to name a few. So today we're here to present our 2025 Astronomical League Award. And presenting that award will be our president, Chuck Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. When I started observing back in the late 1950s, which probably sounds like 1750s to many of you, I was using a Unitron. And the Unitron in those days had 0.965 eyepieces. They were Kellners and orthoscopic eyepieces that had eye relief that was measured, as best I can recall, in femtometers. You had to have them optically or surgically implanted, really, to see the full field. But for the last 4.5 decades, I've been observing through something else, something that has expanded the field of view to 82 and even 100 degrees, and has allowed for crisp images right to the edge of the field and easy eye relief. And that comes as a result of the work of a gentleman that you all know quite well. And I'm talking about, of course, Al Nagler. And Al graduated from the very prestigious Bronx High School of Science and Mathematics, from which many of our National Young Astronomer Award winners come. It's an incredible high school. He graduated there, later got a BS degree in physics, and his educational background certainly has shined ever since then. In high school, he built an 8-inch f6.3 telescope, a beautiful instrument, and won a prize, I believe, a micrometer for that. He received an opportunity to have an article published in Mechanics Illustrated, and all of this landed him a job with Ferrand Optics. And while working with Ferrand for 16 years, he was performing work on a contract that Grumman had with NASA and with Ferrand. And he built a visual infinity simulator that was used by our Gemini astronauts, an incredible device. He then became a chief optical engineer at Keystone Camera and developed a zoom lens for their pocket camera, and that put him in touch with a number of optical companies in Japan. And that came to have some benefits as well. He founded his company, Teleview, in 1977, and his work at Ferrand had put him in touch with multiple element lenses, 45 elements in one case with a 145-degree field. And he parlayed that and his connections with the Japanese companies into the development of his Teleview Nagler eyepieces. Even better than you imagined is what he advertised. And those of you, many of you, most of you who use them know that that was truth in advertising. 82-degree fields, 100-degree fields, probably 90% of serious amateur observers use his eyepieces. I will tell you that critical to his success certainly were his wife Judith, his son David, and David's wife Sandy, all of whom have helped him manage and lead the company in the years since. My Nagler eyepieces and Panoptics have allowed the light to my eyes from over 3,000 NGC objects. And it's just been a pleasure to have the opportunity to use telescopes that are enhanced so dramatically by his work. And on behalf of the Astronomical League, it is my enormous pleasure to present the Astronomical League Award this year to your friend and local member, Al Nagler. On the other side. Yeah. Congratulations, Al.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Okay. Do you want us to hold that, or?
Yeah, if you don't
Okay,
mind
we'll hold
holding
it.
that.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chuck. And please thank the other members of the Astronomical League for this historic recognition of my career as I approach my 90th birthday. According to the Astronomical League website, the idea behind the Astronomical League Award is to provide public recognition of outstanding work in the fields of amateur astronomy, whether it was designing optics for projects with limitless budgets at Ferrand Optical, sweating the pennies trying to convince Keystone Camera of the quality advantage of using glass over plastic lenses, or building up Teleview from our kitchen table. In the back of my mind, I was always an amateur astronomer. After seeing the large field and the Apollo simulator optics I designed at Ferrand, I wanted a well-corrected wide apparent field eyepiece for my own observing, and that drove me to design the Nagler. I developed an eyepiece accessory called a pupil guide while doing sidewalk astronomy outside the Airmont Diner, after noting many of the public had a hard time finding a tiny dark exit pupil floating 20 millimeters above the eyepiece. While solar observing, someone suggested I create a simple, easy-to-use device to find the sun. I instantly thought pinhole optics, and thus created our Soul Searcher. When my neck started bothering me trying to look through our Starbeam finder, I developed a flip mirror. Later, when I developed eyesight astigmatism, I knew the simple cure was a matching astigmatic lens sitting on top of our eyepieces. I called it dioptrics. And when I wanted more light gathering, but not a larger scope, I made an afocal adapter to attach a white phosphor night vision monocular to our eyepieces. Whether it's eyepieces multi-purpose refractors, or just little conveniences. I always thought that if I'd like something for my own observing, maybe other amateur astronomers would like it too. I'd like to thank my fellow amateur astronomers for agreeing. At NEAF this year, we're showing our just introduced Nagler Type 7 eyepiece line, as well as debuting a 2-inch 24mm Delos eyepiece. So we continue to move ahead. However, I invite you to come to our booth and see a lens that I feel has really brought my career full circle. In 2016, I received a call from a helio scientist at Southwest Research Institute. He told me he was leading a project to study the solar atmosphere in a way never done before in order to better understand its mechanics and effects on Earth. The project is named PUNCH, Polarimeter to Unify the Corona and Heliosphere. That's the acronym PUNCH. He called me because he needed a wide field imaging lens, and since he had been a big fan of his Nagler eyepieces, thought it would be right to have me design the lens. Though the project hadn't yet been given the green light by NASA, everyone at Teleview was excited to be part of the project. I'm proud to say that on March 11th, 2025, 3 Teleview designed and built lenses were launched into space on a 2-year mission. If you want more of the story, go to teleview.com and search "I Thank My Lucky Stars" to view the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you all very much, and thank you again to the Astronomical League for this award, humbly, from a kid from the Bronx that thanks his lucky stars. It's been quite a journey.
Thank you, Al. Okay, there you go.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the C-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Good morning, all. Good morning, and welcome to NEAF. We really have an extraordinary program set up for you this whole weekend, and some really amazing presenters. And it starts really with our very first presenter, a technical fellow living in Temecula, California, working for the Boeing Corporation. During his 42-year career, specializing in guidance, navigations, control, and mission design and planning. He designed the architect with his team behind the CST-100 Starliner, autonomous flight guiding for the vehicles for the rendezvous, departure, and deorbit of the Starliner. He was the chief engineer for the Boeing team that developed the autonomous rendezvous technologies for advanced projects. Please welcome Tom Moulder.
Thanks a lot, Vinny. All right, good afternoon. Let's get this NEAF party started. Before I start talking about Starliner itself, I want to put a plug in for my own Temecula Valley Association of Astronomers. Temecula is about an hour north of downtown San Diego, and if any of you are in the area, we meet the first Monday of every month. We'd love to have you come join us. All right, I'm going to break this into three different parts. The first one is I'm going to assume that not everybody in the room understands exactly what this commercial crew program is all about. And then I'm going to zero in on what we're doing on the Boeing side, and then I'm going to talk about the 4 different flight tests that we've had. Okay, so let's go back to the very beginning. Space station itself, which really started in 1984. I was actually late to the party. I moved from Space Shuttle over to the Space Station program much later in 1985. And so I've been associated with the station program for a long time, as well as Shuttle and several other programs over time. So originally the plan was that the Space Shuttle itself would do the resupply, send up crews and so on up to the space station. Later the Russians joined the party, and they've got their own Soyuz and Progress vehicles for crew and cargo. And then under the George W. Bush administration, the decision was made to phase out the space shuttle itself and replace it with a new exploration program called Constellation. And the way of getting crew and cargo to the station, in addition to the Russians, was to do it on the Orion vehicle. Orion would be launched on an Ares rocket, and this was all managed by NASA at the time. Under President Obama, the decision was made to not only have commercial companies send up the cargo, but commercial companies also send crew to the space station. This is something new in the world, really, to have a commercial company do the job. And so this whole thing really started back in 2009 timeframe. That's when various companies got word that this was about to happen, including Boeing. And so we actually set up a small team. There were about a dozen of us that started with our initial design for the Boeing Starliner program. That led by NASA to about 2012, when NASA let out contracts to 3 different companies to pursue this, and then they were going to down select from there. And that down select took place in 2014 when NASA selected both SpaceX and Boeing, SpaceX with their Crew Dragon, Boeing with the Starliner. And so both companies have been working this all along, and so I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Boeing side of the house, how our vehicle flies, and some of the history behind it. All right, so here's the big picture of what goes on our program. And I'm going to start at the very bottom box that you see right down here. And this is really a representation of assembly of our spacecraft that takes place in Florida. We do this in what used to be one of the orbiter processing facilities where the orbiters used to be processed. Of course, they're not anymore, so NASA KSC made this space available to other companies, and we took advantage of that. So it's actually in Florida in one of those OPFs where we assemble both the crew module and the service module. And so all these parts come together, and we build a service module for every flight. We build a total of 3 crew modules that fly over and over again. So we have an entire team in Florida that works this closely with a team here when I say here in Houston. I haven't been in Houston for 8 years since my wife and I moved to Temecula. But basically, most of the team resides in Florida and in Houston, but we also have folks elsewhere in the country for various subsystems and such. The rocket that we launch on, which I'm going to talk a little bit more detail on the next slide, is an Atlas V. And the Atlas V you can see in that lower left-hand corner there. And so they actually had a launch pad, but we had to erect a new launch tower for sending crew on it. ULA has never launched until now crew on one of their rockets. They've been around for a long time, but this is something new. So Boeing said, you know what, we don't make our own rockets. We'll go ahead and fly on existing flight-proven Atlas V rockets that had already been flying, and then put our capsule on top and have a gantry that gets the crew up to the capsule itself. And so that takes place during ascent. Ascent takes about 12 minutes, maybe a little bit under 12. And basically, our vehicle is along for the ride. We are another piece of cargo, if you will, from a ULA standpoint, a very precious piece of cargo, obviously. But we're basically along for the ride during that time. I'll get to it on the next slide, but there's a number of improvements that were made to make sure that this is all done in a safe manner. After that, we perform rendezvous, and then we arrive at the space station. And arrival takes place either on flight day 1, the same day we launch, or on flight day 2, in which case the crew goes to sleep for roughly an 8-hour period, or flight day 3, depending on where the space station is in its orbit when we lift off. Dock to the space station, once we're operational, is intended for 6 months. This has been a standard 6 months for NASA for many, many years. Requirements-wise, we have to be able to stay put there for up to 7 months, so NASA gives a little bit of extra room at the end. But 6-month stay is the typical one. And in fact, you probably are aware that the Dragon spacecraft has been doing numerous missions with the 6-month stays. We're yet to get there, but I'll talk about that in a few minutes. After we undock from the space station, we separate from the space station, we do a deorbit burn, and we do a land landing. This whole thing takes between 4 and 6 hours if we go to the standard nominal landing site. Nominally, we don't want the crew to sit in the capsule any longer than they have to. You know, it's not a big, roomy place to be, so we want to get the crew to the space station as quickly as we can and get the crew down as quickly as we can. And for that reason, we get them down on the same flight day that we undock on. Entry takes place, and then we do entry, descent, and landing at one of 5 landing sites. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes as well. During the mission itself, if you look at this middle section right here called Mission Operations, we Boeing decided to basically outsource the real-time operations itself over to NASA. NASA had all these skills. They had multiple control rooms at Mission Control in Houston, software, hardware, everything set up for the next phase for them, which was Artemis, and decided that they were hoping that they could reuse a lot of that for commercial companies. So we, Boeing, took them up on that and said, we'd like you to do that. You've got the skills, you've got the people to do that. We'll focus on the spacecraft hardware and software itself, provide real-time support during the mission. And so basically they support the mission in the same control room that they support Artemis missions that are coming up. And then we have a room just down the hall from them where folks like myself, experts in the various subsystems, support the mission. All this going on in Houston. In parallel with that, we also have our Florida team in a control room out in Florida. Okay, let's move on from there. So a few things about the Atlas V launch vehicle. As I mentioned before, Atlas V has flown a number of different times. It's proven to be a very reliable spacecraft. And if you look on the screen here, wherever you see blue, those are modifications that were made to accommodate putting our capsule on top. And so at the very top, actually let's start on the left-hand side. You can see that the crew access tower I mentioned was built on the spot at Space Complex number 41, which, by the way, the launch site is sandwiched between the two Falcon launch sites, Falcon 9 at Complex 40 to the south and 39 A and B to the north. A and B is where Falcon 9 launches on A, and then B is where Artemis actually launches from. So there's actually 4 launch pads that are boom, 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 boom at the northern end of the Cape itself. There's an emergency egress system such that if something goes wrong, the crew can immediately get outside and evacuate the pad. And then, of course, there's a crew access arm that's used in order to get the crew to and from the capsule. Hopefully it's only 2, but if we have to scrub the launch, they can come back out and come back in the next day for the launch itself. Okay, over on the right-hand side, you'll see, in addition to the capsule itself, there's a 70-inch skirt which attaches us to the Centaur itself. The Centaur is the upper stage that Atlas uses. Originally the Centaur, which has been around for a long time, originally it had 2 engines on it. Over time they were able to save costs and cut that down to a single engine. When we came along, because we're a heavier payload than is typical, they actually put a second engine on there. So there's actually 2 engines on there to give us the performance that we need in order to get us off the ground. So that's shown by the RL-10A 4-2 engines, 2 of those I mentioned. Below that you've got the Atlas booster, and then Atlas can fly with anywhere from 0 to 5 solid rocket boosters. We actually fly with 2 solid rocket boosters to get us off the ground. All right, let's talk about Rendezvous for a minute. This is a ground track. These are actually sine waves. In reality, it's a circular orbit, but when you put it on a flat Earth, it looks like a sine wave as we go round and round and round. And you can see there, Space Launch Complex 41 is where we launch from. Main engine cutoff, which is actually the term that ULA uses for when the Centaur cuts off, not the booster engine, but the second stage. You can see that cuts off about 12 minutes after launch as we're arriving over the North Atlantic. So that's right up here. And then we've got launch vehicle separation, which is 3 minutes after that, and then we're off and running doing rendezvous. There's a common misconception that rendezvous begins when a spacecraft can see another spacecraft, when it's real close to it. Having worked rendezvous for 40 years now, I can tell you rendezvous really starts much, much earlier because we really start flying the vehicle relative to whatever the target vehicle is, in this case the space station, from the very beginning. And so we go into a set of phasing maneuvers that lets us catch up to the target vehicle. But again, all that starts really right after liftoff. In fact, specifically, it's about 15 minutes after launch. Now, our spacecraft is what NASA calls both autonomous and automated. When I work on other satellite programs, they typically just call it autonomous, meaning everything takes place on board the satellite. In NASA JSC terminology, they differentiate between autonomous and automated. Autonomous means that everything takes place on board the spacecraft, but it could be either by man or machine. Whereas automated means that everything takes place within a computer without any human input. So when I say automated and autonomous, that means everything is really taking place on board the spacecraft. The crew is along for the ride. When I say along for the ride, they're still busy monitoring systems and keeping track of things. But really, all of the burns that take place, all of the attitude maneuvers, et cetera, really take care of themselves during this process. And I have to say something here. I've got a friend and colleague of mine called Mike Frietta. And Mike, if it's okay with you, I'm going to tell just a little bit of story about you. But Mike Frietta is the brains behind many of the guidance algorithms that are all plugging and chucking on board that are figuring out exactly what burns are coming up. And so the very first burn is a very important one. It's called orbit insertion. When we launch and we have main engine cutoff, and at 12 minutes and then 15 minutes we separate, during that time we're actually suborbital at that time. So it's very important that we get that first burn off to lift our perigee, or low point around the Earth, get it up high, and get into an actual orbit itself. It just takes one burn to do that, but that's a very critical burn that we put a whole lot of attention on. And Mike was actually the guy that created the algorithm that does that. And just to just kind of make fun of Mike real quick, he told me before our first orbital flight, the orbital flight test itself, he wasn't in mission control like I was. He was standing by, and he called me up and he said, "You know, Tom, I'm in my car. I've got the car running," and this was before launch. And if for some reason that burn doesn't happen, I'm going to head for the border and get out of here. But luckily, that never happened. In fact, all the guidance code on all 3 of the orbital missions performed flawlessly. We did have other issues, which many of you are aware of, but fortunately the guidance code itself worked exactly as planned. So thank you, Mike, for making all that part of it work very well. After orbital insertion, there's a series of burns that take place. If it's flight day 2 or flight day 3 docking, the crew goes to sleep once or twice, and then arrival is later. So why is it that sometimes we can get there on flight day 1, other times it's not until flight day 3? It's really all due to orbital mechanics, and it doesn't matter what spacecraft you're talking about. If you launch when the space station itself is way out in front, and you have a lot of catching up to do to get to its orbit, it just takes a long time to do that. So anyway, but by having flight day 1, 2, and 3 docking opportunities, that means we have everyday launch opportunities as well. So I'm going to get into the flight tests in a few minutes, but in all 3 of the flight tests that we've performed, we scheduled all 3 of those for arrival on flight day 2, roughly 24 hours after liftoff. And so we get on orbit, we do phasing. It's relatively benign during that phasing time. And then on day of rendezvous itself, we go fly up to a point below the space station. We do proximity operations, and then we do docking after that. After staying on the station, the vehicle undocks. And as I mentioned before, it takes anywhere from 4 to 6 hours in order to get down to the Earth, and then we do a landing on the Earth. Okay, enough about that. All right, so this is a simulation that we ran in Houston. Actually, I've run this many, many times. But this is actual sped up. This is not real time. This is much faster. This is our corridor approach to the space station. And you can see the different jet firings that take place to hold our attitude and then also hold our position. We actually stop about 10 meters away, wait till we get a go from the ground, and then we press ahead and do what's called final approach and docking. Again, this is fully automated, and it uses sensors that we have on board that are actually tracking the space station itself. After we undock, the software goes and finds the best landing site to land at. We have 5 different candidate landing sites, as you can see here. Up at the top in red is the Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. It's a very large area. To the lower right, there are 2 locations at White Sands Missile Range, one that we just call White Sands Missile Range, or WSMR, and the other one called the White Sands Space Harbor. Space Harbor was actually also an alternate landing site for the Space Shuttle program. In fact, there actually was one of the 135 Space Shuttle flights actually landed at White Sands Space Harbor. STS-3 was the one. But it's a big, wide open space area. We don't want to land in the middle of a city. We want to land where there's plenty of room if needed. And then in blue there, you'll see what's called the Wilcox Playa. It's a dry lake bed in southeastern Arizona, also a very remote area. And then Edwards Air Force Base in yellow. Edwards has approved landing there as a contingency landing site. So if we have to, we can go there, but we don't nominally target going to Edwards. So, all right, during entry, descent, and landing, right after the deorbit burn, let me back up to there, right after the deorbit burn, we actually jettison the service module. We wait till after the deorbit burn because that service module, some parts of that are likely to survive re-entry. Most of it will burn up, but part of it can survive re-entry. So we make sure it is also part of that deorbit burn and is in fact coming down with the crew module. It actually is targeted to come down uprange of the crew module and splash down in the Pacific Ocean. In fact, in all 3 flight tests that we went orbital on, everything went very successful with that. So we drop that off, we build a new one for the next flight, and then we land the crew module. So the crew module comes in, as I mentioned, entry, descent, and landing, and we deploy drogues, we deploy main parachutes, we jettison the base heat shield, and then that reveals a set of 6 airbags within that are automatically inflated. And so instead of using jets to brake ourselves when we land, like Soyuz does and like the Chinese Shenzhou does, this is a more benign system. We don't require that last second activity. We deploy these airbags plenty high, and that becomes the cushion for landing, and that allows us to land on land. And here you can see we have 3 parachutes that set it down, and then we land on those airbags itself, and then we have a ground team that zips up to it and helps the crew out. We also provide the option for splashing down in the ocean, and the reason why is because if you're on orbit and something serious happens, such as a meteoroid hit that breaches the cabin and the crew needs to come home, they can't necessarily wait until the next one of those 5 landing sites is in front of them. And so we've basically mapped out the world into various zones, and we let the vehicle splash down. So the vehicle is fully stocked to splash down in the water, and we have processes in place and people are ready to go if they have to go rescue them. All right, let's talk flight tests. We've had a total of 4 flight tests. One was just a ground pad abort test, and then the other 3 were orbital flight tests. This is a pad abort test itself. I'll let you listen to. That's the base heat shield.
Touchdown.
Okay, so that was back in November of 2019, and unlike the space shuttle itself, our vehicle, and I believe this is true of the Dragon as well, we have the ability to do an abort right off the pad itself. So if something goes wrong before we even lift off, the vehicle has the thrust capacity and targeting in order to go out over the Atlantic Ocean and splash down there. So that's a big safety issue when I worked on shuttle that fortunately has been solved today. This test here was complete success, and this was really just a month before we did our first orbital flight test. Let's go to the next slide. So this was the first time Atlas actually launched our capsule. You can see in the pictures there, Atlas V getting ready in the vertical vehicle facility, or the VIF. And you can see our capsule being placed on top of it. You can see launch there, and you can see the parachutes themselves. The launch itself was very successful. So again, the first time they had launched our spacecraft. After we executed main engine cutoff and then separated from the vehicle, Mike's guidance software went off to compute the first burn. And this turned out to be a pretty big software glitch that we had to deal with in mission control. And what happened was, instead of converging on a solution for that burn, it didn't come up with a solution. Turns out it wasn't Mike's fault. I called Mike and said, turn off the car, you don't need to worry about it. But it was another software problem, really just one line of code of not getting the time updated properly on our spacecraft, the time of launch itself. And so we have protections in place throughout our guidance, nav and control, but especially in the guidance code, protections in place that do sanity checks on the numbers it's crunching. And if those numbers don't look right, instead of coming up with an erroneous answer, it says, I'm not going to give you an answer. Better do nothing than do the wrong thing. So that's really what happened here. The code itself said, I'm not going to give you an answer right now. We discovered real quickly in mission control what had happened. Now we have backups to backups to backups on this program. The backup to this is that we do a canned maneuver instead of a real-time computed burn itself based on the actual orbital, suborbital condition. We send up a canned maneuver itself. Unfortunately, this just wasn't our day. We got the maneuver, we got the Delta V shipped up to the vehicle, and when we sent the command up to execute that, we lost contact with the vehicle. Turned out our spacecraft was in not a very good attitude, and so in terms of antenna line of sight to the TDRS satellite system. And so it took a period of time. Now normally we want to do this burn at the high point or the apogee. At this point in time we had actually crossed apogee, and so eventually we did get that burn up to it, and it did the burn, and it went orbital, and we were good to go. Now if we had crew on board, the crew can do that burn themselves. They don't wait on the ground, but in this case there's no crew, so we required communications with the ground. So anyway, because of that, it was not the most efficient burn. We used more propellant than we expected, and as a result, it was questionable whether we had enough propellant to go dock with the space station and then come home. Well, from a priority standpoint, it was more important to get our vehicle home than to demonstrate rendezvous and docking. In fact, early on the program, we did not even intend on doing rendezvous. The first flight, we were going to get the vehicle on orbit, do a shakedown on it, test all the systems, and bring it home. So we were extremely disappointed that we didn't do the rendezvous and docking. But the good news is we were able to do that deorbit burn and get the vehicle home, and it landed at White Sands Space Harbor. So that was the very first orbital flight test. Okay, this is the next flight test.
Atlas systems, propulsion, go. Hydraulic, go. Pneumatic, go. Go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
5, 4, 3, 2, and liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas, powered by a workforce dedicated to its success.
Again, this one was uncrewed as well.
We had the privilege and the honor of watching Starliner arrive. It was really spectacular to see this beautiful vehicle arrive. This is a momentous day in NASA's history, and just paving the way for the future as we start enabling commercial flights here in low Earth orbit while NASA pivots to the moon and eventually onto Mars.
The journey has been hard, but the reward is what we see today as our teams work together to meet the promise of advancement offered in low Earth orbit. This connection is the first of many that will continue for years to come. No one goes to space alone, and we can all benefit from the efforts involved.
Undocking complete.
A little sad to see her go, but looks like a successful mission so far. Godspeed, Starliner.
touchdown, Starliner. We're touching down in the desert of New Mexico, marking the completion of Orbital Flight Test 2. And that touchdown coming at 5:49 p.m. Central Time, almost exactly 6 days into the mission.
Oh my. I mean, we all tracked towards from the beginning, from launch all the way through the mission, and this is what we were hoping for at the end, right? I mean, a soft, safe landing, culmination of all the hard work. I mean, you've got to give a huge congratulations to the folks at Boeing. Well, you couldn't ask for more.
Okay, so that was back in 2022. Obviously, the software worked to get us into orbit. We put a lot of attention into that, make sure we didn't repeat that same problem. But because OFT itself didn't get us to space station, we, Boeing, actually paid for a next test flight before we actually put crew on board. We delivered 500 pounds of cargo to the space station and 500 pounds back, and so that was a very successful mission. All right, let's talk about crew flight test. Before I do this, let me ask a question. How many of you have heard of Starliner before coming in here tonight? Okay, almost everybody. How many of you had heard of Starliner a year ago before Butch and Sonny did their trip up to the space station? Okay, not as many. Okay, that's what I expected. All right, so this is the first time we flew crew on the vehicle, and let me go to the next slide for this one. Oh, before I do that, this is OFT2. We have a sensor system that actually tracks the space station, does optical recognition on the space station itself, and that's how we feed the navigation parameters over to guidance in order to fly in. This is actual footage from OFT2. It's actually sped up, and it's not, the resolution was reduced as well in order to fit on the thumb drive, otherwise it would have been pretty big. But this is what it looked like on board the spacecraft as we were approaching. Okay, crew flight test. I'll let you watch the video first, and then I'm going to talk about it. So June 5th, 2024. There's Butch and Sonny ready to get on board. As most of you are aware, the mission was expected to last a week. It lasted 3 months. I'll talk about that. This is actually the first time ULA had ever launched a crew on one of their rockets. So they were really excited. Everything went nominal during ascent. Flight day 1 rendezvous was all nominal. Nominal meaning normal. There's the docking. I'll talk about that in just a minute. There's the crew as they arrived on June the 6th last year. You can see on there, we have quite a few switches in the cockpit. Let me say a few words about that real quick. So while we have software that flies the vehicle, we don't rely entirely on that software and those computers. If for some reason those computers go belly up or there's a common fault among that software, we do have a limited number of switches in the cockpit that the crew can take control with. They can actually fly the vehicle if those computers were to fail and can actually re-enter back to Earth. Okay, so as I mentioned, they launched on June the 5th, and everything went fine on the first day of rendezvous. In fact, we even let Butch do some flying of his own. This was actually pre-planned, it wasn't on the spot. But we wanted to demonstrate the manual piloting capability, what kind of control authority that Butch had of the spacecraft. The astronaut office really likes to know if they have to take over control, what's it really feel like? This is a test flight, so we included that as part of flight day 1 before the crew actually went to sleep. It actually has excellent control authority. He told us that it was just like in the simulator, both for translating and rotating the spacecraft itself. Crew went to sleep. Next day they wake up. This is supposed to be the day that they go dock with the space station. And let me back up before I get to that, because there were actually two issues that we had with the thruster system. The first issue was with a leak of helium. Helium itself is not the propellant that the thrusters use. Helium itself is a pressurant that pushes the fuel and oxidizer into the combustor for combustion and so on. We had a very, very, very slight helium leak that was detected pre-launch. In fact, it was so small that we felt it was safe to fly. NASA said it was safe to fly, and so that did not stop us from launching. That helium leak, and there were some others, there was more than one, were all extremely small and took place actually that whole time until we got docked. Once we got docked, we closed the valves, there was no leak, and then we reopened, came home, and leak was really never a problem. The bigger problem was with the thrusters themselves. Everything worked fine on flight day 1. On flight day 2, not at the beginning of flight day 2, but when we got closer to the space station, we had some thrusters that started to die on us. Now the good news is we have 28 reaction control system thrusters. We have 20 larger thrusters that we can do rendezvous with, and then this is separate from the 12 thrusters that are on the crew module that are needed for entry, descent, and landing. But nonetheless, this is not a good situation when you start having these RCS thrusters fail. And so when we got up to the approach corridor, we were still a safe distance from station. We did a stop at that point in time, which was part of the plan to begin with, to give Butch and Sonny a chance to test fly the control system now that they're on the corridor and they're only hour and a half away from docking. They tested all that, and things were looking up, and then we lost a couple more thrusters, and so we said, Butch, let's just let the vehicle coast right now. We're not in a big hurry. What the crew has on board in terms of data and displays is really just a subset of what we have on the ground. We're constantly streaming lots and lots of data. I've got like 5 displays in front of me, others do as well, where we have a great deal of information, and we had really characterized those 5 failed thrusters as being a thermal issue on the ground. And so on the ground, we sent commands up to the spacecraft itself to each of those 5 thrusters in order to recover them. Of those 5 thrusters, 4 were brought back. One of them was failed and was failed for the rest of the mission. And so of the 28 thrusters we had, which is normally what we call 2 fault tolerant, you can lose any 2 and you can still fly. Of those 28 thrusters, we had 27 good thrusters that we could fly with. And so we decided on our side, on the Boeing side, we had serious discussions with NASA, Space Station Program. Everybody was in agreement, let's go ahead and press ahead to docking. And in fact, that's what we did. And so we pressed ahead, the 27 thrusters were just fine. We docked, everything was good. After we docked, there's a serious issue. This is not something we take lightly. But after we docked, we spent quite a bit of time analyzing more of the data. We did ground tests of thrusters. We had meetings on a daily basis between Boeing and NASA, as well as Aerojet Rocketdyne. The thrusters themselves, actually, Boeing doesn't make thrusters. We buy them from other companies. Aerojet Rocketdyne has been around for decades. They built the thrusters on the shuttle. They built the thrusters for our vehicle. And so they were really good about joining in and really uncovering what's going on here with these thrusters. And so we had drawn the conclusion that this was a thermal issue on those thrusters. But to make sure it would be a safe return for the crew, we went ahead and did additional firings of all 27 thrusters while we were docked to station. And all 27 thrusters worked well. They had cooled off in the meantime, and we were good to go. Nonetheless, in discussions with NASA, while Boeing, we concluded we could bring the crew home. NASA had another option available to it, and that was, rather than bring the crew home on our spacecraft, there was an upcoming Crew Dragon with a crew of 4 on board, Instead of sending all 4, they would just send 2 up, and then Butch and Sunny would be the other 2 to make up that complement of 4 for the next 6 months. And then those would be the astronauts for that crew rotation, and then all 4 of them would come home. And so NASA said, since we have this really good option, and Butch and Sunny are real live astronauts, they're not tourists. They, in fact, they had both done tours of duty on station before, so they knew what to do. So NASA decided to keep them up there until February of this year. February turned into March until Dragon was ready to be launched and bring the crew home, and then the crew came home back on March 18th, last month. So we're all happy for Butch and Sunny, obviously. By the way, having worked with Butch and Sunny, NASA could not have picked 2 better astronauts to take care of that situation that went on board. So anyway, big congrats to them. Let me show some pictures here of the rendezvous with the ISS, including pictures taken from the space station itself. These are photographs of our vehicle that was docked to the space station. The picture with the stars and stripes in it was taken over the 4th of July weekend last year, when we still didn't know if Butch and Sunny would be coming home on our spacecraft or not, and while we were doing all this testing on the ground and on orbit. But in the end, as I think everybody knows by now, they did stay up there until last month. And in fact, they even did a spacewalk together, and were very handy in doing real-life science experiments and maintenance on the space station itself. There you can see, after undocking, those thrusters that were firing as expected. What you see in blue there is what's called a relative motion plot. And this is the common way in the rendezvous world that we display trajectories. But basically, the target vehicle, in this case the space station, is at the center of the crosshairs. And so if you're sitting on the space station looking out, this is the view that our spacecraft would take, and actually did take, as it departed the space station. The reason I threw this in is because this is not the normal way that we separate from the space station. We normally go out through a corridor and then leave from there. Space station program wanted to make sure we got out of their hair quickly, and so we didn't follow the standard trajectory, followed the one that you see here. But basically we came off the front end of the space station, and then we crossed above the space station at about, 1,700 meters or so, and then a couple hours later we did the deorbit burn and landed.
Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth.
You guys, it is time to bring Calypso home. You have got this. We have your backs. Bring her back to Earth. Good luck. Many years of great enjoyment, simming together, playing together, and being involved with each other's lives, and it's been special. Bring it home.
Confirmation, all 27 jets have fired. And you just saw burn 4, which just completed. We're hearing good burn.
Starliner has exited to keep out spare.
And we just heard confirmation that Starliner is out of the approach ellipsoid.
Starliner safely departed the International Space Station and is on its way back to Earth.
Thrusters on Starliner's service module are now firing. All thrusters firing well so far.
And we did see the deorbit burn cut off successfully. Teams here on the ground reporting a good burn. Starliner is now on its way to White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, and a planned touchdown at about 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern Time.
And the service module has just jettisoned, separated, and is now falling away. Flight controllers here in the room are reporting that we are out of that blackout period and everything is looking good. Forward heat shield and drogues out. And there's the main parachutes there on your screen. You see 3 out, currently reefing.
next up is that heat shield jettison. And there it goes. That again makes way for the airbag inflation.
Nice to see that. You can see the airbags deploying there on your screen. Just a beautiful sight as Starliner makes its way to the sands of New Mexico. Really just a flawless and beautiful descent of Starliner today. Starliner has returned safely. Well done to the entire team for completing the mission with a successful undocking, deorbit, and landing. Starliner has once again proven herself a safe ride to and from space. On behalf of the entire Boeing team, welcome home, Calypso.
Okay, so what's next? We have invested considerable resources, lots and lots of time, brought in experts. Definitely Aerojet Rocketdyne has been involved in this, and NASA very closely in examining all the data, and we're in the process of making improvements to the thruster system, both hardware and software, in order to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. There's a whole big set of testing that's going on at White Sands right now, the whole rig that's been set up to test this under various conditions with all these changes that are being made. And in fact, we're not ready to fly until we've proven to ourselves, and certainly to NASA as well, that this vehicle will be safe to fly and that we won't have these thrusters fail again. So that's a big deal that's going on right now. We don't know when the next launch date will be, possibly early next year, but neither NASA nor us are going to put a date on the calendar until all systems are ready to go. That concludes my pitch. Thank you for listening to this. All right, we've got time for questions. Anyone in the audience? Yes, over here.
Did you find out what was wrong with the thrusters?
When it comes to subsystems, there's a thing called induced environment and there's a thing called natural environment. It doesn't matter if it's a thruster or any other part on the vehicle. The induced environment itself, induced by firing the thrusters over the course of flight day one, and especially with Butch doing additional thruster firings when he did his manual test firing, all that resulted in accumulated heat that we didn't realize would happen to that extent. What we modeled for the induced environment was not as hot as what it ended up really being, what it's really like in space. And so it was really that heat that created a problem. Okay, another question. Anyone?
Is it the heat we're talking about, is the system cryogenic or was it just compressed gas?
The heat had to do with both the fuel and the oxidizer and what the heat did to that. So there's no cryogenic involved. These are biprop engines, and the fuel is monomethyl hydrazine, and the oxidizer is nitrotetroxide, and it just created an issue with those substances.
And the helium is just to get pressure behind those things?
Yes, the temperature issue was unrelated to the helium thing. The helium is there to pressurize and push the fuel and oxidizer into the system. So that was a completely unrelated issue. And of course, we're addressing that for sure as well to make sure that those don't leak. Any other questions? Down here?
Was the fail to start the wrong thrust or failure to shut off on command?
The software looks at the thrust level coming out of each of the thrusters. If that thrust level is not high enough, the software says that thruster is not available to me, I'm going to use another thruster. So it didn't create like an erroneous motion on the vehicle, but rather those thrusters were inhibited when they didn't put out the proper thrust level. Okay, any other questions? Right down here.
How long would it normally take for the thruster to recover to the extent that it would show up as being normal?
You mean how long would it take for those thrusters to cool down? I don't know exactly, but I do know that after we were docked for a period of days and we did our SM thruster test firing, they had cooled down by then, and they all worked just fine. So Aerojet Rocketdyne may in fact know, and we'll learn more from the tests that are going on the ground. Okay, in the back, yes.
I know you were originally contracted for 6 operational flights, and this is still a test flight. With the station going away in 2030, do you still think you'll be able to complete all of your contracted missions?
That's a good question. As far as we know, yes. It hasn't been determined by NASA exactly what flights will take place in the future. I could only speculate, that maybe if we had a couple flights next year and then 1 flight per year after that, the last flight would be in 2030. But no, we're still working the contract, assuming the same thing that we signed years ago back in 2014. Okay. Any other questions? Back there? Okay. Oh, to my right. Okay, yes.
Oh, me? Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I had.
Sure.
When you guys determined the problem with pressure and heat, you had enough data on the ground to figure that out? Or did you come to your conclusions after the spacecraft had landed?
We came to the conclusion while we were still docked to the space station. We poured over all the data. I mentioned we did the extra test flights, and that's why we felt confident that the thruster would behave fine coming down. What happens is during Rendezvous, you fire those thrusters a whole lot more than you do coming down. Over a 2-day period, you're holding attitude the whole time. You're doing a series of burns to get up, all those burns for the corridor approach. When we bring the vehicle home and we looked at how many thruster firings would be needed coming home, it was considerably less. In fact, fewer than what we did on flight day 1. And so when we modeled that, we said those thrusters should be fine. But as I mentioned, NASA had another alternative. It wasn't like this was their only option. And so they said, let's take option B and go with that. They'd still have a complement of 4 astronauts on board doing real work for the next 6 months. It was just 2 of them were different than the 2 that were planned to go up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They're thanking you. Okay. Any other questions?
Will there be another confirmed flight or just ground test?
So we're waiting for NASA to decide, and they can't decide until we're done doing all our testing. The next flight may end up being uncrewed, or it might end up being crewed. So stand by and we'll find out in the future. Our spacecraft can fly either way. Again, it's fully autonomous and automated. And if it's uncrewed, well, then it'll become a cargo flight. And the station does need cargo up and down mass as well. So it's really up to NASA what they decide to do. Anything else? Okay?
What's the final descent speed and what's the G-forces on hitting the ground?
I don't know. I don't have those numbers. I don't work that part of the program. But you're asking, even though you have airbags, how good is the jolt when you touch down? Yeah. I know it's within requirements. I know, obviously. And we've done a number of test drops over the years and measured those Gs. It's just not a part of the program that I work. Good question, though. Thank you. Anything else? Is there one over here?
Yeah, I'm just curious, with the end of the space station coming from the earlier question, is there a potential for Starliner to service other locations or other uses beyond that?
We are always open to other customers, for sure. And in fact, NASA is pursuing commercial space stations. In fact, they're funding a number of different contractors. Boeing isn't one of them, as to pursuing commercial space stations after the ISS is over, and then NASA would just pay them for their services. whenever they send astronauts up to them. So yes, those are all candidates for Starliner, absolutely. Okay, is that it? All right, thank you very much.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Sky's Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south-central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
You can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The Dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from. And the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The Dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
We humans have always been fascinated with the
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon again. And our next speaker is the recipient of the 2024 Cavalli Prize in Astrophysics. The Cavalli Prize has recognized innovative scientific research and honors highly creative scientists, which this person really is. She's an astrophysicist and a professor of physics, planetary science, aeronautics, and astronautics. She is highly recognized for discoveries of exoplanets and the characterizations of their atmospheres. She has pioneered methods for the detection of atomic species in planetary atmospheres and the measurements of their thermal infrared emissions. NASA Planet Quest has labeled her an astronomical Indiana Jones, and she truly is a remarkable person. Please help me welcome to our program an extraordinary person and a pioneer in her field, Dr. Professor Sarah Seager.
5 years ago, I was part of a discovery that shook the world of science, planetary science. How many of you have heard of phosphine on Venus? I'm going to unpack that for you a bit later, but first, let me take you on a journey of exploration. The backstory begins a long time ago, billions of years ago, when a very simple life form on Earth, cyanobacteria, discovered something very clever. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I never thought of bacteria as clever, like that slime in your fridge or your compost. But this life form figured out how to harness energy from the environment, and in the process gave off oxygen. That's photosynthetic bacteria. Well, oxygen, you may or may not know, but it actually poisoned most life forms around it. And eventually, over another 1 billion or 2 years, ended up filling our atmosphere to 20% by volume with oxygen. So you all know, like, we all need oxygen to breathe. Without oxygen, we wouldn't survive. But oxygen is such a highly reactive gas, it wouldn't be in our atmosphere at 20% by volume or at any amount if we didn't have life on Earth. So that's kind of the point behind my talk. The whole goal in looking for life, signs of life on exoplanets, we're looking for gases that don't belong. So just in case, like, someone brought someone from their family, brought your kid or your spouse or whoever who doesn't know about exoplanets, I just need to make sure we're all on the same page. So every star in the sky is the sun. And if our sun has planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and so on, it makes sense that other stars have planets also, and they do. You know, we know thousands of planets. I mean, every star appears to have many planets. In our galaxy alone, there's probably trillions of them. And so far, we can find the several thousand near to us. And I don't know why, but there's no solar system copies found out there. Our solar system is rare. But back to these stars and planets. You know, if there's an alien civilization, like intelligent beings, on a planet orbiting a nearby star, and they're looking back at Earth, they're going to suspect there's life here. And it's not with big things like the Great Wall of China or city lights or pollution, but it's from oxygen, a gas that's so reactive it shouldn't be in our atmosphere. So that's kind of what I want you to take away with you. We're looking to study atmospheres of exoplanets. We want to find gases that don't belong and signs of life on them. And I'm not here to tell you we found it. This is a long, long search. Like, it might be even a generations long search. I don't want to disappoint you. But I am going to tell you where we're at right now. And I'm going to tell you exactly what we need to do to get there. So let's get started. How many of you have heard of transiting planets? Out of all those exoplanets out there, some of them are aligned just so they orbit their star in a way that from our viewpoint, we can see the planet go in front of the star, just like on this graph. But we don't spatially resolve stars, right? They're just points of light. So we don't see what's on the top cartoon. We see the bottom. We can measure the brightness of a star as a function of time. And if there's a planet going in front of it, the starlight will drop by a tiny amount. And after we're done, the star will go back to where it was. Now, I bet a bunch of people are going to raise their hand. How many people have observed this with your telescope? See? Yeah. I mean, you know what? In colleges all across North America and probably the world, with the right setup, people can actually do this. I mean, okay, maybe it's bad. Like in Massachusetts, our weather's not that great. So sometimes a student will have a project, and they can't actually complete it because they only had like 1 or 2 nights of good weather that semester. Not usually we get more. But the point being that you have to be able to detect the drop in brightness, which is at most about 1%. So I just want to make sure you all get that concept because we're going to build on that next, okay? So here's actually real data. This is the relative brightness normalized to 100. So when the star is just doing its thing, it's just shining brightly, it's just constant in time, just that straight line. And then when a planet goes in front of the star, if you're lucky and that star has a planet, it's lined up just so, you get this very characteristic drop in brightness related to the planet area to the star area. And then when it's done, it goes back to normal. Can everyone see it on this graph? It's like, whoosh, yeah. Such great data. It looks even better than the fake data on the previous slide. And this data is with our new James Webb Space Telescope that launched in Christmas 2021. So look, just 6 months later, this wasn't even a science program. This was just testing out the telescope. You know, hopefully we're all that lucky here. If you buy a telescope today or a new imaging camera, hopefully the first time you try, you get something amazing. So that's great. But what I'm here to talk to you about is atmospheres. So do you see the cartoon on the top? You can see the planet in that dark part of the disk. And this artist has grossly exaggerated the atmosphere. See the atmosphere now? Okay. So if I want you to imagine for a moment observing this whole system at a wavelength where the atmosphere is fully transparent. We get a drop in brightness related to the dark part of that disk compared to the whole star. Okay? Now imagine we're observing at a wavelength where that atmosphere is very strongly absorbing. Now the planet's a tiny bit bigger. It's now as big as the dark part plus that gray atmosphere. So what's going to happen to this light curve? Is it going to be deeper, or is it going to be a little shallower? Deeper. It's going to be deeper. We're trying to see if an atmosphere is there by looking at different wavelengths to see if that atmosphere is opaque at some wavelengths. And one little piece of knowledge you might not have is that, okay, well, you're an amateur, you're an astronomy audience, so you know this, but some gases absorb at different wavelengths depending on their characteristics. Okay? So I liken it sometimes like a skunk smell. Sometimes you just need a tiny bit for like a giant signal. Okay, did everyone understand everything I said? We're going to try it. Here we have data from the James Webb Space Telescope on a different exoplanet. We're now looking at the brightness of the star normalized to 1. So at 1, nothing's happening. This is a function of time. This whole transit lasts a couple hours. You see the very characteristic shape, right? It looks very box-like. The black is the best fit transit over all the wavelengths. But the colors are different wavelengths. So your job is to look and see if you can see any wavelength, shown by a color here, that drops down beneath the average. Is there any wavelength where this planet transiting looks a tiny bit bigger? I can hear some yeses. Yeah? Okay, so now your next job, you have to coordinate a little better now, because that W means wavelength. These wavelengths are in microns, so the infrared with the James Webb Space Telescope. Now I want you to just try to shout out if you can see where it's doing that. Just shout out the number, the wavelength. All right, you guys are a great audience. Let's just let that land for a moment. By eye, you have seen evidence for an exoplanet atmosphere. Well done. I mean, just think for a moment how phenomenal that is. That's absolutely incredible. Now, this is a hot, puffy, giant planet. It's not a small planet where we can find signs of life. I'm just here to demonstrate for you it's a real thing now with probably, honestly, like at least 1,000 astronomers working in this field. And now I'm going to show you a more scientific version of that same plot, so you don't have to understand this to understand the rest of the talk. Now you're seeing amount of light blocked as a function of wavelength. So each of these points within a little error bar, that's one of those transit depths. So if we spent the entire hour on this exercise, you could literally measure how deep that drop in brightness is. Is it 1% or 2% or 2.05%, and make a little mark here on this plot. And you can see there's a certain wavelength where this planet looks a tiny bit bigger, right? Where it goes up. I know you can all see that. And in scientific terms, if this looked like a straight line, there would be no sign of an atmosphere. Because remember, we're trying to see where does the planet look a tiny bit bigger. And where is it? Yeah, it's around, you all shouted out 4.5. It's around 4.3, 4.4 microns. And that's where this planet has carbon dioxide. So you know from Earth, carbon dioxide is a very strong absorber, right? It's a massive greenhouse gas for us, or massive rather, very significant greenhouse gas. We only need a tiny amount. And so on this giant planet, there is carbon dioxide. It seems to show up on most exoplanets we've observed with the James Webb Space Telescope. And there's other gases too. Here's now just a lot of ones. You don't need to know all the details here, but again, amount of light blocked is a function of wavelength. And look, there's a bunch of gases there marked out for you. So now there's this whole field of exoplanet atmospheres. And people are trying hard to piece together what it all means for a given planet. Is it what's going on with photochemistry, and can this tie into the planet interior and things like that? So let me just see where I'm at here. All right, so I did want to tell you something. So I started working on exoplanets actually 3 decades ago when it was so new. People didn't even believe they were real. Some of you might remember that time. It was so crazy to be working on it for my PhD thesis back then that so many people told me not to work on it. They're like, this is going to dead end. They're not even real planets. They thought it was just like an effect of the star. Well, the very first project I worked on, once I got my PhD, and I was a newly minted PhD as a postdoc, do you want to guess what project it was? I literally invented this technique. And at the time, I wrote it all down in a paper theoretically. A couple of years later, another team used my idea to use the Hubble Space Telescope and made the first ever exoplanet atmosphere. Why am I telling you this? Because even back then, that wasn't a big deal. That wasn't enough to get a job as a professor anywhere. because people were convinced the field would go nowhere, that it would dead end. They used this phrase, it's a one object, one method success. They would say like, well, there are never going to be many transiting planets, at least not many with a bright star. And now there's so many, there's like thousands of known transiting planets, honestly. I'm partly telling you this story because my favorite phrase I've made for exoplanets and the search for signs of life beyond Earth is the line between what is mainstream research, so it's like your everyday, everyone does it, to what is completely crazy and out there. That line is constantly shifting. So you can hold on to that till later in the talk. Now I'm going to tell you where we're at and where we're going for the search to study atmospheres of small planets of the kind that could host life, unlike the hot giant planets I just talked about. Here I'm showing you a real image of our sun. Can you tell which is a real sunspot and which is fake? Yeah, the fake thing actually I put on there to represent the size of our Earth compared to our sun. So Earth is tiny, right, compared to our sun. So we cannot observe Earth's atmosphere with this method. Okay, we cannot, because our Earth's atmosphere is so tiny, it's like the skin of an onion on an onion. And that area of our Earth's atmosphere compared to the backdrop of our sun, or a Earth and a sun, it's like 1 part in a million. It's actually too hard. We cannot do it, okay? So that's in the future. The true Earth twin is in the future. Right now, we're studying what I call the Earth cousins, because there are these small stars that are 1/10 to 1/2 the size of our sun, and those are just cartoons. We don't spatially resolve any stars like that. But if you can just look at this picture for a moment, you can have this so-called sub-Neptune. Look, it's much bigger compared to its star than Earth is to our sun, and the one on the far right even more so. So our whole study with the James Webb Space Telescope, when it comes to small planets of the kind that might host life, we have to talk about not an Earth-Sun twin, but it's more like the Earth cousin, okay? And one of the biggest things right now, I'm not here to talk about it, but I thought you should know about it, are these so-called planets called sub-Neptunes, or mini-Neptunes. You know, after all this like hundreds or thousands of years of our solar system being around and people knowing about it, the most common type of planet in our galaxy, it's actually, we have nothing like it in our solar system. It's a planet in between the size of Earth and Neptune. And we weren't too creative when we called them mini-Neptunes, or sub-Neptunes. But until now, we've just been kind of thinking it's like a Neptune, like a rocky interior with like a ginormous hydrogen-helium envelope. But by studying the atmospheres of these so-called sub-Neptunes, we're trying to piece together what's on the inside. I don't have any answers for you. I just wanted you to enjoy the complexity of these plots. Instead of just being like a rock with a ginormous uniform hydrogen-helium envelope, people are coming up with all kinds of different scenarios for what could be on the inside and trying to kind of match this up to gases we're detecting in the atmosphere to find out what's there. So those are the mini-Neptunes. But we're here to talk about the search for signs of life on other planets. And so now what we're doing is trying to observe small planets. Like, have you heard of the TRAPPIST-1 system? All the fans will have heard of this. And that is honestly probably where we're spending like a large amount of the James Webb Space Telescope time. But does anyone want to guess why you haven't heard any news yet? Well, there's a few different reasons. And one of them has to do with star contamination. I'm going to get to that in a moment, but for those not in the know of these small red dwarf stars, let me take you on a virtual trip to a planet orbiting one of these red dwarf stars. So first of all, because the star is much smaller than our sun, it has a lower energy output. For a planet to have the right temperature for life, it can't be too far from the star, it can't be too close to the star. It has to be just the right distance. But you know what? Because the star has such little energy, it's pretty close to the star. So the artist making this artist conception made the star, or the sun to us if we can visit this other world, big in the sky. They also took the artist's license to make the atmosphere a different color. And you can see some other planets in the system they've put there. But one thing about being so close to a star, over time, due to tides, the planet becomes tidally locked. It's a low energy state. The planet shows the same face to the star at all times, just like our moon shows the same face to Earth at all time. What it means is that planet is rotating one time for every time it orbits. So some consequences of that is the star or the sun on that planet would be in the same part of the sky at all times. So which part of the planet would you visit? Would you go where it's always day? No, right answer. You go where it's always night. Always night. Or, you know, maybe we'd go where the sun is always setting for vacation. Actually, I gave this talk once to some professionals, and someone pointed out it's not necessarily true. Do you know how the moon librates? That means you don't see exactly the same face at every time. You may see a little more on that side, a little more on that side. It's not perfect, but yeah, kind of on the whole, the star is not moving. Another consequence, well, if it takes the time it takes to go around that star, wouldn't be like 365 days. It could be just a week. So if there's any kids in the audience, your birthday would be every week. But for parents, I don't think we could handle that. For taxes, right, that's coming right up. We just couldn't do it every week. Probably we'd celebrate like every century or something like that. Now, on second thought, even a virtual trip to a planet orbiting a red dwarf star is actually a terrible idea. Because these stars, they give off flares. They have a lot of high energy. They have very active magnetic fields. You couldn't be attached to your phone. The high energy particles would knock out the electronics. What kind of sunscreen would we bring? It's literally a really serious problem on these planets. And it's not just for fun, but I want to just ask for a moment if you know what the Carrington event is. In the late, I think it was 1840s, there was an amateur astronomer named Carrington. And at the time, he was studying sunspots. He noticed some sunspots brighten. And a day and a half later, our Earth became electrified. Supposedly, here in New Jersey, we could go outside at night and read a book by the northern lights. They were so bright. And supposedly, they extended almost down to the equator. Now, no one, or maybe one person died. It didn't kill people. But at the time, we had telegraph wires. They caught fire. People could use the telegraph without batteries. And what had happened was a small part of our sun, here's a coronal mass ejection from a satellite observing our sun, and a small part of our sun had come off our sun and came hurtling towards Earth. We just happened to be in the line of fire. And anyone studying physics, well, this small part of our sun had a magnetic field embedded in it. When it hit our magnetic field on our planet Earth, it induced a current. Everyone looks really serious. It is serious because it might happen again someday. We're actually overdue for this, and now we do have a large power grid. So that's like a pandemic of a different kind. But why am I telling you this? Because these, TRAPPIST-1 and other stars like it, apparently they appear to have a Carrington-like event regularly, like every couple months. And those planets are much closer to their star than we are to our sun, so they're more often likely going to be in the line of fire. I always think about that, like here in New Jersey. I hope at least it's still, I think we had a pretty cold winter. And I hope you had at least one snow day in New Jersey. Everyone loves snow days, yeah. I feel like on these planets, they would have a radiation day. You would get a blast coming, and you're saying, go in your basement in your protected room. You got to stay there for 2 days until the radiation dissipates. So I think it's manageable. But why was I telling you this whole complicated story? Because it's preventing us from observing TRAPPIST planets with the atmosphere technique I told you about. The contamination from these repeated small flares and all the crazy spots, it is actually way bigger than we ever imagined being a problem. I don't know if anyone is ready to hear something a little more complex. I feel like I should give you something a little harder. So you don't have to understand the next 3 slides to understand the rest of the talk, but I wanted to try to illustrate for you how bad the problem is for us right now. Remember I was telling you that when we think of the drop in brightness compared to wavelength, the planet makes the planet atmosphere compared to wavelengths where the planet atmosphere is not absorbing, it makes the planet look a little bigger, a little smaller. Remember I told you that? For a moment, I want you to imagine a planet with no atmosphere at all. So what should happen? It should just be a straight line. But now we have a big star spot, as shown here. Well, unfortunately, I don't know if you know this or not, star spots, they also change color, they change their look with wavelength. They have their own spectra, actually. And so the problem is, even if your star is changing, your star is not homogeneous, but it is actually changing with wavelength due to the fact that a star spot changes with wavelength. So, for example, the star spot removes some of the starlight, making the star appear smaller. But the star appears to be changing in size because that star spot appears to be changing in size with different wavelengths. So this little simulation here, remember up, down, it's supposed to be gases in the planet atmosphere. This up, down is only due to the star in a simulation. So we have the star, we have the planet, and they're all blended together. And it's kind of creating the biggest problem we have today. But before I leave this topic, I'd like to share with you the most clever solution that I've heard. You're going to love this. The TRAPPIST-1 system has 7 planets. The first couple that are close to the star, they appear to have no atmosphere. We think they got their atmospheres blown off when the star was young and even more energetic than it is today. But there's so many planets, you can get some back-to-back transits. So I want you to imagine for a moment, you're observing the TRAPPIST-1 star, and an atmosphereless planet goes by, one with no atmosphere. So any effect you see is due to star spots. And then just moments later, like a half an hour later, then you capture the planet you want to measure with an atmosphere. You have a nice background you can subtract out. That's like the most clever solution. I hope you got that. I went a bit fast. If you didn't understand it, just, for now, we're trying our best to find signs of life on atmospheres of small rocky planets. But we can't observe Earth-Sun twins. At the moment, we're stuck with Earth cousins. And so for now, we're kind of stuck. We're working on it, not just me, but so many astronomers. I think we're going to get this done. We have to, right? We have a great telescope. We have a lot of great ideas. We're working on it. But for a moment, I just want you to assume, fast forward a few years, you have another speaker here. We've solved that problem, okay? So up till this point of the talk, I only wanted to convince you that we have a method to study exoplanet atmospheres today. So I think I've convinced you of that. A little problem with the star contamination, we're going to get that. But imagine we have this now. What gases would we look for? Certainly, I told you about oxygen as a gas on our Earth. But what about other gases? We have had oxygen, but only for about 1 billion years out of Earth's 4.5 billion year history has oxygen been substantial enough for an alien civilization to detect with the kind of telescopes we're trying to build. So I asked myself, what kind of gases could be produced by life on another world? Did you know life on Earth produces thousands of gases? It's not just that mold in your fridge, but in the pine trees, they smell so good. That's isoprene, a biosignature gas. In fact, a little factoid for you is that every gas in our atmosphere that is there to the part per trillion level, with the exception of the noble gases, did you know that they are all produced by life? Even though they have a dominant source that is not life. So, wow, I used to not know much about chemistry, and any gas I could think of, I've listed some of them here, like ozone, supposedly is produced inside some cells. So again, there's just so many gases out there, and I and my team, we spent 10 or 15 years going through every possible molecule that could be in gas form. That might be a potential sign of life on another world. I'm sure each of you have your own obsessive hobbies. And phosphine, yay. Now, some of you haven't heard of phosphine, but honestly, you haven't heard of it because it's so rare. On Earth, phosphine is a phosphorus atom with 3 hydrogen atoms, pH3. On Earth, we have a lot of oxygen. Phosphorus wants to go with oxygen. But it turns out, too, it's very hard to make on Earth. It's not really going to come out of a volcano. It's not easy. It shouldn't be here. It's what we call thermodynamically disfavored. So there shouldn't be false positives. There shouldn't be a way for phosphine to be made without life because it's just so energetically unfavorable to exist in our environment. That's a check for a good biosignature. Not made by any other source other than life. Really hard to make. And it also has a unique wavelength where it's strongly absorbing. That doesn't overlap with carbon dioxide or some other background gas. So phosphine's rare on Earth. It's oxygen-free environments like wetlands. It's very, very rare on Earth. And there's other gases, too, that are on our list of favorites. So until this point of the talk, we've established method to observe atmospheres using transmission spectra. We have known rocky planets in the habitable zone of their host star, like the TRAPPIST-1 planets I briefly mentioned. We also have a list of gases. I kind of had to skip over that, but just trust me on that. There's lots and lots of gases made by life. So it sounds like we're in really good shape, right? We're in good shape to kind of set the stage for either me and my generation or the next generation to find signs of life on exoplanets by observing their atmosphere. Sounds like we're in good. Don't you hate it when people bait you? Sounds like we're in good shape. That's what I thought, actually. My whole career is like building towards this, that of other careers, new people entering the field. And then we had phosphine. While I was working on phosphine, and my team, wow, someone else across the globe, Professor Jane Greaves in UK, was also working on phosphine as a sign of life. And remember how I told you about the line between mainstream and crazy? So this part of the talk now is on the side of crazy. And she purposely wanted to look for signs of life on Venus by way of a gas that doesn't belong. And she came across phosphine as well. And phosphine has a signal, its atmosphere absorbs, it rotates, all molecules rotate, its ground to first excited state is at radio wavelengths, where she's an expert astronomer. So someone connected our two teams, and she invited my team to join her team. Now, I'm not a radio astronomer, but we helped interpret, we were going to help interpret whatever she found. Now, why is it crazy? So you all know about Venus. The surface is so hot. It is 700 Kelvin. It is super hot, hot enough to melt lead. No life lives on that surface of Venus. But just like on Earth, if we hike up a mountain or go in an airplane, it gets colder and colder, and so too on Venus. And so 50 kilometers above the surface of Venus, it is room temperature up there. It's actually room pressure as well. And that's why people have thought about life in the clouds since Carl Sagan first threw this idea out there over half a century ago. But here's the thing. The clouds of Venus are not made of water. They are made of concentrated sulfuric acid. And here's where we have a bit of a generational divide. Because when I ask people, hey, do you know what sulfuric acid? Do you? Like over a certain age, you literally played with that stuff in your basement. Yeah, see, people are saying they did. Under a certain age, we're not allowed to touch that stuff. It's so dangerous, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But let's talk about phosphine on Venus, okay? Remember, just like oxygen, a gas that shouldn't be there, it's highly reactive. It doesn't it doesn't come out of like volcanoes or lightning or meteorite delivery. And so our kind of current thinking was if we find a gas like that, it leaves room for there being life there. And this was the whole thing some of you followed 5 years ago. Well, let me tell you, the sign of phosphine on Venus, this whole thing, it literally it's incredibly controversial. And just for lack of a better word, I want to say it was trashed at every level. So while I'm walking you through this, I need you to be thinking about an exoplanet, okay? Like it's 5 years in the future, someone's back here, maybe it's me. It's the same question for an exoplanet as it is for Venus. Is the signal real? Hopefully when you're doing your astroimaging on a not so great night, you don't have to convince yourself your image is real. But hey, these gases are so little amounts, you know, very noisy data. You have to do a lot of signal processing. And all the data is public, it's from taxpayer facilities, and some teams, many teams, did not recover the signal in the same data using their own methods. Some teams did recover the signal, and we get to our second point. If the signal's real, is it attributed to the right gas, right? Well, I think there's only one other option. Out there in the radio, the lines are really spread out, so there's not too much going on, but people want to think maybe it's sulfur dioxide, a gas that already exists on Venus. Okay, we have arguments against that. And finally, let's, for argument's sake for a moment, say, let's, for a moment, assume the signal is real, molecule is phosphine, correctly identified. Now you have all the people saying, is it made by life or some other process? And I'm not kidding you, we wrote 100 pages showing it's not made by some other process, like volcanoes or lightning or meteorite delivery, but there's still room. We don't know everything about the Venus chemistry. Oddly enough, Pioneer Venus has evidence of phosphine, a NASA mission that went to Venus decades ago. So that's where we are with phosphine. You can ask me more about it later, but I just wanted to put out to you for a moment, if you think about exoplanets, again, we're going to have data with a tiny signal, it's going to be noisy. How on earth are we going to figure out, even if we can believe the signal in a molecule, that it is not made by some process other than life when it doesn't work for Venus, our sister planet right next door? So now we're in a bit of a tricky spot, because I was here to tell you all about exoplanets, but do you understand did you guys like follow along now? Like where are we at? Like we don't want that. We all waited our whole life for this. And how can we be stuck here? So we're going to mull that over. You know, sometimes when you sleep on it and then the answer becomes clear? Let's mull it over while we take a mini mental break. I'm going to take a little break and talk about a different topic for a moment, okay? While it's just kind of going in the background. Because I literally faced this question as like a career crisis. So I spent my whole life working on exoplanets. I started in that, want to find the other Earth, want to find a sign of life. And now, what are we going to do now? Well, let's talk about Venus for a moment. So the Venus atmosphere, it's made of sulfuric acid, a very, very nasty chemical. And just to explain to you how nasty this chemical is, I'm going to go back a few years, again to 2020, to the pandemic summer. It wasn't a great summer, but at the time I had a 17-year-old at home. And if you remember, like whoever you are, there were no jobs for a lot of people, but particularly not for teenagers. They closed the sports fields in our town. They like take the basketball nets down. If you went to the soccer field, the cops would send you home. So it might sound a bit nerdy, but I put this said son, his name is Max, onto the Venus project for the summer. But it was like a computer project online. And just like kids do, they're really good with computers. He found a database and got the project done in like 4 days. It was supposed to take all summer. So maybe you have a kid like this, maybe you were that kid. He pushed to do real experiments. Well, I said, sure, we can try that. Let's do it outside. Let's be as safe as we can. Hey, I wasn't that generation that played with sulfuric acid either. But I did find out very quickly, you cannot order a lot of sulfuric acid to your house. But you can order a lot of little bottles, okay? I don't know if that loophole's, I'm not suggesting you try this. So we get this sulfuric acid, set up this kind of lab on the porch outside. By the way, the neighbors also had nothing to do. Kids, you know, they're coming by like wondering what we're doing. Lab coat. So I want you to imagine for a moment, you're a teenager during the pandemic. Remember, some kids, families don't want you to see them. There's no sports, there's no jobs. You literally have nothing to do. It's a summer day. You're looking outside, leafy suburb. What's the first thing you're going to put in sulfuric acid? Just shout it out there. See, there's nice people who say grass. Let's try a little harder. Bugs. Yes. Before I could say, please don't do that, not only had he taken an ant and put it in sulfuric acid, but that ant had a seizure and turned to black goo. Okay, sulfuric acid, bad for our life. Now maybe that's why there's this, you know, even though people kept the idea alive, there's life, there could be life in the Venus atmosphere. It has to be in the clouds, remember? Clouds are made of sulfuric acid, deathly to our life. It may be why it got such a bad rap. But as part of this sort of mini mental break, which became like a second career for me, we started studying concentrated sulfuric acid in the laboratory. And honestly, it's absolutely shocking. We are getting on to what we think is a new paradigm for sulfuric acid as a potential solvent for life. And it's not what my talk's about, but I'll just give you maybe one example, one or two examples. And before I do, we've been recruiting people. So it's not just my son, Max. He's a senior undergraduate at Worcester Polytechnic. His professor, Professor Dustin Heilman, amateur astronomer, shout out to him, he's here somewhere. Max recruited his professor, and so we're sort of slowly gaining other people. His professor works on proteins, like actual biology. But we've put like our amino acids in concentrated sulfuric acid, 20 biogenic amino acids, with one exception, stable. Chemically modified, but stable. Our DNA is unstable. But part of it, the latter part, ACGT, adenine, guanine, cytosine, stable. We have shown, our extended team has shown that you can take some like parts of a meteorite or formaldehyde or just some little thing and put it in sulfuric acid. And over time, it grows into like a rich organic chemistry. And hey, planetary scientists may be shocked about this. Turns out, the oil industry already knew about this. They use concentrated sulfuric acid to take crude oil to more sophisticated organic projects. We have shown, and by the way, I'm summarizing like 4 years of work here. Again, part of our extended team showed you can put lipids, these are like fats with a polar head, in sulfuric acid. And in water, people do this to study the origin of life on Earth. They're trying to make like make life from scratch in the lab. And what these lipids will do is they'll point their polar head out to the polar water and make like a membrane, like a very poor person's cell membrane. Well, in concentrated sulfuric acid, they make these small, tiny little spherical membranes. This is the tip of the iceberg. Like, I'm not saying that there is life in the Venus atmosphere. I'm just trying to convince you it's worth going to the Venus atmosphere. And that's what we're going to do. Proud to be leading the Morningstar missions to Venus. You know, sometimes Venus is observable in the morning sky, I think now. It's so bright and shining. This is like a renewal for this idea about there could be life in Venus in the atmosphere. We're going to go back to Venus with a series of missions. They have to be private-public partnerships. This is still too crazy for mainstream. You know, we used to be called Venus Lifefinder missions. We got such a huge pushback, not just from our colleagues at NASA, but also just from private donors and others. So we now rebranded as Morningstar Missions to Venus. If you're following this, you may have seen that little picture with that cute little thing. That's our first mission to Venus. It's a little probe about this big. It's a cheap mission. It's a rocket, we call it Rocket Lab Mission to Venus because Rocket Lab is supplying the rocket, the cruise vehicle, and that little probe. And that probe just had its heat shield put on it at NASA Ames, and that's where that picture is just after NASA Ames has put the heat shield on, because it will be dropped off with no parachute, and it will come rushing down through the Venus atmosphere, and this kind of thin, special carbon heat shield will prevent the whole thing from like burning up. Now, it's hard to see here, there's a little tiny hole that instrument the gloved hand is holding is going to go inside the probe, inside a pressure vessel. It's going to shine a laser through that hole. And we're just trying to measure the backscattered polarized radiation and look for fluorescence to make sure that they're not pure sulfuric acid, that there are organic molecules or other things on the inside. At the bottom, it's like an embarrassment of riches right now. I just got back from Hawaii for March break, and it was also Georgia Tech March break. And our partners, led by Chris Carr at Georgia Tech, put one of our instruments. So in space, you'll have more than one. Okay, I know you wish you could get more than one copy of your favorite telescope. Probably not feasible. But we usually have 2 or 3 versions of our flight instrument. We have like a flight spare in case something goes wrong with the flight instrument. Sometimes we have a 3rd version, an engineering model that we can beat up. But here we took our flight spare and put it on a drone. You can see with the grass, that's this ranch that we went to fly the light aircraft. There in the middle is like a kind of close-up of this light aircraft without its wing. And there on the right, you can see the instrument. We flew it around, not over the volcano, we weren't allowed to do that, but the fog coming from the volcano, flying it out, just to test all this out. This mission is scheduled to launch in 2026. As a second mission, we want to send a balloon. We really want to go for gold here, and that means look for very complex molecules, so complex that it supports the idea of life in the Venus atmosphere. So not just amino acids or nucleic acid bases, but long, complex molecules. And here's a picture of us visiting our balloon vendor, Thin Red Line Aerospace in British Columbia, Canada. So I'll talk about this later. I mean, you can kind of ask me questions about this later. That wasn't what my talk was about. Remember what the talk was about. Remember, I had to take a detour, but it didn't mean I wanted to derail the entire talk. So now we're coming back to this, because there's one Venus, there's Enceladus and Mars and others, but untold amounts of exoplanets. So we have reason to get this right. Can we ever claim a robust discovery of exoplanet signs of life? So I'm going to go through all the ways I thought about, okay? And this is going to be your takeaway. It's got like maybe 5 more minutes to give you my favorite list of how we're going to do this. One idea, you know how there's like AI and like computers are so big, and like I don't know where the world's going? Very detailed models of everything to do with atmospheres and interiors and volcanoes and lightning and every possible way so the computer can help spit out the right answer. Like this is so insane. Like people are embarking on this, but to understand every last process on Earth and how that might work for the untold numbers of planets out there is just absolutely crazy. But I think we have to do this. Another way is we want to find the Earth 2.0. That's not the Earth cousins around the red dwarf stars with all the flares, but NASA's Habitable Worlds Observatory, many other ideas I'm just flashing up on the screen. There's a category of them. We want to find the true Earth twin one day, and we think it will be easier to see a planet that resembles Earth in its mass and orbit and atmosphere, so that when we see oxygen and water, we can be more confident it's a sign of life. We want to look for technosignature gases, like pollutants, basically. You know chlorofluorocarbons? It's unusual, but life on Earth very rarely uses fluorine. Fluorine, it's like the super glue of atoms. It is like so tightly joined. So, you know, there's a sense, but again, nothing's for sure, that gases with fluorine, especially big complicated gases, are probably not made by life itself, because life doesn't want to work too hard. Finally, this is where I need the kids under age 10 to pay attention. If you're under age 10, this is for you. It's really up to you. It's like your great idea. We really need your next generation of idea. And then remember the line between mainstream and crazy? Okay, we're ready for crazy here. To me, like the very best idea is that, you know, the best concept is we're going to find signs of life. We're not going to be sure, but they're going to be there. We're going to have inklings that it's there. We're going to need to go to the next level. And that next crazy idea, I put 2 of them here. My favorite one is the Solar Gravitational Lens Telescope. We would have a telescope where our focal length is 500 astronomical units. We would send a telescope to 500 times the Earth-Sun distance, use our sun as a gravitational lens, because mass bends space, and it can magnify. We'd have to line up our telescope and our sun and know exactly where the background object is that we want to study, the background planet, and we could magnify it so much that we could spatially resolve the surface to 20 kilometers. So my prediction for all of us is that we're going to find signs of life. It's going to be a bit rocky. We're not going to be sure. There'll be groups claiming, like the gold rush, you know, people want to claim they found the first sign of life. But it's going to be a generations-long search. And in the meantime, we have Venus and other planets. So let me summarize for you. Thousands of planets are known to orbit nearby stars. The majority of them are transiting exoplanets. We're observing hundreds of their atmospheres now by the method I described to you that you all got to participate in seeing. We call it transit transmission spectroscopy. Our first chance to find signs of life is on these so-called Earth cousins. But right now, we're blocked by the stellar flares and the activity of these small red dwarf stars. We definitely have something good going. I didn't want to leave you with any negative feelings, because people are like pumped about studying atmospheres, searching for signs of life. And now you know my story. You can follow along for the search for life in non-water solvents, especially in the sulfuric acid clouds of Venus. Before I finish, I'm actually going to be hanging out at the Prima Luce Lab booth. That's my husband Charles there beside me. Come by, say hello to me, ask me questions, get an espresso. I'll be there from 3:30 till the end of the day today. Thank you very much for your attention. And we have plenty of time for questions. Yes, right there. Good question. I will repeat it, yep. The question is, this contamination from star spots, is it because star spots are colder, and that's why they have a different spectrum? That's only part of the answer. And in fact, astronomers have wanted to treat star spots as cooler stars. So they go to their database on stellar spectra, and they'll pick like a star that's the same temperature as what they think the star spot is. That's wrong. It's actually the whole structure, like the three-dimensional structure of a spot, is very different from the quiet region because of the magnetic field. And that makes a weird temperature gradient that's actually like three-dimensionally warped. And so it's not just a simple cold, but it's like a three-dimensional temperature change that's a problem. So we also use models, like first principle, it's called three-dimensional magnetohydrodynamic models, like with physics, to try to simulate those structures to also help guide the answer. Yes? Yes. I had to go by it pretty fast, but we have NASA's next flagship mission is called the Habitable Worlds Observatory. And this will be a telescope above the blurring effects of Earth. Oh, the question was, what about Habitable Worlds Observatory? Can that help? It definitely can help. Habitable Worlds aims to find an Earth twin by blocking out starlight so we can see the planet directly. And definitely it was number 2 on my list. But it still has that little, well, what if? You know, like, you know these aliens, if they're out there with their own habitable worlds, and they're looking at our planet and they see oxygen, like, do you think they're going to be 100% sure there's life? Or are they going to have some contrary opinion? You know what the contrary opinion would be? Too much oxygen, it's too flammable, it's too reactive. They're going to have large regional fires, no one can live there. So it's still not a sure thing. And that's why I went to that final slide. Let's go back there. There's so many questions. Let's go, yeah. Yes, the question is, I was talking about individual gases like phosphine, or we talked about oxygen, and there's other gases like methane. Or can we think of a medley of gases to use, we could use AI or just other computer methods to tease them out. Yes, we definitely want to consider a medley of options, and we do. And it's not just, there's honestly all flavors. Like some people say if you have methane and oxygen, those shouldn't coexist. And some people, those could both be made by life. Some people want to think of all the volcanic gases together. And that's in the ideal world because nature still limits us, like what we can see with our spectra. We still can't see every single gas. So it's a great question. It's, let's just say, the subject of ongoing research. Yeah. Yes, down here. The question is, because using our sun as a gravitational lens, we'd have to line up so perfectly to use it that way, do we have to be committed to a single target? And the answer is yes. Like, you know how a lot of things in life, you do the easy things first, and then you kind of get left with the really hard things? So yes, we'd have to know, but if we could figure out a way to like mass produce and do it cheaply, maybe, we hopefully wouldn't just send one, maybe there's 5. You get to pick your 5 best targets. Yes? Can you just speak a bit louder, or can someone shout that out? Yeah. The question is, given how much information we have, like data, how do we store and meta label it? Well, there's 2 answers to that. One is sometimes we have very little data, unlike the amount of pictures. You know when you take a picture and it's like a few megabytes? Like it's too much. Well, because of the downloading data from a spacecraft to Earth is a huge bottleneck now. So we really don't get really much data in the whole. But it does remind me, I used to run the MIT-led NASA mission tests. And there, every month, let's say 15 days, we would get maybe like 200 gigabytes of data. It doesn't sound like much, but at the time around 2018, 2019, like we actually ran into a problem because we want to be able to use our data constantly, but we couldn't. We'd have to store the data. Like we're done with that, a year or 2 ago, we got to move it. So I don't think we're doing it right, to be honest. We do have the Mikulski archive, MAST. And M-A-S-T, you can Google that later. So in astronomy, we have like a place where data is archived and labeled, and many data products, like raw data, basically calibrated data, all the way to like the final data product, like a light curve. So we're trying to do it right there, but I don't know. So I'd say we're going in the right direction, but if we start to get a lot more data, I don't know if we have a great plan for that. How about a question from the back, if any? Okay, go ahead, right there. Good question. The question is, with the transit method and the transit spectroscopy, how far can we go? And I'm really glad you asked that, because I totally forgot to mention it's so important. We can barely go anywhere, actually. Can we go beyond double-digit light years? I'd say yes for big planets. But we're not going to like 1,000 light years. The Kepler Space Telescope planets, too far, actually. The MIT-led NASA mission tests, those are about 100 light years. That's good, about 100 light years. And so it's kind of like there are billions and billions of people on Earth, but you never expected to meet all of them. It's just your nearest neighbors. We can really only probe like a sphere around us of, say, 100 to a few hundred light years. Yes, over there. When are we going to get to our first exoplanet, and what will it take to get there? That's what I love, is we all want to go there. I'm not going to talk about us personally. I don't know if you were talking about humans. Well, let's talk about the bottom right of this here. My favorite idea, I'm not involved with this again, but it's called Starshot. You know how Starshot is like a out there idea. And what I love about Starshot was it took crazy going to another exoplanet to mainstream. Because this organization called Breakthrough Initiatives put I want to say it was on order of tens of millions of dollars to this problem to get it going. And this idea is to spend thousands of space chips. So not spaceship, space chip. And each of these chips would go into space, like get launched, and deploy a solar sail that's maybe between 1 and a few meters in diameter. That's what's shown in the bottom right. Now these would have to get accelerated to about a 20th the speed of light. And they're showing you one of them from a laser on the ground. I'm just waiting till when you see the crazy side, right? But there'd have to be a bank of like 1 or 2 square kilometers of telescopes with lasers all coherently beaming up to accelerate these sails without destroying them to a 20th the speed of light. And there could be thousands of them all at once. Just like the baby turtles being born, they're not all going to make it, unfortunately, but we want some of them. And again, you'd have to target the right exoplanet system, and they would zoom by. They wouldn't have a way to slow down. But it would take them 20 years, in their journey to get to our nearest star system, Alpha Centauri or Proxima Centauri. They could take some images and send them back to us. So let's say if we had enough money, lots of money, and we're 10 or 20 years away from making this work, then it's another 20 years, right? So that's a few decades. So that's what I would say, a few decades away from not us going, but sending something to one. Yes, follow up. Right, 500 AU, yeah. It would take a very, very long time. Like, let's just try to do this together. So Pluto, I think, is at like 30 AU. Someone knows Pluto's orbit. I actually don't, but I bet you someone does. Can you shout it out? Pardon me? No, the number of years it takes to go around. What is it? Oh, 248? Okay, not bad. But Pluto's 248, and it's more than linear, so it's going to be too many years, yeah. Yes. Okay, we still have time for a few questions. Okay, how about right here?
So with the phosphine in Venus's atmosphere, how do you find there is life there? How does it not fall to the surface and be destroyed by the environment?
Good question. If there is life in the clouds, how does it stay in the clouds and not fall down to the surface? Yes. It's definitely a challenge for life to be aloft forever. Our life on Earth, some of it goes into our clouds. It gets swept up from the surface and stays in the cloud particles. It can get moved across continent scales before raining out. We do have a hypothesis here, a bit hand-wavy admittedly. But these droplets in the Venus atmosphere, they can be there for months or years depending on their size. But as droplets coagulate, as they collide, they grow. They don't fragment into little pieces because they're not brittle, they're just liquid. And eventually they get so big, they'll start sinking out. And that's what the question is, how do they stay aloft? Well, if they're going to start sinking, they're not staying aloft. However, as they go lower and lower and shed their sulfuric acid, which would evaporate as it gets hotter, what could be left over? We can imagine what being left over is like a little spore, like a little life form that's just kind of not heavy anymore because the excess material is gone. And oddly enough, there is a layer beneath the clouds of Venus, a little haze layer, where we could imagine being populated with some of these life forms that later on get lofted back up and end up being a cloud condensation nuclei. Now, I don't want you to be like, oh, the MIT professor says it, so it's true. I mean, this could be totally wrong. It could be that someone works out, or we make a better model, or we find there's no life, and it might not work out, actually. But that's kind of as far as we got in trying to answer your question. Okay, how about we take 2 more questions? I want to see any questions in the back. If you, okay, because it's impossible for me to see the back. How about right over here, the person with the arm up? Yeah. There's a question about artificial life, and I think that's, can we just, oh, artificial light? Right. There's a question, could we see city lights, on the night side? I mean, in principle, all of these things are possible. If we had bigger and bigger telescopes, and more sophisticated telescopes, but not really. It's all really, really hard to do that. Yeah. I'm going to take one more question, then I'm going to answer what I thought was the question for my final word. Yes, right there. What star types are most favorable for life to exist? Is that your question? I mean, we want to say a G-type star. I just bashed, I don't know if you noticed, I kind of bashed those M-Dwarf stars. I think whatever star you live around, that one's the best one. Okay, I'll end there. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much.
All right.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got to be. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Sky's Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so, my hope is that after, someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. come and really take a look at what this enclave has, look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Hey, thank you, everybody, and thank you for being here. We have a really great program now for you to be presented to you. We have a panel discussion, Apollo to Artemis, the evolution, and how we evolved to that. We have with us today Jerry Griffin. Jerry served as a flight director for the Apollo program, and also in 1982 succeeded Chris Kraft as the flight director, as the director of the Johnson Space Center. So welcome Jerry Griffin to the director as a With Jerry is Zeb Scoville. Zeb is currently the ISS Transportation Office Director and a flight director. He previously served as Chief and Deputy Chief Flight Director, as well as the lead Artemis Flight Director. Please welcome Zeb. Thanks, Zeb. Thank you.
Okay. We want to reintroduce ourselves, but I will say, you'll notice we have on these blue jackets. This is the new flight director jacket. It's very unique. No one like it. Only flight directors and former flight directors can have them. Mine says it's got a -06, and Zeb's has a -86. That's the number. I was selected as the 6th flight director for NASA. He was the 86th. So this is a real example of the old and the new in lots of ways. What we're going to do today is Zeb and I are going to have a kind of a fireside chat with each other, and then we're going to turn it open for questions. So be thinking about any questions that you might have. We'll probably spur some of them in the process, but be thinking about that, and we'll do that at the end. We're going to start with a very brief, let's get the basis of what we're going to talk about today, from Apollo to Artemis. So let's talk a little bit about, am I getting it? I don't see it on the, I'm pushing.
Oh, here we go, you're
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit. The sequence of Apollo took place very fast. It was really 3 programs. It was Mercury, Gemini, and then what we called Apollo, but they were all the same. We were fighting for the same thing. The first 2 flights, we didn't have enough propulsion on that Mercury Redstone on the left there. It couldn't put you in orbit, but it could. We lobbed a couple of guys down the Atlantic, Al Shepard and Gus Grissom, and we lobbed them down there, and it worked okay. Then we got the Atlas, the Mercury Atlas. There were 4 missions of those. That was cryogenic fuel. That means liquid fuel, liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. A lot of thrust. We put John Glenn into orbit first, and then several more followed, 3 more. Then we got the Gemini Titan. Gemini was a 2-man spacecraft, and we flew 10 missions in just about 2 years. It was hectic. But that's where we learned how to rendezvous. That's where we learned how to dock, learned how to do maneuvers that were docked. We did EVAs, extravehicular activity, which means spacewalk to many of you. And then finally we got to the Saturn V, which had enough power to get us to the moon. We flew that 11 times. These pictures are not to scale, by the way. That Saturn on the right is 360 feet tall. So the one on the left is very short. So anyway, we stumbled coming out of the starting gate with the Apollo 1 fire. But the country pulled ourselves together, the Congress support, the public support, and we got back on track. And then we put Apollo 7, the numbering system got changed in there, but it was the first human spaceflight in the command and service module of Saturn. Then we put Apollo 8 into orbit. We didn't have a lander yet. Sounds familiar. In a very gutsy call, the agency decided to send a command module around the Earth, around the moon, and with 3 people aboard. Then we did an Earth orbit flight with lunar module and command module. An Earth orbit flight. I'll get it straight in a minute. Apollo 10, we went to the moon with a CSM and an Apollo, a command service module. And we did everything but land. We couldn't land. That vehicle was too heavy to land. But we got down to 50,000 feet. So we pretty well simulated the landing. Then we went in a hurry. Apollo 11, Apollo 12, both very successful. Stubbed our toe a little bit again on Apollo 13 when we lost an oxygen tank and ended up not landing, but we did go around the moon, get them home. Apollo 14, 15, 16, 17 went off like clockwork. Nagging problems, but never anything too serious. The landing sites, I'm going to go through these in a hurry and put those all up here. They were all on the front side of the moon. They were all near the equator of the moon because we didn't have enough engine power, we call it performance, to get up to the polar regions, which Artemis is going to do. And you'll hear about that in a minute. This area is not very big. It stretches from about what would be Connecticut to about somewhere on the tip of Arkansas, if you laid these on the Earth. So it wasn't a very big area. Of course, the moon's a lot smaller too, but the point is we only landed 6 times. So there's a lot left to know about the moon, particularly at the poles. And this is where it ended. Gene Cernan gave a salute. He was about to crawl back into the lunar module, and he and Jack Smith were headed up for orbit, dock with the CSM, and come home. So that was December of 1972 is the last time we had people on the moon. So it was time now to move forward. Pass the torch is what I call it. And we got to have some younger people to do that. And Zeb is one of those people that has been there, done that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. And he's going to talk a little about Artemis, then we'll talk a little.
All right, well, thank you. by the way, like the legacy that Jerry talks about there has been foundational for us to think about how we design an Artemis program to go back to the moon. And I'll talk about some of our flight sequences coming up, and we'll be able to draw some parallels between them.
Our return to the moon will be different than the last time. We plan to explore more of the lunar surface and
The
learn
space
how
launch
to
system
live.
is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. And here we go. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
We are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis.
This view of Earth from a human-rated spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo missions.
Distant retrograde orbit. We're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo.
The Orion spacecraft is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit. Splashdown. Orion back on Earth.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I don't know how many times I watched that presentation, and I still, like, the hair in the back of my head to start standing up. You know, you can get bogged down in some of the things that are going on in the world and forget that we're about to carry this legacy on. And, like, that wasn't a PowerPoint that I just showed. That was a rocket, human-rated, that has been around the moon and come back. And we're 1 year away, maybe even a little less. Artemis 2 crew has been training in simulations. The rocket has been stacked with the solid rocket boosters, the SLS rocket. The Orion has been shipped to the Cape, and we are marching toward that date. We solved a lot of the challenges we've had with these vehicles, and we're going. And as I think about the last 20 plus years of my career, being able to look at the next year and be able to say that with sincerity and excitement is just something to get fired up about. So let's look a little bit at the sequence. Jerry talked about his sequence of flights. You know, Artemis 1 was the mission that we completed a couple years ago. We just saw some video of that. Artemis 2 crew has our 4 crew members named, and they've been training for a while now. Reed Wiseman, Jeremy Hansen, Christina Cook, and Victor Glover. 4 people in the Orion craft. This is going to be a lot like the Apollo 8 mission. The SLS rocket is about as tall as the Saturn V. It's got more performance, certainly out of that, as Jerry introduced that word. So we have a little more kick off the pad, and we can carry a little more mass to the moon than what the Saturn V was able to do. And so they're going to go out and do a free return trajectory. So much like Apollo 8, they'll go out, separate from the SLS. They'll do a manual maneuver where the astronauts will take control and sort of practice a rendezvous and docking maneuver while they're still in an Earth orbit. We'll spend about 24 hours actually with a big orbit around the Earth. I have a graphic that shows that later. This is checking out the systems. This will be the first time the Orion systems have really been tested for the human factors, for the life support systems, for the pressure control, for the waste management, for exercise, and so forth, making sure that the crew habitability is in that set. Once we know that those systems are good, we're going to burn TLI, translunar injection. Once you do that burn, you're going somewhere and back to Earth. is not an option for a few days. I mean, we could, in theory, point the engines and come back, but it takes a lot of fuel, and it's best to just keep going, come around the moon. You're talking about 8 days that vehicle has to keep that crew alive. So they'll come down, they'll splash off the coast of San Diego and get picked up by the Navy, and then we're on to Artemis 3. And here, this is where we sort of ramp up with, as Jerry starts talking about the missions went after that. We've got Artemis 3, which is going to include a lander. This is utilizing the SpaceX HLS, Human Landing System lander. Some people have probably been seeing a lot of the test launches going out of Boca Chica. There's a lot of learning to do there, but that's sort of the critical path to get Artemis 3 to be able to get people on the surface of the moon. We'll talk a little bit about the South Pole and why we're going there. Then from there, we expand. Artemis 4, we start bringing up the first elements of the Gateway, which is similar in ways to the International Space Station, much smaller, but it's a station that's going to be orbiting in orbit around the moon. And with this will be sort of a docking hub that supply logistics can come to. Landers can be docked there. We're able to do instruments and scientific studies above the lunar surface. This orbit that the Gateway will be in is about a 6-day orbit. So think about that. If your path back to the Earth from the surface of the moon goes through Gateway, you go down to the surface, and every 6 days that Gateway comes around. And so if everything is going right, you're golden. If something goes wrong, you've got to be able to keep yourself alive, for 5 or so more days until you can lift off and meet up with Gateway, get back in Orion, and come home. From there, we bring in rovers, much like Jerry brought in the Apollo 15 and subsequent missions, and that's where we really expand. I sort of think about the projection of where we're able to explore from walking on the surface of the moon and the distances we can get. And walking, we think we can go about 2 kilometers. You bring a rover in there. We have 2 different classes of rovers, some lunar terrain vehicles, which will be unpressurized, and then a pressurized rover that the Japanese are building for us. And so that's really where we're able to open up the range and get beyond the near distance of the lander. Here's a picture of the SpaceX Starship that I was talking about. This is the lander that we're looking to put on the moon. You'll notice if you look very closely at the very bottom there's some very, very, very tiny astronauts. It turns out those are actually full-size astronauts. And this is how big this lander is. And so we've got to get, still F equals MA, and there's a lot of M. And we've got to put a lot of A into that push to get that lander out there. And so this is a big pull to be able to get that technology demonstrated, to be able to get prop aggregation. So every time that lander launches from Earth, they'll transfer a little bit of prop into a tanker in Earth orbit. They do that several times. They get enough of a full tank. They transfer it to lander, and it goes out to the moon and has enough to do the full landing and get back up to Orion. And from there, South Pole. Like, why South Pole? Jerry showed you where the landers were in Apollo, and there's some characteristics about the equatorial regions where every month, as the Earth rotates around the Earth, as the moon rotates around the Earth, it gets 2 weeks or so of sun and then 2 weeks of shade. 2 weeks of sun, 2 weeks of shade. And so with that, all of the sort of interesting volatiles and comet residue and so forth gets baked off and blown away in the solar wind. On the South Pole, if you were to stand on the top of a crater of the South Pole, the moon isn't really on much of an angle in its orbit. It's the ecliptic. Its angle of the ecliptic is half a degree. So as it's going around, if you're on the pole, on a mountain ridge, you're always going to be in sunlight. Sunlight's great. You got electrical power for the solar arrays. You've got a good thermal warming to keep your spaceship healthy. You've got a good line of sight likely to Earth to keep communications going. But right next door, you go into the bottom of that crater, and there's a valley that hasn't seen sun for 4.6 billion years. And with that, you get a cold trap, a permanently shadowed region. So as over 4.6 billion years, as a comet hits the moon, all that ice and dust and so forth bounces around the moon, and it lands eventually in one of these craters, and it can't go anywhere. The atomic motion of these atoms is so restricted at that cold temperature that it's stuck. It's a cold trap. And so we have ice in the bottom of these craters that has been there and been accumulating hundreds and hundreds of metric tons, thousands of metric tons. Water's H2O, right? You melt it, you can drink it. You break it apart, you can turn it into rocket fuel. You can breathe it. And from with that, that is how we open up exploration of the solar system. Figuring out how to not need to take everything with us from the Earth to be able to go explore. Those resources, even if we can't turn it directly into rocket fuel, that's how we have a more permanent presence on the moon, by being able to keep our crew members and our systems alive, by bringing the water and the oxygen and the power we get from the sun there to be able to keep those things going. The Earth and the moon are really in the same neighborhood. We think of it as being far away, and in continental terms it is. In solar system terms, we're neighbors. We're right on top of each other. So all those impacts, all those craters you see around the moon, the same thing happened to Earth. We got the same sort of meteorite impact history. On Earth, it all gets erased. We get erosion, and we get plate tectonics that all subvert it. And so there's a few meteor craters we know about we can find, but they more or less have been erased from our geological history. On the moon, it's all right there. You want to know what happened to Earth's history? It's preserved on the moon. And so with that, we're going to be able to learn about what happened to Earth. We learned about mass extinction events on Earth because we went to the moon. Because Jerry helped lead Apollo missions, we learned that it was actually a meteorite impact that killed the dinosaurs. We know this from the minerals we found near crater events on the moon that had signatures very similar to the KT boundary that exists on Earth. As you dig down, there's this same mineral that only happens with impacts, and below that there's dinosaur bones, and above it there aren't. So why are we going to the moon? We're learning how to keep our species alive. We're learning what happened to us. With that ice and water we talk about, those are the ingredients for life. We might find some microbial signatures there. Anyway, so this is what we have in store, and it is so close. I cannot express the excitement enough about how sort of exponential this is going to go. And we've been sitting for 2 generations waiting to be able to get the political will, the technological capability to do this, and it is in our grasp. So, Jerry, let's go.
Let me react to something you said when it brought back a memory. TLI means translunar injection. That means you had enough velocity to leave Earth orbit and head, as Zeb said, somewhere, hopefully for the moon. Remember, you have to aim kind of like a shotgun shot. The moon is moving, so you're not aimed at the moon first. You're aimed out here to intercept it. And I can recall on Apollo 8, which was the first time we ever put astronauts going somewhere other than Earth eventually. And when we made the TLI call, and I remember it like it was yesterday, flight director at that time was Glenn Lunny, and he said, we are go for TLI. You could have heard a pin drop in that control center. When the Capcom read it up to the crew, I think it was what I call the biggest gulp moment of my flight director career, because we were going somewhere and hopefully we could hit the moon. We hadn't done this before. So we'd done it with robots, but we hadn't done it with humans aboard, and that makes a big difference. That's why Artemis 2 is so important in my mind. Same kind of pattern. The other thing I wanted to say is a lot of people, maybe in this audience, why is it called Artemis? And there's Apollo was a Greek god. He was the god of the sun. But in Greek mythology, he had a twin sister whose name was Artemis. And she was goddess of the hunt. And if you see statues of her, she's got bows over her shoulder and arrows. And I decided right now I want her on my side instead of Apollo. But it's an interesting story how we got to this Apollo-Artemis pair through a set of twins in Greek mythology. One of the things that I think is the biggest difference, Zeb, is the fact that we do have 2 generations of people since we last saw Gene Cernan on the moon in '72. And in that time frame, we have really learned a lot about not only spaceflight, but just technology in general. And I can tell you, and I'd maybe get you to comment on it, a lot has been automated in these days and ages. And so far, it hasn't bitten us. SpaceX launches their Dragon capsule, and it's done well. So, on the other hand, we've got data that we can produce that nothing like we could do in the Apollo era. And it may be an overload. I don't know. That's what I want to ask you. What do you think about the new technology that's going to be applied to Artemis, knowing, I know you know quite a bit about Apollo, but is it all good?
It's been a loaded question. So I think if we use it correctly, as with most tools, if you use a tool correctly, it can be very useful. I think it is really important as we embrace some of these technologies, understanding what actually its capability is, and knowing when to trust it, and maybe when to need to override or when to need to double check it. You know, think about the parallels with AI now in the world. Like, when do you trust this thing that it's telling me? And you know, the automation you talk of when we fly Dragon capsules with astronauts up to the International Space Station now. After the separation from the Falcon rocket, some of that burn planning to be able to get those rendezvous maneuvers, it spits out an automated solution for those burns, and the flight control team can check it. We can adjust it if we need to, but it'll plot out and calculate those burns for us. The rendezvous and docking to the space station is an automated process. We've got some LiDARs that bounce off some reflectors and give us range, rate, and angle, and you know, the software will fly us in. You know, one thing we do is we have the crew sort of finger on the button. If it were to start looking sideways, they're ready to pull it off. We have very clear kind of go, no-go rules. You have to be in this corridor. You have to have a rate like this. We're ready to pull off. And so making sure that we understand the tools that we make is, I think, a key lesson, that it can be easy to trust them. It can be faster and simpler to not put the effort into, you know, knowing how the calculations work. I have a daughter in 8th grade and a son in 7th, a junior in high school. And they ask, why do I have to understand how to do this math when I've got these tools that will do it for me? And knowing when to check them, I think, is valuable. You know, some of the challenges we're going to have with navigation, we're used to flying around the Earth. We're on the surface and in low Earth orbit. We have GPS, and it tells us exactly where we're going. But certain regions of the world, as we fly around, they're spoofing. There's signal to noise ratios that throw off and give us a bad GPS positioning, and that's, you know, for geopolitical reasons in certain regions of the Earth. And so we have to make sure we have redundancy to be able to back up some of these technologies. So I think using the tools effectively, we have to be very deliberate about it.
Well, I would think that the technology is so much better than what we had. You know, we had mainframe computers. If anybody knows what that is, one computer would fill half this auditorium. Yeah, they were huge, and they had vacuum tubes, and it generated heat. When you went into the computer room, which was down on the bottom floor of the control center, you could have hung meat in there and it wouldn't have spoiled. They had the air conditioning. The thing was so cold. And but it was there were 5 IBM 360s. That didn't mean much to anybody, but they did the job. And they did it with cards, IBM cards. Don't drop one, because you got to do it all over if you scatter them out on the floor. And so what we had to work with was state-of-the-art at the time, but nicely what these folks in Artemis are going to have, they're going to have state-of-the-art. of the 2020s. So it should be better. It's got to be better. And at least accuracy, speed, analysis, that kind of thing, I would think. I'm often asked, too, what do you think the legacy that Apollo has left for Artemis? And I didn't come to this till just a few years ago. I really think the legacy is that it can be done, that you can send humans to the moon, they can land, they can get out, they can do work, and they can come home. When we started in 1961, 62, we weren't sure it could be done. President Kennedy set that goal to land before the decade was out. And I know I was in the Air Force at the time. I was trying to get to NASA in a hurry. But I remember looking at other guys and saying, is that possible? Could you do it in less than 10 years? And sure enough, we did. And we lost 2 years because of the fire. We were 21 months. We didn't fly there, recovering from that. So I really think the legacy is that we did it. And they can, now Artemis can take that off the table and has a long time ago. It can be done, but you got to build the right hardware and you got to build the ways to do it. And the ground people, the people at Kennedy Space Center that launch it, the people in Johnson that Zeb's a part of that control it, they're all ready to go. The contractors have, I think, started producing hardware that supports the launch in early next year. So I really think we've got a possibility of pulling this off, particularly Artemis 2. And then I think, in my estimation, I think that will put Apollo in its proper historical position and perspective. I know people want to talk about Apollo a lot because it involved lunar landings and getting out and all that, and very exciting. It's very exciting to be a part of it. But it's time to pass the torch, and we've got to get back there. I think for a lot of reasons that we won't get into now, but I really think that we can do it. And what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think you nailed it when you said that you liberated us from the notion or the question of whether it could be done. And so with that, I think a lot of the requirements that we built and the scope of the mission that we've undertaken is a lot more ambitious. So we weren't straddled by just saying, can we get someone there and get them back? It's like, no, we want to be able to have a more sustained presence. We want to go to where the really interesting science is on the south pole of the moon. We want to be able to expand an architecture that can, have permanent rovers even when the crew isn't there, just like we have on Mars. And we want these rovers that are able to go and continue the mission without the humans and, performing that science. We want to be able to have a presence in orbit as well. And so knowing that it can be done allows us to be more ambitious to try to reach farther, to do more with it.
Well, that's what I hope. I know it feels very good when I go to the Johnson Space Center and people like Zeb and others in the Flight Director Corps and others say, we're standing on your shoulders, which I think is a good point, because it's kind of like a big brother that is there for you. And everybody in Apollo wants Artemis to kind of push us out of the picture and get us focused on the future.
If I can, just a little bit.
Sure.
One thing that's also interesting about Artemis is that it is an international program. And so while there was the United States doing the entire mission of Apollo, we're now bringing in international partners through the Europeans and the Japanese and the Canadians. Jeremy Hansen on Artemis 2 is a Canadian astronaut. And so I think although you absolutely captured the imagination and the inspiration of the world when you landed, like imagine when there are people from other countries that are able to not just watch America do this, but watch humanity do this. I think that sort of opens up the envelope in terms of the global reach and influence of what we're able to accomplish with that. It also adds a lot of complexity, by the way, because we all have to work together and we have to get the systems in Japan to talk to the systems in Houston well, and I think that's something that the International Space Station has really done for us well, is to build those partnerships and integration of companies and nations to do a complex project.
On the space station, is the common language English?
It is. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The Russians don't use Russian?
They do on their segment, but we have to learn Russian because someone could get assigned to go up on a Russian Soyuz, and they learn English as they're coming up on Dragons, and the common language, if we have to speak in English, they need to be able to understand English.
One last point I'd like to make, and then we want to turn it to Q&A for a while, see if you got some. If you don't, we'll talk a little more. But so defend yourself. People often ask in crowds like this and others, why are you doing all this? Why are you exploring the moon and want to go to Mars? And this is another one. It took me some years of reflection on why are we doing this? And I just wanted to share it with you as a thought. I believe that it may be 1,000 years or 5,000 years or maybe 10,000 years. But we may one day have to get off this planet if the human species is going to survive. And it won't be just global warming. It'll be using up the resources of the planet. And I don't, I can't tell you exactly what I'm talking about here. It's just that it sounds implausible that it could go on forever and support billions of people to me. So my thought is, we do this because we need to learn how to move around in deep space. Apollo is just a little baby step. Artemis will be a little bigger, but still a small step. We need to learn how to go on to Mars and beyond Mars to find that place where the human species can survive, if we want it to. Some people tell me when I say that do we want it to survive? And I think we do. And I think self-preservation will lead us that way. So I think we need to spend a reasonable part of the national treasure, if you will. The NASA budget, for instance, is only 0.5% of the federal budget. It's very small. The Department of Defense spills as much in a day as we'll spend in a year. But I really think that we need to spend some of our treasure learning how to move around in deep space. Exactly how we're going to do that and when we'll have to do it or why we have to do it, I think is an unknown. But I think if you really look forward, that's the Jerry Griffin theory. And I don't know, I've never talked to you about that exactly, but...
So I think in the way I sort of look at some of this is also in time scales, and sometimes I think when you look at the long time scale, I think you're absolutely right. What I sort of also don't want to lose sight of, and sometimes we do this when we talk about it, is the very near term. And I love NASA, but sometimes our messaging focuses so much on we're going to the moon so we can learn how to go to Mars. We're going to learn to the moon to practice this. And let me tell you, we are going to the moon also to go to the moon. There is a tremendous amount to learn from the South Pole areas of the moon, and really any places on the moon, that has its own intrinsic value, both scientifically, but also from a resource perspective, from a geopolitical standpoint. There is strategic value to the moon there. And so, like, as we talk about, and you'll hear NASA in their statements talk about how we're going to go to the moon to learn how to go to Mars. We absolutely are. The technologies with the rocket performance that we were talking about, the regenerative life support systems that can keep crews alive without the supply chain of logistics from Earth, getting that technology to really figure out, like, all these things will help us go to Mars. as I mentioned in the video, though, we're going to the south pole of the moon to go to the south pole of the moon. Imagine, people, especially amongst this crowd, knows the value of a radio telescope and what it can teach us about the galaxy and star systems far away from Earth. And imagine if those radio telescopes were not polluted with the noise of SpongeBob SquarePants broadcasting out into the noise, right? Get behind the moon, on the far side of the moon. You don't even have to go that far. You're in a radio frequency shadow of Earth, and so what you're getting is a pure view of the solar system out there. There are things like this that we can discover about our place. Helium-3 is just throughout the surface, like it just exists stably in the regolith of the moon, and with that brings potential for nuclear reactions that can be power sources. It isn't stable very well in the Earth environment.
Okay, let's take some questions. Anybody? Could we? Okay. Boy, I agree with Mike on that one. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
The question was that Michael Collins of Apollo 11 fame said that simulations was the heart and soul of the success of Apollo. And I agree. That's what I'm saying. I think we were so well prepared by the time. The simulations were a lot harder than the real mission in Apollo, I can tell you. They would just drive us to our knees. They would throw us enough problems they could eventually get us. The thing that surprises me about the Apollo era simulations, though, was how high fidelity they were. We would have a crew in a simulator, not motion-based, fixed simulator. In the control center, we got data piped from that simulator. And in between was a guy called simulation supervisor, who could throw in failures. And they would test us and test us and test us. And they could, like I say, they could finally drive us to our knees. It was a little bit like running in combat boots on the sand of a beach and then taking them off and running when you got to the mission. The mission was a lot easier than sim, but boy, did it prepare us for what we were about to do. I'm sure the sims are still high, probably higher fidelity, but it would look just like a real mission to us in the control center. And actually, we had guys that grew to understand they weren't cut out for that business during sims. They opted out of the real-time operation because they just didn't like the pressure. Not many, but a few. And so the sims were very high fidelity, excellent for what we did. I'll turn it over to Mr. Artemis now.
So very much the same thing. I think one thing that is interesting about the advent of extreme computing power is that we use the simulations for the flight control team training, going through and throwing malfunctions and going through the flight plan and exercising all these things. What's really been fascinating is how we're able to use simulations to also certify hardware, such that you can use these massive computer simulations that do Monte Carlo runs that may show how a vehicle flies nominally, and then you can tweak variables, whether it's a thermal performance thing or whether it's a thrust, or maybe you have a failure of this thing, and how the vehicle responds. You can get 1,000 different variants of its envelope of performance to know if you can stay within a safe box. And so that allows you to get a lot of that understanding without necessarily having to burn through your hardware and testing it to failure as much as you might otherwise. So I'm going to take this question because I have one for Jerry on that's tied to simulations, and you talked about how it prepares the crew, how it prepares the flight control team and crew. I think about some of the times I've had on Space Station where I've had some shifts with some interesting events that go a little sideways, literally. And it was interesting to me how I physiologically and mentally reacted in the real event, where I've got astronauts flying upside down and stations being pulled sideways, and how the stress response worked because of what those simulations did. And I can tell you that the punchline for me was at least that while I knew it was real, and intellectually I knew that the consequences were much higher, the stress response was less, and that allowed the team to sort of operate through some malfunction procedures and contingency procedures without the added loss of concentration or the team breakdown. And I was wondering if you had experiences like Apollo 13. You can probably relate to that.
Well, not only 13, 12, when we got hit by lightning, was my first launch of a Saturn in the flight director's chair, and we got 35 seconds off the ground and got hit by lightning, and then 10 seconds later got hit again. And it completely is just like a power outage, lightning hitting your house. It blew a bunch of stuff out. Actually, the crew was blind. They had very dim batteries, or very dim lights from small batteries that were in the command module. A young flight controller, who had, at the time I think was 25 or 6, from a school in southeast Oklahoma, physics major, made the call, SCE to aux, if any of you know that one. It was throwing of one switch that got our data back in the control center, and they could see what had happened at the fuel cells, which produce power and water, had been knocked offline, just like your circuit breaker blowing in your house. And we told the crew to reset those. They reset them. All the time we're headed up, still uphill on the Saturn V. And we had a big plot board. I remember I looked at it, and we were right on the, we called it the V gamma, it's velocity versus flight path angle, but it looks like a launch curve. And it was right on it. So I said, if we're going to abort, that was my first thought, if we're going to abort, don't do it too fast. Get some altitude. Make sure the parachutes have enough time to work. And that all took about a nanosecond and a half. It was really fast, and it was because of the training. When people go back and listen to our transcript with the crew and amongst us in the control center, they said it sounds almost like a normal mission. There was no panic. I didn't even know what SCE was on, what it was. I didn't even know the switch. But I trusted John Aaron with my life, and when he told me, I told the Capcom to tell him, try SCE to aux. And when he did, we got our data back and could see what happened. And it follows your point. It was just a reaction. It wasn't a well thought out thing, just reaction. And that's what the sims do for you.
Question, what else? Back over there, white shirt. Yep. All right, so I'll repeat the question. The question was, as we're watching the Starship development process go along, are we confident that we'll be able to land on the moon with that by 2030? I think it is clear that there is some technological development and hurdles we have to do. You mentioned the way this system is going to work. A Starship goes up, meets up with a tanker, it transfers some of the hypergolic fuels to the tanker, it comes back down. Cryogenic fuels to the tanker, comes back down, refuels. Another one goes up, transfers a little bit more. We actually need about 14 to be able to get there. That number is actually a little bit under discussion to understand how the performance is going to work of the cooling system and so forth. But then that gets enough fuel in the tank that they can go out to the moon. And so, do we think that's going to come together by 2030? I think that there is a heck of a fighting chance, and we are working very much to a 2027 as a no earlier date. Do I think that that's going to be realistic? I think early 2027 is a stretch for sure. Like, we need to start blowing up less rockets and advance the technology. But you also have to not be afraid to blow up a rocket to learn. And I think that this is a great thing about SpaceX as a partner, is that they are hardware rich. Their production facilities are showing a manufacturing capability that is very worthy. And I tell people, you go and watch their production facilities for the Raptor engines that they do, and literally they're pulling off two engines a day. Raw material goes in, an engine comes out the other side. And so they have that ability to do a rapid iteration cycle to be able to learn these things. And there is some no kidding hard technical hurdles to overcome, and we'll be dependent on those to get there.
And hasn't NASA put a number of successful unmanned Starships flights in order to put humans in them?
Yeah.
I can't remember the number.
Yeah, so part of the profile is going to have an uncrewed mission that HLS is going to do, where it's going to do some of that refueling. It'll go out, land on the moon without a crew, to sort of test the landing capability, the guidance, the landing systems, and then it'll also do a hop off the surface, where it will launch off the surface, reignite the engine, and then from there it'll crash down to the surface of the moon, sort of demonstrating that the engine can be relit off the surface of the moon. That it can get up to full performance on its way uphill. So there are some of those test missions that are in the sequence to be able to get there, and time is of the essence. So. Yeah, so the question was, in Apollo we had blind spots for communication around the backside of the moon. What are the plans for communication coverage in Artemis? And so we're going to work on that a couple ways. One, as Gateway is in a near rectilinear halo orbit, that orbital plane is actually always facing Earth. And so what the advantage of it is, it spends 5 of its 6 days below the south pole of the moon. So we have a relay through Gateway, or Orion, if Gateway isn't there yet, to then relay signals back to Earth to provide that continuous coverage. In addition to that, there are also contracts out to try to develop a lunar relay satellite network. It's not going to be like the kind of terrestrial communication network with as many satellites, but there is a plan to build some communication satellites and relays in lunar orbit to be able to do just that. And one of the advantages also on the south pole of the moon, as I said, you have a line shot to Earth. It's because that part of the moon doesn't really go behind the moon. It's always the nexus of the bottom of that pole. You can have a view of Earth 28 out of 30 days. Over this side of the room. Over there. Oh, good question. How big of a concern is cybersecurity with a greater degree of automation? And so it is very much a concern. And so that goes not just for the spacecraft itself, but also for the ground systems and the communication systems that link mission controls to the ground stations, to the different partner control centers around the world. So there is a pretty vast and secure cybersecurity protocol that gets put into place. All the communications do get encrypted with a protocol that defends specifically against that. We're also testing on Artemis 2 an optical navigation system, which will use a laser-based communication, increase our bandwidth, so hopefully we can get some more video and more imagery in that downlink pipe. And that has some unique encryption capabilities we're able to do with the optical communication. Yeah, up in the back. Yeah, so the question was about Gateway and how long is it supposed to last? Is there going to be science while the crew isn't there? So the Gateway mission, the first Gateway mission is Artemis 4. And so actually the way this is going to work is the first elements of Gateway launch not necessarily completely tied to an Artemis SLS Orion crew mission. So we have Maxar and Northrop Grumman that are building a power and propulsion element. This is going to use solar electric propulsion. So rather than the chemical engines that we have on typical rockets, we have a giant solar array, 50 kilowatt solar array. It uses inert gas. It ionizes the inert gas, and you know, I should probably watch the audience. I say this, but I sort of say it's like, you know, mouse farts of thrust that push us out to the moon, but it's a continuous mouse fart. And so it has this increasing spiral that sort of brings it out, and it takes about a year to be able to get out to the lunar orbit. But with that, we're able to move bigger elements of the Gateway. So those first two elements will get out and get put into the orbit. Then we start doing co-manifested payloads. So Artemis 4 will bring up a habitation module, IHAB module that's built by the Europeans. With the Orion, they'll launch out together on the SLS, they'll dock, and from there we start building up the additional modules of Gateway. So absolutely what you said about being able to continue the science and the operations while the crew isn't there is a core fundamental principle of the architecture we're building. I talked about the rovers being able to go and autonomously explore the surface of the moon. The same will be true for Gateway. You know, how we take advantage of its unique environment will be part of it. We'll have samples we might have brought up from the surface on a prior mission to be able to store, and they could be analyzed in situ there rather than necessarily having to bring them back to a lab on Earth. In terms of its lifespan, like what its planned lifespan is, you know, I sort of look at the International Space Station as an analog. It was designed to go until 2015, and we kept extending its lifetime to get the most out of it. And I expect, you know, we would do the same with Gateway. So if we have a usable asset and the interest to maintain it, there is that capability. What else? Oh, here. Yeah, so the question was, given the teams that we work with and the size of the teams, you know, both geographically, I think, co-located and in some cases around the country or the world, how do you keep them motivated? What is it like to working with those teams? So Jerry, why don't you start?
Not easy.
Cold beer.
Yeah. You know, we didn't have that problem except in the early space, in Gemini even, as late as Gemini. We had remote tracking stations around the world that we would have coverage for a while over Hawaii, and then we'd lose coverage. And so we did have teams of people at other places, but they were NASA people. We actually deployed them, and we had them on tracking ships. And finally, we got a tracking and data relay satellite in Earth orbit so that we didn't have to do that. We had constant reception from that TDRS, the TDRS satellites. But I can imagine now you've got international partners, you've got commercial partners, they've got their control centers and launch. You got to pull it all together somehow and make sure it works, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the greatest things I appreciate about the International Space Station. You know, I can tell you about the genes we're sequencing and the, you know, ability to develop methods for repairing, you know, broken bones in zero gravity or be able to print heart tissues or whatever the case may be. But let me tell you, that what I really appreciate about the International Space Station is that team that you're able to bring together. I've got cultures from Japan that are managing their control center to fly the Japanese experiment module on the International Space Station. I've got the Russians operating their part of the space station in the back. We've got the Europeans that have a module. Canadians have the robotic arm, and then add on to it all of the SpaceX's and Northrop Grumman's and the different companies that are coming to play. Each one of these partners brings with it their own culture, in some cases their own priorities, some of their national interests that may come in with this, or some of the commercial interests. And so tying that together has to come back to some of the shared experience. And so sometimes it means getting on a plane and going and really building those relationships with the counterparts of the Russian flight director or the Japanese flight control team, or understanding. And I led the first SpaceX crewed mission Demo 2 back in 2000, and that was years of going back and forth from Hawthorne and to Houston and getting that team to really know how to work as a team and how to overcome their difference. And we each have different ways to solve problems, but sometimes find that just that sort of share, what do we have in common in terms of what we're trying to accomplish with that mission. You find that, you sort of build on that. But it's one of the most rewarding parts of at least flying space station. I know the same is going to be true for Artemis.
Folks, we're out of time. We got to get off here so the next program can come on. I want to thank Zeb for, it took Herculean.
Let me tell you, there are few people that I respect and admire more than Jerry. So what you've done has actually been an inspiration for all of us. So.
Well, and it was hard to get him here. I'll just say it that way.
Very good. Yes, we got this. Thanks. Thank you, guys.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
you can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The Dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from, and the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The Dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Wow, where's the smoke coming from? Wow. Thank you all, and welcome back for this program. It's going to be an incredible opportunity for all of us. With us, we have a team, and leading this will be the first woman that commanded and piloted the space shuttle. Additionally, she spent over 38 days in orbit, set a lot of firsts as a woman pilot, astronaut. She's a retired NASA astronaut, a retired colonel from the Air Force. Since her retirement, she spent many times on corporate boards, and additionally, she's spent many time doing presentations, leadership presentations, and she really is a pioneer. With her is a top-notch author and helping her tell her story. So please welcome to the stage Eileen Collins and Jonathan Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Great to have you all out here today. I'm Jonathan, this is Eileen, in case you couldn't tell us apart. We're here today to talk a little bit about, Eileen flew 4 amazing missions, and one of them was a particular focus on astronomy, and this was STS-93. This was also her first mission as commander. But this was the one that deployed the Chandra Space Telescope, the X-ray Observatory, 25 years ago, 26 years ago this summer. So we wanted to talk a little bit about Chandra and some of the behind the scenes, and Eileen's going to give you some narratives that you may not have seen or heard before as we go forward in this talk. Eileen?
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. I think we'll just jump right into it. And Jonathan put together a great slideshow, and we'll start right here. This is my amazing crew. I love them very much. There were 5 of us, and normally you would fly 7 astronauts on a shuttle flight, but because Chandra was the heaviest payload that was ever flown on a space shuttle, now that's Chandra including the upper stage. It was the IUS inertial upper stage. The whole thing together was not only the heaviest, but it was also the longest payload that we just barely fit in the payload bay. So because of that, we really only could take up 5 crew members to help save the weight. And of course, there's a lot of gear that goes up with us too. But we did about 1 year of training before we actually launched the observatory. And this is, I love this photo. It's one of the space shuttle main engines, which I believe was getting ready to go into maintenance, and we're standing inside of it, which you probably would never do before it was going to fly. But this is in the engine shop at Kennedy Space Center, where the guys worked on the engines before and after the flight. It's called an RS-25, and the space shuttle program had many of them, and they would change them out in between flights. And it turns out, just as kind of a interesting fact, is that there were several of these that are going to be flown on the Artemis mission in the Space Launch System in the future. So my crew is, my pilot is Jeff Ashby. He was a Navy captain. He flew F-18s, or I'm sorry, he flew F-14s, and he was a test pilot in the Navy. And we have Katie Coleman, who is an Air Force colonel, and she was the one who actually deployed the Chandra Observatory. And her partner in deployment was Michel Tonini, who's a French Air Force colonel and a French test pilot. That was his second flight. He had actually flown a long-duration flight on the Mir space station before he flew with us. And then, of course, we have Steve Hawley, which a lot of you might know. Steve is an astronomer, and he was in the first class of NASA astronauts way back in 1978. And he flown several missions. Probably his most famous was the Hubble Space Telescope deploy that happened back in 1990. And then he flew this Chandra deployment mission with us in 1999.
Okay. So for those of you who are not familiar with Chandra, Chandra is one of NASA's 4 great observatories that were launched by, 3 of them were launched by the space shuttle and 1 launched other ways. Chandra as an X-ray observatory, it couldn't use typical types of lenses. It had to, X-rays of course just pass right through a lens, and so here it was a very different type of technology. The technologies for X-ray observatories were started being developed. Chandra actually goes back to the 1970s when this was first started being developed. So this is, the telescope technology now is 50 years old. But the X-rays are focused by a combination of paraboloid and hyperboloid surfaces, which direct it back to a small focal area. And this was a much greater resolution than any other X-ray observatory that's been flown before or since. So that's why Chandra is so important right now. Chandra is the premier, the flagship observatory. It was designed to last, what, 5 years?
It was designed for 5 years, and it's actually over 25 years, as Jonathan mentioned. This summer, it'll be 26 years since we took Chandra up. It went through a little bit of a scare. There was a budget, I want to say, cut that was taking place last summer, and they were going to cut Chandra back to like 10% of its scheduled budget. And the battle was fought, and they won it for another year. So Chandra's fully operating right now, but we hope that when the NASA budget goes through, that it gets approved, that we can keep operating Chandra, because it's honestly, considering it was built for 5 years and it's still working now, it's really just an engineering marvel that this telescope observatory is still working. If it's up there and it's working, we ought to keep it working.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last I read was that there was maybe another 10 years of operational life
Yeah,
left in it
and
at
who
least.
knows?
So.
And you mentioned Voyager is still, sending signals back, so
Yeah.
who knows?
Okay.
This is a photograph of Chandra, the actual telescope, connected to the inertial upper stage, and it is actually in the shuttle payload bay out on the launch pad. Now, this photo was taken with a wide angle view. So these, look at this one on the left here. These are the shuttle payload bay doors, and they look curved, and that's just because the camera was a wide angle lens. Obviously the doors were straight. And this is the aft part of the shuttle down here. This is the forward part. These two little black dots are the windows where my crew looked out the window back in the payload bay while we ran the checks and did the deployment. So down here where it says USA, that's the inertial upper stage. It's a solid rocket fuel booster. And this is the Chandra from here and up. And you can see how close it was to the bulkhead, and it was very close here in the back. In fact, when we deployed Chandra, we had to, once we got in space, we opened the payload bay doors, we had to tilt the telescope up to about, I'm thinking it was about 28 degrees, and we checked the communication system, get the antennas in a position where the shuttle wasn't blocking the signals, run all those checks, and once it checked out fine, we raised it up to, I think it was about 50-some degrees inclination to the shuttle payload bay, and then Katie pushed a button which was kind of like a zipper that unzipped around down here around this ground support equipment, and the Chandra went floating away very, very slowly. We're going to see a video of it here in a minute, and it went, as it deployed, it went right out over top of the shuttle crew cabin up here. Now this photo over here on the right is just another angle, and you can see more of the inertial upper stage. And here's the Chandra up here. This payload bay door is open, that one is being closed, and here's some of the maintenance, or I want to say, not maintenance, but they were the engineers down at Kennedy Space Center that were processing the telescope for us. And by the way, one other thing is, there were platforms up and down, so we were able to actually do some training out there. In the event we need to do the spacewalk, it's helpful to see what that hardware looks like on the ground beforehand.
Yeah, it's important. If you'll notice here, there's very little clearance between the engine bell. This was less than a foot clearance, only a few inches at both ends. Columbia was the only space shuttle that could carry Chandra up because it didn't, the airlock for Columbia was inside the crew compartment rather than being outside in the payload bay like it was for the other space shuttles. All right, so we're going to talk, we're going to take a look at, this is some training video here.
Yeah, so Katie and Michelle were training to do a spacewalk in the event that something broke. Nothing broke, so they didn't have to do the spacewalk, but we called it a contingency spacewalk. So here is a picture of the IOS, or a video of the IOS in the shuttle payload bay in a mock-up in the bottom of the pool. And this pool is the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, which is at Johnson Space Center. And it's 25 feet deep, and we had the shuttle mock-up in there back in those days. Today there's a space station mock-up down in the bottom of the NBL, Neutral Buoyancy Lab. But this training was very important for us. We were hoping we weren't going to have to do a spacewalk, but you need to be ready in case something breaks, but everything went fine.
Yeah, one of the challenges of Chandra is Chandra was the heaviest payload that the space shuttle ever carried to orbit officially. And you guys did not want to come back with that in the payload bay if anything went wrong in orbit.
Yeah,
or
and
even
speaking of training, I had to train as the commander who lands the shuttle. I had to train for end of mission, which was empty payload bay. We were very lightweight, but I also had to train in the event that we had to bring Chandra back. So let's say those checks that we were doing, if something wasn't working and the engineers on the ground said, you know, we really can't send Chandra out the way it is, we need to bring it back, fix the problem, and launch it again another day, we had the capability to do that on the shuttle, which was one of the nice benefits of having the shuttle instead of being on an expendable rocket where, you know, once it gets up there, you can't bring it back. So we had the capability to bring it back. The problem was we would be landing the heaviest shuttle that had ever been landed, and there's a lot of issues with that. You land at a higher speed. There's, you know, say, abort modes. You don't have as much capability with the flight control system, with the weight, heavy weight, and the fact that the center of gravity, because most of that weight was in the back of the shuttle, when the center of gravity of an airplane or a spacecraft is very far back, it makes the flying very tricky, and there's a tendency that you could over-control or get into a pilot-induced oscillation. I had to train for all of that in the event that we brought Chandra back. Thank goodness we didn't have to do that.
A $2 billion telescope,
Yeah.
You don't want to leave it stranded in orbit.
There were many reasons we didn't want to bring it back.
Absolutely.
And I know it's been 25 years, but I'll tell you, I'm like so happy that the mission went as well as it did.
You were saying that I guess you were concerned that the landing gear would even hold up if you came in with this.
Yeah, we had some, you know, the engineers were worried about the landing gear. They actually asked me, when you touch down, can you touch down at less than, your vertical velocity less than I think it was 0.6. So we normally train to be less than 2 feet per second downward vector to get a nice smooth touchdown. Well, they said, can you land at less than 0.6? And I go, well, I always try to land the best I can, but I can't guarantee it's going to be the case. Well, apparently they hadn't done the numbers and done the analysis to prove that the tires wouldn't blow if I landed at 0.2 instead of 0.6. And so we went around and around with that, and so I think they finally did the analysis to make sure that things would be okay. And fortunately, we didn't have to test that.
No pressure on your first mission as commander whatsoever.
Well, I'll tell you, no pressure. Well, when you're the first woman commander of a flight, there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And it's mostly other women pilots. We're always saying, Eileen, do it for us, do it for us. And I'm like, can't make a mistake.
T-minus 15 seconds.
So we're going to take a look at the first one here.
T-minus 12. 10. 9. 8. 7.
Cutoff is given. STD to CCD. But we had hydrogen in the app at 640 ppm. I copy. And C-prop NCD.
We have a cutoff of our sequence.
Decreasing now. And did this C-prop, we see the spike. Okay. Any emergency securing?
Go back one here. Okay.
One of the interesting things about notice is July 20th. And July 20th, as most of you know, was the anniversary of the first moon landing, which was 30 years. It was 1969, January 20th was the first moon landing. So we were launching the Chandra on the 30th anniversary of the moon landing. And the 3 Apollo 11 astronauts were there. We had a lot of distinguished visitors there. We scrubbed. Fortunately, the engines did not light. What you saw there was not the engines. It was the sparkler. We call them sparklers. I think there's a more official name for them. But they light to burn off any excess hydrogen that might be out there on the launch pad. Because you don't want hydrogen pooling out there because it's flammable. So they kind of figured it's kind of like a lightning rod. They figured way back in the early days, let's just burn off this excess hydrogen so we don't have a boom or a fire. But those sparklers took 2 days to change. The engines did not start. If they had, it would have been at least a month to change the engines out. So fortunately, we only had 2 days, so we went back into quarantine, and we tried again on July 22nd.
And you had?
And, well, just one little thing on that. We went in for our weather briefing the night of July 22nd, and the weatherman said you have a 100% chance of good weather for launch. And we're out, so we suited up and we went out there and we got in our seat and we did the whole launch countdown. This is a lot of people, a lot of time, a lot of money. And it was about 30 minutes before launch and we see the lightning going off. So we scrubbed for lightning. And I got back into crew quarters, and I had a phone call from the weatherman over at the Cape Canaveral, and he's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And I go, that's okay. You know, I mean, you didn't make the weather happen, but how about if we get a 99% chance of good weather tomorrow night? But anyway, we went back out there a third night, and we finally launched.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that the space shuttle ever launched at all, because you had to not only have good weather at Kennedy, but you had to have good weather at all of the abort sites across the ocean and up and down the seaports.
Yeah, and you not only had to have good launch weather, but in case you had to do return to launch site, you know, we had the capability to turn around and come back if we lost an engine or had a major malfunction. So we had to have good weather for landing back at the launch site, and we landed, as you know, on the runway. We had to have crosswinds in limits, and you had to have a certain cloud ceiling. And on the abort sites overseas, we had people over there supporting that and calling back the weather. And we had teams really around the globe that were supporting our mission.
You only had, actually, if I recall, you had one mission that actually launched on the announced date on the first attempt.
Yeah, my second mission in 1997 actually went on the same date that it was scheduled to go a year prior when we started training. All my other missions were major delays, but you know, we live with that. You know, so you wake up in the morning, you don't know like what's going to happen today. So for the astronauts, you wake up and you're like, well, we might launch today or we might scrub today. You got to be ready for both.
Okay. So we're going to go to the third launch attempt now, and this one you're going to hear a lot of talk going back and forth. It's probably going to be hard for us to talk over it, but this is the closest NASA probably came to losing another space shuttle on launch other than Challenger. So we're going to listen to what's coming down from the air to ground and ground to air, but then Eileen will describe a little bit more about what's going on here.
T-minus.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We have a go for engine start. 0. We have booster ignition and liftoff of Columbia, reaching new heights for women in X-ray astronomy.
Columbia is in the roll. We've got a fuel cell PH number 1.
Roger roll, Columbia. We're looking at. Columbia, Houston, we'd like AC bus sensors off. We're evaluating the fuel cell. Columbia. Roger that, Columbia. Looks like we had a transient on AC1.
No transient.
Columbia is now headed downrange, altitude 3.8 miles. And as we hear, all systems okay. It looks like a sensor on board.
There's no sensor.
3 engines throttling down, all at 67%.
Columbia, Houston, we are critical to AC2 on the center engine, AC3 on the right. We've lost DCU-A on the center and DCU-B on the right.
Copy that.
And Columbia, Houston, you are go at throttle up.
Columbia, go at throttle up.
Okay. Yeah, so just what was going on there, it liftoff, at 5 seconds after lifting off, we got a message that there was something wrong with the fuel cell PH1. And so that was the call that I made. You know, we're in the roll program, you know, because we rolled to get the trajectory out over the ocean. And I just attached that call, hey, we've got this message. So we knew that something had happened. We didn't have insight on board. The astronauts couldn't see exactly what it was. I thought it's probably a sensor, but it turned out it was not a sensor. It turned out that we actually, and I said that we actually had a transient, but we have 9 AC buses. One of them, AC1 Phase A, it just died. So there was a wire bundle back in the payload bay that while the shuttle was shaking, there was a lot of shaking going on launch, that was rubbing up against a screw head, and it rubbed right through the Kapton insulation, and it shorted out the wiring underneath. And because of that, we lost a lot of AC components. And one of them was just this fuel cell message that popped up, but we lost those engine controllers that you heard the Capcom talking about. So we lost an engine controller on the center, we lost one on the right, but there's backup controllers, so the backup ones took over. Another thing you didn't really hear about in the video is the fact that we were leaking hydrogen. And I don't know, maybe Jonathan, you might want to talk about that.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, so we'll get to that later.
Yeah, so you have the two control computers on each engine. You've lost one now in the center and one in the right engine, so there's no backup if the other ones fail. So Houston tells you now to take the sensors offline so that you don't accidentally, so the computers don't accidentally shut down.
Yeah, that called AC bus sensors off protects for another failure shutting down an engine. And if we had another engine shut down, we would have been returned to launch site. Where back in the shuttle days, if you're flying out, you lose an engine, you can't get to space. So we would pitch around. This was never actually done. We did it in the simulator. It was analyzed that it would actually work, but we don't know.
John Young said it gave you something to do while you were waiting to die.
Yeah, well, that's especially when you're that heavy.
Yeah.
So you fly, and then if you invoke the RTLS return to launch site abort mode, the shuttle pitches around, it flies backwards through its own plume until it gets to VREL 0, which is where your velocity is 0, relationship to the Earth, and then starts flying back. That is done under automatic control. Although we have the ability to hand fly it, it would be done under automatic control, assuming that would be working. And you would fly back to Kennedy Space Center, and then when you ran out of gas, you separate from the tank goes down, you go up, and then you would steer and land. So we were only one failure away from that happening. And fortunately, I mean, you don't want to do that with that big heavy payload. You don't want to do it at all. But the entire what we have 135 shuttle flights, no one ever did a return to launch site abort. But it was certified to work.
So you had the electrical short. The shuttle was leaking hydrogen. For some reason, there was
that was a separate problem.
A separate problem, yeah. So Houston was, and you couldn't see that in the shuttle, but Houston was noticing that the right engine was burning hydrogen differently than it was supposed to. And Houston was also noticing that they had apparently lost steering on one of the two solid rocket boosters, which turned out to be a false reading. And then it was found out later on that they'd also short-loaded the amount of liquid oxygen in the external tank.
Yeah, there were a lot of separate things going on. Probably the most serious of all those, well, I mean, they were all serious, but the fact that we were leaking hydrogen, you're going to see in one of these future slides, there's pins in the injector plate in the engines. If some of these holes in the injector plate were not perfectly cut right, they would pin them with, it looked like a golf tee. You can imagine an upside down golf tee, they'd shove it in there to block that portion of the injector plate. We had, one engine had like 3 pins in it. Well, one of those popped out right when the engine started, and it hit the cooling tubes, and we were leaking hydrogen. Well, we had no insight into that. We did not know we were leaking hydrogen. If you're interested, you can pull up on YouTube. You can put STS-93 launch, I want to say training video, or mission control narrative, and you can hear what the flight controllers are saying in the back room, talking about the tags are off, and like the temperatures aren't right, the pressure's not right, something's wrong with that engine. And they were trying to figure out what was wrong with it. Of course, we didn't know this was happening as we were going up. But then we had what's called an early MECO, main engine cutoff. And normally a space shuttle shut down, in basically almost every launch vehicle, shuts down per the computer at a point in space at a certain velocity that it is flying a very narrow corridor to that point. And it shuts down when a command from the computer goes out to the millisecond. Well, what happened on our flight was we ran out of gas. So we never made it to that MECO point. Instead, we ran out of gas, and there's 4 sensors in the bottom of that orange tank. When they go dry or they sense the gas is out, they send a command to shut all 3 engines down. And that's what happened. In all the shuttle flights, only 2 missions had early MECO. And one of them was back in like 1985, and theirs was early MECO because they had a sensor problem. Ours was a real problem. We actually did run out of gas. So those 4 low-level sensors they saved our life, because if the engines don't shut down and let's say they suck in a vacuum, they're not sucking in fuel, but they suck in a vacuum, they're going to explode because they'll cavitate. And the way engines work is they're designed. When they're running, they have to have pressure in them, and if it runs out of pressure, it kaboom. So we were. Fortunately, our backup worked in that case too. And those were 2 separate problems. And by the way, after we flew this mission, all the shuttles were grounded until they could inspect all the wiring, and those engines that we had never flew again. They went to it was called a phase 2 engine. We went to block 1 engines after that.
And it turned out to be lucky that it was actually, I think it was the main computer on the right engine that shut down, because the backup computer wasn't measuring exactly the same things, and so it modified the engine fuel consumption differently. If it had been the main engine, the main controller, you would have run out of gas. It was just
there were a lot of these malfunctions that were affecting each other. And I think you have a slide for I was talking about the actual leak itself.
Yeah, let's see. Well, this is the screw head that caused the short circuit.
Oh yeah, and look up there at the top. You can see part of the wire bundle. This is a wire bundle. We call them electrical buses, but electrical bus is just something that, it carries the electricity. And this part of the AC1 phase A bus down here apparently is what rubbed up against that.
You can see the screw is it's been turned too hard.
And they didn't inspect that. That was underneath one of the panels. And so after we had this problem, all the shuttles were pulled apart and all the wiring was inspected.
So this is the fuel leak. This is an engineering video. And you'll see on the right-hand engine a very bright spot. There we go. That's the fuel leak. Again, no indication of this to you in the cockpit whatsoever.
Yeah, we had no idea until main engine cutoff. It happened early, and you could see we have a little bug. We call it a bug, but it's a little carrot that comes across the display. And normally when it hits the indicator, the engine shut down. This one shut down early, so we knew there was something wrong.
But fortunately,
after the engine shut down.
You had enough velocity to get into an orbit that was necessary to deploy Chandra. You didn't have to do any adjustments.
Yeah, so our what we call an OMS 2 burn. So we had the orbital engines that only operate in space. The 2 engines that are way up on the top of the back of the shuttle, they were able to make up the difference in what we call the OMS 2 burn. They were able to make up the difference in the low orbit that we were at, but it was very minor.
This is the view of the punctured tubes here. This was after you came back to Earth here. Those things are carrying liquid hydrogen, which cools the engine bell down, and it's on its way to the combustion chamber. So there's 3 of them that have been punctured, and I think what I read after the accident was if 5 of them had been compromised, then the engine would have exploded. So again, this was caused by a pin shooting out of the engine right when it ignited.
Yeah, in these tubes here, the hydrogen is cryogenic, means very, very cold. That's circulated through these cooling tubes to keep the engine operating so it doesn't get too hot. So you have to have the hydrogen circulating through there.
Otherwise, it would have just burned through the nozzle. Yeah. Okay, so this is the deploy now.
Okay, yeah, here we are. Now, we had no idea any of that stuff had happened. So we're in space. We're like, yeah, let's get this Chandra out. That's our job. So this is a view looking from the shuttle cockpit backwards. Here's the wing. The shuttle tail is back here. This is the front of Chandra, and I mentioned way in the back here. There's a tilt table. So Katie and Michelle were in charge of doing this. They started the motion where the Chandra was tilting up, 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 and they stopped it at 28 degrees and ran a series of checks on it, which the checks were all fine. There's Katie, there's Michelle. I'm over here. I don't know what I'm doing there. I was in charge of making sure that the orbiter was in the right attitude for the deploy. A couple views here of the very end of this is the imaging, the end of Chandra. Here's the moment of deploy. So Katie hit the deploy switch. This is a camera in the back of the shuttle looking forward. And you can see this is our IUS. Here's the engine bell. I mentioned it's a solid rocket motor. The Chandra, you can't see, it's way up here. We are in the windows here looking out and taking pictures, because once we deployed it, there was nothing left for us to do, because all of the commands that went to Chandra were now sent from the ground. There was a team in Sunnyvale, the Air Force team was operating the IUS, and there was a team up in Boston, Cambridge, actually, that was operating the Chandra portion of the telescope itself. So we were kind of taking a break as Chandra flew overhead. I had to fly the orbiter away, so I had a couple flying actions to do to fly us away from Chandra. And here's the view out the back. This is Yeah, there's a little cover on that engine belt. Don't worry, when the engine lights, that cover gets blown off. I think it was just there to keep what we call FOD, foreign object damage, from going in there on the ground. And here's our last view of Chandra. And I think we made a radio call down to the team and thanked them for all the hard work they did. And we're hoping that everything works fine, because Chandra, after it did its burn, it went a third of the way to the moon, which it's a highly elliptical orbit because it needed to be far away from the Earth's, I would say, any background radiation that reflects off of the Earth. You didn't want that to affect the imaging.
It stays out of the Van Allen belts too, if I recall.
Yeah, it's about a third of the way to the moon. And then when it's at perigee, when it's very close to, as it orbits the Earth, when it's very close to the Earth, it doesn't do any imaging at all. And when it goes through the belts, it doesn't do any imaging.
So how far away? So it was another orbit when the ground fired the engine.
Yeah, I can't remember how far it was, but we actually asked. So we were given an attitude to be in from our mission control at the time that the actual upper stage burned. We wanted to see the burn, and I think it was about an hour later. And we asked if we could maneuver the shuttle so we can watch the engine light on the IOS. They're like, no, you can't do that. We're like, well, we want to do that. Well, we want to be respectful of the engineers that operate. They go, well, we're afraid if the IUS blows up, the debris might get on the shuttle windows, so we want you to turn around. So if it blew up, the debris would go on our tiles instead. Go figure that one out. Right. There's a little bit of risk in everything you do.
That's right.
But it turned out, so we stayed awake the rest of the day, and we got word back that everything's checking out good. And it was a month later that they finally got the first light. So we'll turn that back to Jonathan.
Yeah, this is the first light image from Chandra of Cassiopeia A, and that white dot at the center is the first view of the neutron star at the center of Cassiopeia A. So
we were thrilled. This came down sometime in late August, and I remember being in the office and we go, oh, Chandra first light is down. So we were all really excited, and I'll tell you, it was really super rewarding to be part of that mission. I always wanted to be on an astronomy mission, and because I kind of always loved astronomy, so this was a great way to take two things, flying and astronomy, together. It was really great. And we got to know the astronomers and the people that operate Chandra, the scientists as well as the managers and the engineers. And it was built at TRW, which doesn't exist anymore, but we made several trips out there to talk to the people that built it. And it was like a big family. It was really great.
And you had a big reunion kind of thing with Harvard and the Smithsonian this last summer, didn't you? Almost like a week of programs.
Every 5 years there is a reunion, and they have like a symposium where the astronomers that use the Chandra data to do their work, they come and they present their work. And that's done every 5 years. So I've been to the 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20, and just recently, last year, the 25-year reunion. And it's always great. Now they sit around and watch the briefings. It's always fun.
So this was, I encourage you to go online and just look for Chandra, just Google Chandra, look at some of the amazing images. There's some fantastic ones that are being done combining the images from Chandra and Hubble and James Webb and the other observatories. So we get a chance to see not only the visible light of what's going on, but you get a much better feel for the actual processes that are going on inside the objects being observed. These are some of Chandra data combined with other images, and I am not an X-ray astronomer. I'm a visual guy, but I just wanted to show some. Pretty pictures are always great with the public, so this was some of the best ones. So two of my favorite ones. This is Centaurus A. I don't know how many of you have ever imaged Centaurus A before. Anybody ever taken a picture of it? I remember seeing that black stripe across the center of it. Well, Chandra got a great picture of the black hole at the center of Centaurus A and the radio jets that are coming out from it. And this blue bubble that's surrounding the galaxy is actually some of that material that's left over from those jets, caused by those jets pushing out from Centaurus A. This is another great picture of the hand of God. There's always, people love to give pillars of creation or other things like that. This is a pulsar wind nebula. The pulsar is at the very center there. This is a pulsar that exploded about 1,700 years ago in the constellation of Circinus near Alpha Centauri. The whole nebula is about 150 light years wide. And Chandra has also taken images, for example, of the auroras on Jupiter. This is combining Hubble images with Chandra just got those auroras. It didn't get pictures of Jupiter in the X-ray domain. And then also, this is 30 hours of exposure on Saturn with X-rays reflecting off of oxygen molecules in Saturn's rings and the environs. So Chandra is, again, providing very, very valuable science. I think the last I saw, over 70 terabytes of data that's come down from there. A lot of it is still yet to be analyzed, so it's a wealth of data that's being provided.
Yeah, we keep hearing from the scientists that they have generations and generations of data. And we do not want them to shut down Chandra because of budget issues, but there is so much data out there that for those of you who want to be astronomers someday, for the young people in the audience, you're going to have plenty of data that you can work with. 25 years, and it's all stored where the data is organized, it's correct, and you can pull it based on what you want. And in the future, we can use artificial intelligence to look for things that maybe would take forever for a human to look for. So that data will always be out there as long as we take care of it.
Well, thank you to Eileen and your crew for deploying Chandra in a flawless deployment, and I'm glad that the telescope is still working as it is. Okay, yeah. A couple other images. We get questions about what does space look like from inside the space shuttle.
Yeah, so we have a few more things we're going to cover here. Well, this slide was actually, or this photo was not taken on the Chandra mission. This was taken on my second mission, which was STS-84 in 1997. So some of you might remember Comet Hale-Bopp, and I thought, oh, this is great. I'm going to get and this is Comet Hale-Bopp, and oh, I'm going to get a photo of that. I really want to get a good photo. And remember, we didn't have internet. Well, we had internet, but not the way it is today. And I subscribed to Astronomy magazine, so I said, oh, I want to get my photo published in Astronomy magazine, and I'm going to take it from orbit. So I got the photo guys, and we developed a procedure, get the right camera, get the right lens, filter, all the right equipment, and how we're going to how we're going to mount the camera, and how we're going to maneuver the orbiter. So did all that work, took the picture, came home, mailed it to Astronomy magazine. Well, about a week later, I got the print issue, and I opened it up, and there was this beautiful picture of Comet Hale-Bopp taken by the previous shuttle crew that flew a month prior that got their picture in before me, and it was way better, too, because when we took it, the comet was like leaving, it was going away. So, and actually, I'm going to tell you, Don Thomas took that photo. So, and he was, I don't remember the actual number of the mission, but it was in the spring of 1997. But that was my photo, so you can see one other interesting thing about this photo is you can see how thin the Earth's atmosphere is. Now, we zoomed way in on the comet, so the Earth looks kind of flat, but I'm telling you, the Earth is really round. And I guarantee you, we go around it once every 90 minutes.
Okay.
So,
all right.
That's it.
And for those of you who are plate solving, that's Betelgeuse at the top center of the image there. Orion is upside down. Okay. Another picture this is from '93, just a picture of the moon from the payload bay. So people were asking you, and I've asked you this question too, can you see stars from inside the cockpit of the space shuttle?
Yeah, you can see stars inside, but honestly, if you were on a mountain on Earth, it would be much better and much clearer, I think. That's my opinion. In the shuttle, we had to be able to turn all the lights down, and you could never get it totally dark inside the cockpit because there was always backlighting, and that would cause a problem with, just reflection. And as Jonathan has said the shuttle windows had three layers. You had a pressure pane, and a thermal pane, and sometimes that thermal pane wasn't always clear. It was not like optical. It was good enough to see through, but not good enough really to photo through. So when I go up in space, I don't really look at the stars unless, if there's something like the moon or a comet, great. But as far as looking at the stars and looking to deep space, I think you can actually do that better from the surface of the Earth or from a telescope in space, not necessarily from the space shuttle in space. But looking back at the Earth you always want to do that because the Earth is just mesmerizing. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Okay. We're going to, here we go. This is the landing of Columbia. So we're going to play just a little bit of, you'll hear the double sonic booms as Columbia is coming in. Now this is coming in for landing 3.5 minutes before landing. And then Eileen will narrate the...
Commander Eileen Collins now at the helm of Columbia and controls as it approaches the runway. Speed 540 miles per hour.
That was sonic boom.
Altitude 40,000 feet.
40,000 feet up now, 3.5 minutes from landing. So now here's the view from the heads-up display.
Is it
Yeah, this is.
So I'm going to talk a little bit through what we're looking at here. So when we land at night, we really need a heads-up display. You want to primarily look out the window, but this heads-up display that you can see here is showing the altitude over here, scrolling down on the left side, and then on the right side you have airspeed. So we're flying 300, eventually we're hitting 300 knots indicated airspeed as our altitude decreases. Down here is a speed brake. Now we talk about the fact that we don't have engines to like add power and go around if it looks like we're going to miss the runway, but we still have to control our energy, so the speed brake goes in and out to keep your speed at 300 knots. These lights up here are the xenon lights that kind of show us where the runway is. And these lights here are called PAPI, Precision Approach Indicators. And I'm aiming right here. I want two bright white, and these are actually red. And then at 3,000 feet, I start a pre-flare, and I'm going from a 20-degree glide slope to a 3-degree glide slope. And I'm following, it's hard to see right here, but you have a velocity vector that I am flying, and that is tracking an attitude, a desired attitude. So this, where the center line lights start, right here is where I want to touch down. That would be 2,500 feet down the runway. This is the ball bar over here. The ball bar helps you stay on your inner glide slope. So we were targeting 195 knots, and the center line of the runway 2,500 feet down. And of course, this is the orbiter Columbia. There's our drag chute. Everything. I had never landed the shuttle before, but I had practiced in our trainer, which is a Gulfstream II. It's an actual airplane that was modified to fly like the shuttle. And I had flown 1,000 approaches, over 1,000 approaches in the Gulfstream II. And then when I eventually flew the orbiter itself, it was very easy to fly. I felt very, very well prepared for that. It kind of flies like an F-16 in my opinion.
Eileen gets the credit for the most accurate landing at Kennedy Space Center on her first comeback from orbit. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. Take a look up here. That's the auxiliary power units. You can see the heat coming out of this. Is infrared. You can see how hot the body flap, the tires. Look how hot they are, and you can see the heat on the wings. You know, the infrared camera will show heat as very bright areas. Okay. And I'm not sure what these things are here.
Yeah.
You can see the engines are a little bit warm. This body flap actually helps you control your pitch, but it also is there to protect the engines on the way home. Okay. Anything else you want to say?
We're going to do something a little different now. Yeah, we're going to, in the last few minutes here, Eileen and I have some questions we always wanted to ask each other.
Yes.
So we just thought we'd start off here. So Eileen, I want to ask you, first of all, okay. After the Columbia accident and the foam loss in 114, that led to the end of the Space Shuttle program and the beginning of the Commercial Crew program. And so I just was curious, in brief, what are your thoughts about commercial crew and professional astronauts now compared to what they used to be, and space tourists?
Yeah, so that's probably the most common question that I'm asked. And you know, I think we were supposed to fly the Space Shuttle till 2020. We had a program, Shuttle 2020. Well, then when the accident happened in 2003, we realized we really need the shuttle to build the space station, but after the space station is built, we're going to stop flying the shuttle due to the risks involved. And we did that. Meanwhile, we had asked private industry to build rockets to replace the shuttle, and that's the SpaceX rocket, which is called the Falcon 9, and the Dragon capsule on top takes our astronauts back and forth to the space station. And of course, we have the Russians that they also launch our astronauts out of Kazakhstan. And we're still, despite the fact that there's a war in Ukraine, that's a whole nother subject, we're still working with the Russians in the human spaceflight program. So that was going on, and now we're trying to get the Boeing Starliner flying. And, you know, it's flown once, and it's going to have a little bit more work before it flies again, but that will be happening. So now, what the big difference is, back in the shuttle days, I would say NASA, or even you, the taxpayers, paid for our space program. It was a government-run program. But we're always fighting a limited budget. And with the idea developed, you know, like probably 20 years ago, why don't we have private, have a private, in fact, they were going to try to privatize the shuttle before the accident. But let's have private companies own and operate these rockets, because we know how it works now. And the contract went to SpaceX and Boeing. So we're doing that now with, I would say, some success. And I am very supportive of that. I do want to say one more thing about that. There is suborbital flight, which is what Blue Origin is doing. So they go up and they come down, and that's like 10 or 11-minute flight. And then there's orbital flight where the shuttle was and where the space station is now. So SpaceX is going to orbit. And to get there, you need a lot more energy, and to come back, you need a heat shield. So that's orbital flight. Now, low Earth orbit, we're turning over to private industry. And the last one is deep space. So NASA will still be, you know, we got the Artemis program, will still be working on deep space, which is back to the moon and onto Mars. Now, I am very fully supportive of commercial and private space flight. We have to do that because there is just not enough money in the NASA budget, or even in the United States budget, or all of our international partners don't have the budget to do all the things we want to do. So we have to do private space flight, and I am very supportive of it. I can't speak for all the astronauts, but it's my experience that the astronauts are very supportive of private space flight. So I think that I could keep going on, but that's, that's the most of it. I'm going to switch over here and ask Jonathan a question. You know, he's done a lot more than what you've heard him say today. He's written 4 books, and he's written 2 on the Apollo program. I think Rocket Ranch was your first one. Yeah. He's written a book, Countdown to Moon Launch, and his 3rd one is Bringing Columbia Home, which talks about the aftermath of the Columbia accident in 2003 and the people that, well, I'm going to let Jonathan talk about that. And then our book together was his 4th. So Jonathan, tell us something about your books, and, you know, something you think the audience would like to hear.
You know, for those of you who have ever wanted to write a book, I mean, there's something that people had always said, you know, you need to write a book, but I could never find anything that I was really passionate about. And then I started collecting some Apollo launch control panels from Kennedy Space Center. And in the process of researching those, I met several of the engineers who worked at Kennedy during the Apollo era, and realized that nobody had told the story of those people. We've heard a lot about mission control and the astronauts, but not much about what went on at Kennedy. And I mean, I literally woke up one morning with the idea for how to write this book, and looked up, how do you write a book? How do you write a book proposal? How do you find an editor? And within the week, I had a contract from a publisher. I couldn't believe it. And then the last 2 books, Bringing Columbia Home and Eileen's book, both literally fell in my lap. After Eileen wrote the epilogue to Bringing Columbia Home, and when I found out she didn't have a memoir, I was always on her to try to write, to have somebody tell her story, because she has such an incredible story, and she kept saying, I'm too busy, I'm too busy. And then COVID hit. Eileen called me up and said, my calendar's free, do you still want to write the book? So
well, we wouldn't have a book if it wasn't for COVID. I hate to say it.
So, you know, Isaac Newton invented calculus during the plague, and we wrote Eileen's book during COVID. Do you want to? We're running out of time. Do you want to do the rapid fire?
Yeah. Well,
we're going to do the lightning round. You want to do the lightning round?
Yeah. Okay. So we thought we would do something fun at the end. So, yeah, let's wrap it up with the lightning round. Okay. You want to go first?
All right, Eileen. You've already answered this one. Earth round or flat?
Oh. The Earth is definitely round. I had a 7th grade girl tell me the Earth was flat. I could not convince her otherwise. The Earth is round. I will put my bank account on it.
All right.
Okay, Jonathan, UFOs, real or fake?
Fake. Yeah.
Fake. Definitely fake. Okay.
Or are they unknown?
Fake.
Fake. Okay.
They're airplanes.
Okay.
Okay. Am I up?
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, Star Wars or Star Trek?
Oh, Star Trek. Star Trek. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. All right, Eileen, Star Trek or Lost in Space?
Oh, Star Trek.
Okay.
Star Trek. Jonathan, Kirk or Picard?
Kirk.
Okay.
All right. All right, Eileen, Luke Skywalker or Han Solo?
Oh, Han Solo. Yeah, Han Solo. Will Robinson or robot?
Oh, the robot, yeah. All right, Galileo or Copernicus?
That's a tough one. I'll go with Galileo.
Okay.
Since I read about him. As I went with Galileo or Newton.
Oh, Newton. All right.
Newton,
How about
okay.
Newton or Einstein?
Well, I'll take Einstein because my initials are EMC, E equals MC squared. So I'll take Einstein. Jonathan, calculus or physics?
Calculus. Okay.
Okay.
Or calculus or chemistry?
I'm going to take calculus also, since I
Okay.
taught it for 3 years.
Okay.
I'll take calculus. Jonathan, moon or Mars?
Moon. Okay.
Okay.
So Eileen, moon or Earth?
I'm going to go with Earth. I haven't been to the moon, but I've been to Earth, so
Okay.
I'll go with Earth. They have better pizza on Earth. Jonathan, Plato or Socrates?
Well, that's a tough one. Socrates, because he knew that he didn't know anything, which is kind of the way that the world I live in. Okay. So Socrates or Aristotle?
You know, I don't know any better. I'll go with Aristotle for something different.
Okay.
So we probably need to learn more about those guys. SpaceX or Blue Origin?
For right now, SpaceX.
Okay.
All right. All right, so the right stuff or Apollo 13?
I would go with the right stuff because I love those guys.
Okay.
Apollo 13 was also good, but I'll pick
Okay.
the right stuff. Rocket Man or Major Tom?
Rocket Man. Rocket Man.
Okay.
All right. Raoul Edmondson or Shackleton?
Well, you know, I actually looked these guys. I would go with Edmondson because he actually made it to the South Pole.
Yeah.
Right? He actually made it.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. But Edmondson or, this is easy, Edmondson or Scott?
I'd still go with Edmondson.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. 0G or 1G?
You know, I'm going to go with 1G. 0G is fun, but if I'm going to live the rest of my life in 0G, I don't want to do that. I want a 1G for the rest of my life. And the last question, Jonathan, Discovery, Atlantis, or Columbia?
Well, I have to go with Columbia now just because of the book. But at the time, before the accident, Discovery was. How about for you? What's your favorite one?
Well, I would go with Columbia also. I mean, Columbia, we deployed Chandra out of Columbia, but we also lost Columbia in 2003. So, you know, a special place in my heart. Columbia was the first shuttle to fly in space, and you know, I mean, we don't have it anymore. So I'll go with Columbia. But to end on a happy note, Jonathan has a slide on the movie.
Oh, that's true. Absolutely. I forgot about that. Yes. So here we go. So for those of you who are coming or who are able to stay at 6:15 this evening, Eileen and I will be introducing Space Woman. This is a brand new documentary about Eileen's life. It is amazing, absolutely amazing. I can say that because I wasn't involved in it. But I think you will see a side of Eileen that you have never seen before, and her family. And so we'll be here at 6:15 here in the theater this evening. It's not available to the general public yet, so you guys get a chance to see it on the big screen, which most people have not had a chance to see that.
Yeah, and then you can write some reviews on it too.
Okay.
If you want.
Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you, NEAF. Thanks for having us tonight.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, John. There will be a book signing outside here after this, right now.
Okay, we'll see you all.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so, my hope is that after, someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. come and really take a look at what this enclave has, look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so, my hope is that after, someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
you can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The Dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from. And the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you all for being here this day. I certainly hope you have been having a good time today here at NEAF 2025. Okay. But I'd also like to take this opportunity to have a big shout out to the crew that is putting this together. The people in the back that are technology, AV people, Johnny and his crew. Give them a big round of applause for everything they're doing to make this successful. And most importantly, a big shout out to Ed Siemens and his team that actually put this together for you and for your enjoyment and everything we've done here. But big shout out for Ed. So for our next speaker, I'm actually going to need a little help from my friend because their relationship goes back quite a bit. And so I'd like to bring to the stage the hardest working and most accurate meteorologist in the universe, Mr. Joe Rayo.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you. Very pleasant good afternoon, everybody. This is a little unorthodox because normally I would not be coming out to introduce a speaker, but this is kind of a special occasion for me. Back in the late 1980s, I was on radio, and I was doing the weather for many radio stations in the northeastern United States, indicating weather forecasts. And one of the radio stations that I was doing, and I was broadcasting from Queens, actually, right here in the tri-state area. And one of the radio stations that we supplied weather for was a radio station in Syracuse, New York, WRHP. And at WRHP, their senior newscaster at that time was a gentleman by the name of Peter King. And Peter and we interacted with each other when we were doing when I was doing the weather and he was doing the news at RHP. But then after a while, we kind of lost track of each other, which happens in broadcasting. And then we crossed paths again, thanks to Facebook. About a dozen years ago, I forgot whether I saw him or whether he saw me, but we connected on Facebook, and we've been Facebook friends ever since. The interesting thing about this, going all the way back to those days at WRHP, is that neither one of us have ever met in the flesh. Earlier today, was the first time that Peter and I ever stood face to face and got a chance to see each other. So it's been wonderful to not only connect with Peter, but actually to be with him and see him. And he asked me to be the one to introduce him today. Now, I've already gone through, if you were with us earlier today, his expertise in space reporting. He is the principal reporter for coverage of NASA and reported on the Space Shuttle program for CBS from 1995 to its conclusion in 2011. This gentleman, by the way, from my time with him on WRHP, my time being with him today, excuse me, is a man of character. He truly is a man of character, and he has done so much, not just in terms of reporting about space, but he is also a first-class newscaster as well. In 2018, he was the first network radio reporter on the scene at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shootings in Parkland, Florida, and was the principal reporter for CBS News Radio's Edward R. Murrow Award, winning breaking news coverage. He remained in Parkland and then followed students to Tallahassee as they rallied for stricter firearms in Florida, and then followed up with more reporting on significant events, most notably related to the tragedy of such disasters as Hurricane Florence in South Carolina, Hurricane Michael in the Florida Panhandle. In 2018, other assignments included assignments during every presidential election from 2000 on. He is frequently heard as the anchor on the longest-running network radio newscast, the CBS News World News Roundup. He sometimes makes reference when he's on Facebook that he tells his Facebook friends, "I'm sitting in the big chair today," the big chair being the anchor desk at the CBS World News Roundup. His reporting has won many awards, including several shared Edward R. Murrow and Headliner Awards at CBS, Best Investigative Reporting, Best Serious Feature from the Associated Press of Florida. He had a documentary in 2020, One Giant Leap Revisited, commemorating the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, and he won the Best Documentary History category at the New York Festival Awards. In 2023, the National Space Club and Foundation presented him with its press award, making him only the 4th CBS News correspondent to win that award. The other three, I think you've heard of the other three, William Harwood, Edward R. Murrow, and some guy named Walter Cronkite. In 2015, he was the recipient of a National Space Club Florida Committee Harry Colum Memorial Award for News and Communication for his many decades of reporting on NASA and space. I started out by telling all of you that this was a man of character. This is indeed a man of character that all of us here at NEAF are enormously proud to have as our Saturday afternoon keynote speaker. And in the heart of this old former colleague of his at WRHP in Syracuse, there's a little extra jump as I make this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter King. Oh. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. It's not often you get a chance to hear your eulogy while you're still alive. Joe, thank you for that. I just got one little correction for you. 1980, in the late 80s, when we were doing our thing on radio, I was actually working in music radio at the time, and I was in music radio for 20 years before I wound up moving to Florida and going into journalism, and then into space journalism as part of that. So I am really honored to be here, and I thank you all for coming. I hope we give you some good takeaways on what it's like to report on space. There will be a good question and answer session out of this. You know, quite frankly, I think your questions could be more interesting than the things that I think you're interested in. So I hope you brought them with you. We're going to have a great time for the next hour or so. And let's see, what do we got here? Oh, that's right. They said, don't look back. You have the monitor in front of you. You got to remember, I'm a radio guy, so I'm not used to the visuals. This is the first time I've ever used a PowerPoint thingy, so be patient with me, if you will. So 3 decades of space reporting. I should tell you first why I love radio. One of the reasons is that I don't have to dress up like this for the radio. I can come out of your radio wearing gym shorts and a t-shirt and sound like I'm wearing a 3-piece suit. And the other thing is, all you really need to do good radio these days, or a good interview, is something like this. It's extremely portable and it's amazing. But it's been like that for a long, long time. I'll tell you that I was not always a news person. I've been a news person for more than 30 years now. Let's see if this works. Okay. There we go. That sign hangs in my office. There's a story behind it. My wife Valerie was telling friends of hers when we first started dating, you know, what it is I do. So she's saying, well, you know, He anchors CBS Radio Network newscasts at the top of the hour. Sometimes he does the morning newscast. Sometimes he does the World News Roundup, which is the longest running broadcast in radio and broadcast history. He's been known to cover a number of breaking stories, and Joe just talked about that. He covers space, and he's covered space since 1996 or 97. And the friend kind of looked at her and said, so he's kind of a big deal, isn't he? And that kind of stuck as a nickname for me. Around the house, I'm known as the big deal, definitely in quotation marks. And my feeling is I'm not necessarily a big deal, but what I do is a pretty big deal. So I want to share with you a little bit of big dealism and how it all got started. That's not where I wanted to go. This is where I wanted to go. And then we're going to go back. Let's go back to 1969. It was 1969, July 20th. My family and I were getting ready to take a trip, and we were at Kennedy Airport, where CBS News had a big screen set up, and you could see who's on there, just barely, Walter Cronkite. This isn't that screen, but it was one just like it. We were flying out of Kennedy Airport that night, and all the networks went nuts with their coverage, as they should have, for the first moonwalk, and they had big screens in all kinds of public viewing areas. This is what it looked like at Kennedy Airport that night. And it was a sea of humanity, as they like to say, watching and waiting. And a 12-year-old boy who had just gotten his first cassette recorder decided that he was going to stand for 4 hours waiting for Armstrong to come out. And take a look up there at that insert. I'm in there along with my then 8-year-old brother and waiting for Neil to come out. Well, guess what? He did, and then we had to go to our flight. Now, I had my cassette recorder with me because I was going to keep an audio diary of our trip, which I thought would be kind of cool. And I thought, what a great place to start. And let's see if I can get this thing to fire up now. Oh.
Neil Armstrong has just stepped foot on the moon! Here's the reaction! Neil Armstrong has just set foot at the moon at 10:56 Eastern Daylight Time. The reaction at Kennedy Airport.
These are some of the other things I've worked on over the years.
May 5th, 1961, the day Alan Shepard became the first American in space. It was a 15-minute shotgun ride up and down aboard a tiny spacecraft called Freedom 7. The first flight of the Mercury program came nearly a month after the Russians had put Yuri Gagarin in orbit.
Most of the time, we had no idea what the Russians were doing until it hit Aviation Week.
The Delta II rocket is off the pad. We're seeing a wonderful picture from the rocket as it lifts off from Cape Canaveral Air Station. If everything goes as planned, Mars Odyssey will arrive at the Red Planet in late October, about October 24th, to begin its mission to map chemical composition, look for water, and measure the radiation at the Red Planet.
We know that NASA hasn't heard from Spirit in more than a day. What we don't know is why. Deputy Program Manager Richard Cook says the last signals were a series of beeps acknowledging a message from home.
It's essentially telling us, hey, I got the command and it was received. You know, I heard you, and here's a confirmation that I heard you.
And Cassini is now past the first critical point. That would have been the 25-second point, which would get it clear out over the ocean just in case something went wrong. And they were hoping for that.
At this time, all systems are go.
This is a CBS News special report, the launch of Shuttle Discovery. I'm Peter King, along with CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood at the Kennedy Space Center, where we're just over a minute away from the start of the ninth shuttle mission, ninth and final shuttle mission to the Russian Mir space station.
The first components of the International Space Station are open and occupied now. Peter King is at the Kennedy Space Center.
They've been inside the space station just over an hour. Russian Sergei Krikovlev and Shuttle Commander Bob Cabana went through the Unity hatch together, signifying the U.S.-Russian partnership in the space station. The usually chatty Cabana says he's almost speechless, telling Mission Control.
This is outstanding, Chris. I just, words can't express it.
CBS News, I'm Peter King, live at the Kennedy Space Center, the starting point for John Glenn's return to space.
And on this historic mission, let the wings of discovery lift us onto the future.
Shuttle Columbia is supposed to be touching down just about 2 minutes from now.
Central Time of Emergency procedures, and I begin to follow those.
There is a problem. Nobody has heard a word from Shuttle Columbia in about 14.5 minutes.
The technical cause of the Columbia disaster was no surprise. Board member Scott Hubbard.
In 4 simple words, the foam did it.
But the report slammed NASA's management and culture. Board chair Hal Gaiman tells CBS News the shuttle itself is not inherently unsafe, but
the board is absolutely convinced. We think there's no room for any doubt whatsoever. The management system that they have right now is not capable of safely operating the shuttle over the long term.
NASA says Discovery's in good shape, but its other announcement is a stunner.
We had a debris event.
Shuttle program manager Bill Parsons says an unexpectedly large chunk of foam fell from the fuel tank after launch. That wasn't supposed to happen with a new tank redesigned after the Columbia accident.
Miss Nowak, did you intend to murder me?
The questions were a far cry from her last chat with the media after a successful shuttle flight last summer. Lisa Nowak left the Orange County Jail with her head buried under a coat minutes after attorney Don Lickeback criticized Orlando police and prosecutors for adding an attempted murder charge. Shuttle goes from 0 to 1,000 in 18 seconds. It burns up half of its fuel load in the first minute of flight. Just unbelievable acceleration. Former astronaut Jim Voss, what are they feeling in the seats? You've been there 5 times.
Peter, there's a lot of vibration and shaking with the roar of the rocket engines surrounding the crew.
CBS Radio, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call the Atlantis crew on ISS for a voice check.
Hey, good morning, Atlantis crew. This is CBS News Radio at Kennedy Space Center. How do you hear us?
We have you loud and clear at the Kennedy Space Center.
The space shuttle pulls into port for the last time. Its voyage at an end.
We're wrapping up 30 years of space shuttle coverage here on CBS News Radio. Whenever the next human space flight leaves from here, we'll be here to tell you about it. This is a CBS News special report. Good afternoon, I'm Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center, and if all goes as planned, a new era in space begins in just under 13 minutes. SpaceX and NASA hope to launch the first privately owned and operated human spacecraft into orbit from here.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
That line going back to Alan Shepard in the very first American space flight in 1961. Starliner is sitting on top of an Atlas V rocket across the Banana River from us at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Starliner's had 7 years worth of delays involving hardware and software, but now Boeing and NASA say it's ready for prime time. With a successful flight, Boeing would join SpaceX as the second private company to take crew members to the space station. Successful Starliner flight would put Boeing in there too.
There you go. That's all I've got. Thank you. Thank you. It's just a small sampling of what I've done over the years, and it's, as you could tell, I mean, I have absolutely no enthusiasm for doing this, right? But it started back in the 60s and early 70s with Apollo. I was interested in space from Mercury and Gemini. Excuse me, they called it Gemini. And then Apollo changed the equation because they had live television on board, starting with Apollo 7. And that meant we could actually, for the first time, watch American astronauts doing their thing as they did it. Coolest thing, and I don't know if anybody in NASA totally realizes the impact that those early TV broadcasts had on the rest of us, especially us kids who had interest in space. So we fast forward to 1972. I grew up just across the river from here, a river town called Dobbs Ferry, just below Tarrytown. And in 10th grade, my next journalistic exercise was putting together a big report on Apollo 16. Not just They went to the moon, they took 3 rides, they came back, and all was happy. I chronicled this flight from start to finish, recording all the moonwalks on audio tape, transcribing portions of this, writing the narrative as if you're doing a news story, put it together in a report that was probably about 50 pages long, and submitting it. And I did okay. My biology teacher liked it, but later on, these guys liked it too. Charlie Duke, John Young, when I got a chance to interview them as a professional journalist. In fact, they also signed this picture that I shot off the TV screen. I can still remember the instructions, F2, 1/30th of a second back in those days. And there's me with Charlie back in the late 2010s. It was a good time, and he was just super gracious about everything. The radio career starts in 1974. Big hair, big glasses. It was a much different time. That's me as a freshman at Ithaca College, upstate. While Eileen Collins was busy being a real adult a few miles down the road in Elmira, New York, I was learning radio and drinking a lot of beer and doing the things that college freshmen usually do. Well, I wound up in music radio for about 20 years, and it was a great career. I worked in Ithaca, I worked in Burlington, Vermont, Syracuse, New York, and finally Rochester, New York. In 1989, while I was in Syracuse, this is from my very first trip to the Kennedy Space Center, the vehicle assembly building with the old bicentennial logo, which would be replaced a few years later with the old NASA meatball again. In 1993, I wound up moving to Florida and becoming a space journalist a couple of years later, reporting for my local station and doing some stringer work for Voice of America. This is their studio, their trailer that they had on site at KSC. And that same day, getting an up-close and personal look at Atlantis. That was the day that they brought the Olympic torch there, and Lauren Shriver, the former shuttle commander, was the torch bearer at the Cape. Pretty cool stuff. It was a few months later that I got the call from CBS that said basically, you know, we're not happy with the guy who's doing shuttle launches and landings for us out there. It's not working out. Are you interested? By that time, I'd been feeding stories to the network for a couple of years. They knew my work. And it's like, are you interested? And I wanted to say, are you blanking kidding me? What do you think? My first shuttle launch as a broadcaster live on network radio came in February '97, the second Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission. So with our slideshow here, I'm going to show you a little bit about what it is we do out there and some of the people who were involved, because, you know, it makes a big difference. Now, that is our bureau, the infamous CBS News Bureau. You see this little window up here? That's where I work. This is an auxiliary radio studio. This window here, this is where the TV people work upstairs. And this is a TV control room down here. And that's just offices. This is not the building that Walter Cronkite worked in. This building was built in the late 1980s, long after Walter Cronkite retired from CBS News. Here's another shot, and if you take a look at that streak up there, anybody have a guess as to what this streak would be? Just shout it out. Space Station. That's right. Every so often it'll pass directly overhead, especially when we're launching space station flights from there. This is my studio and me. It's pretty simple. We've got a couple of computer screens, an audio control console. These connect us to New York. Over here, by the way, this is just a TV camera that is steadily pointed at the launch pad, because we have a dead-on view of the launch pads, and there you get another look at it without me in it. And These next couple of pictures are a couple of my favorites. They were shot by Miles Doran, one of our really crack TV people. That's me doing a live shot and me calling a live launch. That might well have been the very first SpaceX launch that you heard a little bit of a little while ago. This guy is super important in not just our space coverage, but in my career. Bill Harwood is, to my feeling, the best and most thorough space journalist that I know. Nobody is more prepared than he is. Nobody has more answers than he does. And for me personally, he has been a wonderful teacher and mentor for the past 3 decades or so. Bill appears on TV and on radio for us. His official title is CBS News Space Consultant, which means he's got a consultant's contract, and he's on retainer, which means no matter what happens in space, whenever, he's the guy we call, and he's there for us. And Bill has forgotten more about space than I will ever know, and his knowledge base and, again, preparation is just amazing. You could not ask for a better mentor, friend, or coworker. And I'm not who I am without him helping me get there. Miles Doran, who took those pictures that I showed you a couple of minutes ago, the black and whites and the launch picture, he is our TV producer, and space coverage does not happen on TV with a lot of people. Radio is kind of a one-man band. Although I get help from the TV side, you know, it's me writing, it's me cutting the sound, it's me feeding that sound and my piece to New York so it gets on the air. Miles is the guy who has to pull it all together for the TV side, which means technical crews, setting up audio lines from NASA, SpaceX, Blue Origin, whoever it is we're covering that day, making sure that everybody is fed, making sure that everything in the building works, and what we do doesn't happen without them. This is our TV correspondent for space, Mark Strassman. Mark is totally one of the good guys, and he really hit the ground running when he started covering space probably more than a decade ago, and he's as good as it gets. And this is the size of one of our TV crews. This is, I think, from STS-114. It does take a village to make all of this happen. You know, technicians, sound people, camera people. Reporters are just the face or voice of space coverage. These guys are the heart and soul. Oh yeah, and there's a guy in shorts wearing his NASA badge. That's me. Launch day tradition at CBS. The one time we had forgotten to put Oreos on the shopping list for food needed on launch day, they scrubbed. So an edict was handed down by me. We can never forget the Oreos, because if we do, they'll certainly scrub again. And I believe it was the last crew launch that I was not able to cover, Crew 10, that they forgot the Oreos and they scrubbed for a night. So, you know, I rest my case. We have Oreo moochers who happen to be here at this convention. Ken Kramer and Jean Wright, the So sister, who come over for a photograph all the time, and a cookie. They have a booth here. They have some cool stuff for sale, including photographs and handmade space shirts. Now, we also see astronauts out there. Let me tell you about STS-114's Steve Robinson. This was a real welcome to the big time moment for me. And keep in mind, by the time they flew return to flight in 2005, I've been doing this for 8 years. But it takes a long time to feel like you're really feel like you really belong. The 114 crew lands at the SLF, Shuttle Landing Facility, the big runway. And they always do a Q&A with reporters, and we all asked our questions. It breaks up, and the crew is, you know, getting ready to go to their quarters Steve Robinson walks over to the group of us, though, and I'm standing with heavy hitters like, Bill Harwood, Marcia Dunn from AP, Todd Halverson from Florida Today, many, many more, and it's like he's looking right at me, and I'm thinking, oh, what did I do? He's coming to me, and he says, I want you to know I hear your stuff all the time, and you get it right. And it's like, oh my God. In front of all these heavy hitters, it's like being in the mafia and being a made man, So thank you, Steve Robinson, for that moment. Christina Cook, it is pronounced Cook, came up and visited our booth a couple of years ago during the lead up to Artemis 1. Sometimes we get to go on the road, and for the 50th anniversary of Apollo 13, I went to Forest Lake, Illinois, north of Chicago, which is the hometown for Jim Lovell, and sat down with him for a 90-minute interview, which was the last big interview I did before COVID hit back in 2020. It's nice to have astronaut buddies when you're on the air sometimes. You heard Jim Voss earlier on one of our launches. Shuttle Commander Rick Searfoss was our guy for STS-135 and helped provide some wonderful color and analysis and tell our listeners what it feels like to be in the commander's seat when you're launching a space shuttle. This is one of my favorite people on Earth. Insiders know him as the dude because he'll always start his sentences, hey dude, or whatever. Rob Navius, who has been one of the voices for Mission Control and the lead voice for Mission Control for a very, very long time. Rob is also one of my predecessors at CBS News Radio, and he has what I consider the definitive call of the Challenger accident when he was working for UPI Audio. He was a fine journalist, and he's been a mainstay at NASA for a long, long time. And, we're all going to get to the point where we retire, but he's one of the guys who I hope never retires. John Logston, tell you a story about him. He's George Washington University's space policy emeritus chief and has been a longtime friend. And John was the guy that I asked our people to call the morning of the Columbia accident. We were on the air that day for 8.5 hours. I was on with John for about the first hour and a half of our live coverage until other people started filling in and helping out. One of my favorite pictures. We were getting ready to do a 50th anniversary retrospective of Apollo 11. Joe told you about the award we won for that. And this is me recording voice tracks in Mission Control where I could say, if this were July 20th, 1969, I would not be allowed anywhere near where I'm standing now, the flight director's console in the Mission Control room. It gave our documentary authenticity and credibility. And this was the KSC Public Affairs Launch Commentator Console in 2019. The great Jack King, who called many of the Apollo launches and all of the Gemini launches back in the 60s and early 70s. The equipment was different, but Jack King sat there, and I sat for a long interview with Jack on the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11, and I'd known him for a few years professionally, and said to him, I never wanted to be the guy to go to the moon. I wanted to be a reporter, or I wanted to be you. One of the kindest people ever to work for NASA, and always greeted you like an old friend. There are a lot of great journalists out there, and I am honored to be in their company. ABC's Gina Sinceri has been not just producing for television, but for a long time, she was a radio reporter for ABC News. And while she, like I, do all kinds of other stories from disasters on down, she is their go-to space person to produce TV coverage, and again, for a long time, did radio. Gina's this year's recipient of the National Space Club and Foundation Media Award, and I'm very proud to be in her company. Christian Davenport is a must-read in the Washington Post. I called Jay Barbary the Joe DiMaggio of human spaceflight coverage because Jay called or covered every human spaceflight launch from Alan Shepard through the end of the shuttle program, and that is a record that will never, ever be equaled. He was also very kind to me in my early days as a space reporter, learning my way around and setting me up with people from the earliest days of the program when I was doing a retrospective of Mercury back in the mid-1990s. Jay died a few years ago, and he is certainly a legend in space coverage. His his successor, Tom Costello, is one of the truly great guys and has become a crack space reporter. And I should also mention a guy named Bob Hager, who retired a long time ago, was also a wonderful reporter for NBC. And confession, when I was growing up, I wasn't a CBS guy. Our family watched NBC. So it was people like Jay Barbary and Frank McGee and Peter Hackus and Roy Neal and so many others who did a wonderful job of space on NBC. Marcia Dunn, the Associated Press, is probably the most read space journalist in the world because every newsroom subscribes to the Associated Press, every newspaper subscribes to the Associated Press, so we all get her stuff. A lot of the newspapers print her stuff, and it appears online in a bazillion websites. I also want to mention that there are so many other journalist friends who I know whose pictures aren't in here. A mutual friend told me that Tarek Malik from Space.com is here. Tarek, are you here? Well, he was earlier. I guess he couldn't stick around. And Drew Levinson, who I worked with at CBS, is also here, and he came down and covered a number of launches for us. We do love visitors, and this is 5 astronauts, and actually 1 astronaut and 4 astronaut candidates crammed into my little booth ahead of Artemis 2, and Stan Love, his center, had brought them by to talk to a media person about what we like to know and what we expect when we cover their flights. Occasionally I get to be a spectator, and I got to watch Artemis 1 from there. And Garrett Reisman, who was our astronaut buddy that day for the SpaceX, the first SpaceX crew demo launch with astronauts aboard, and he stood out by the causeway where the astronauts passed by, and as Bob and Doug passed by, held up the sign that says, "Take me with you." At the Saturn V Center for the Apollo 11 50th anniversary, and they did a big deal. And sometimes we get to go to the clean rooms, reporters in bunny suits. You may remember years ago, presidential candidate John Kerry in an infamous shot that wound up on the front page of the Daily News and a whole lot of other places that did him no favors in winning an election. Reporters in bunny suits, that's a different story. Sometimes TV uses things that don't work out so well. In 2019, they decided having an ERA color television set to be part of the Apollo 11 anniversary coverage would be a good idea. They plugged it in and the damn thing blew up. These guys were the hallmark of CBS coverage in the late 60s and early 70s. Wally Schirra, Walter Cronkite. Wally joined CBS right after Apollo 7 and stayed with us for the remaining Apollo flights, and he and Cronkite were the dream team for space coverage because everybody knew how much Walter Cronkite loved space. Wally Schirra was as great an ambassador for space as there ever has been. And one of my proud pieces of memorabilia, and I don't have a lot, but this is special, is a 7-inch CBS News record of the Apollo 11 coverage of Apollo 11, and both of them are signing it. And Cronkite's signature and his inscription was nice, But Wally, whose given name is Walter, signed it Walter to Walter coverage. Perfect. My cat Gremlin was a big NASA TV fan, and this picture hung over a NASA TV in Houston for a while. What's next for NASA in space? Well, obviously we've got the crewed missions to the International Space Station and hoping to get Boeing Starliner off the ground for good. Artemis 2, we're looking at early 2026. I almost said 2006. We're looking at early next year if things go well, and all of us hope so, but there's a great deal of uncertainty as to what happens after that. The political situation is a bit volatile. There's a big push on to bypass the moon and go to Mars, and you know something? Things have shifted direction so many times since 1969. I don't think there's anything that would surprise me. So that's the slideshow, and now I want to tell you a little bit about how we cover the program day to day and some of the challenges. And you'll forgive me for looking at some notes, but here's the thing. I don't want to forget anything because a lot of this stuff is pretty important. So the launch day routine for a guy who's doing live radio starts many hours ahead of your broadcast because you don't want to miss anything. You want to make sure that you have all your notes set. You want to make sure that your equipment is all set. You want to make sure that there are no wild cards, no surprises, and you want to get there early to find out if there are surprises. So you're there 5, 6, 7 hours ahead of launch. Launch happens very quickly, and then you have to broadcast that live, which I've done some 60 some odd times. And after that, it's a matter of, all right, telling the story. How did it go? Why did it go well? What did the astronauts say as they got to orbit? Things like that. Making it as relatable and as interesting as you can for the listener with little inside baseball. Again, we're talking about a lay audience, people who are not necessarily space geeks, but people who are probably interested in space. Scrubs happen, and they happen a lot. I used to tell friends that if they tried to plan a vacation around a space shuttle launch or any kind of launch right now, you know, plan on staying an extra few days because scrubs happen. When I was a freelancer for CBS, though, I rooted for scrubs because freelancers, we get paid by the day. So my saying was a scrub today means another day's pay. Same thing for shuttle landing wave-offs. Oh, come on, I thought that would get at least a little bit of a laugh. You guys, it's a tough room here. Space journalism is hard. There is a lot of nuance and there are a lot of small technical details, and it's almost impossible to know all of it. Some people, I think, do, and maybe a lot of people in this room probably know even a lot more than I do, and I never profess to be a space expert. You can't BS your way through something you don't know. So you have to know what you don't know, and you have to know who to ask. My first welcome to shuttle moment came right after I moved to Florida. And when I moved to Florida, the first Hubble servicing mission was in progress, December of '93. And I was living in Daytona Beach at the time. We knew the shuttle was going to land at night. I said to a buddy who helped with the move, I said, hey, let's go down. Let's see if we can see the shuttle land. That might be kind of fun. So we drove down to Titusville from Daytona Beach. We sat across the river from the runway, and we could see the xenon lights all lit up. We heard the sonic boom, so we kept looking in the sky for the shuttle. We kept looking for it. Didn't see it anywhere. And then a few minutes later, those big xenon lights went down. And that is how I found out that the space shuttle did not have landing lights. Again, know what you don't know who to ask. Interviews. Do your homework. Don't ever walk into an interview with a person who's smarter than you with the dumbest of questions that are uninformed. Now, you want to ask the questions that matter to your viewers, your listeners, your readers, of course, but you never want to be unprepared, and you have to know some of the backstory because you might find something that nobody else has, that might be an even more interesting story than what you went into. This week with the news conference this past week, Butch and Sonny, after they came back, you know, you watched the news conference on TV, I'm sure, and you heard all the normal questions you normally do. And that's all fine and good. But a reporter named Eric Berger, who writes for a site called ARS Technica, which I had never heard on to this week, wound up getting the best story of anybody because he had a one-on-two interview with Butch and Sonny, and they told him exactly what happened on the way up and what a hell ride it had been because at one point they lost all of their thrusters. And there was a lot of stuff that he had that nobody else had because nobody else thought to ask. He did it. There's fun stuff. My favorite fun story involves John Schwartz, who used to cover space for the New York Times and is also one of God's really, really good people. There was a shuttle flight back in the 2000s that they were taking up spare parts to replace the toilet, broken toilet parts on the space station. John showed up to cover the launch in a Roto-Rooter shirt. It was effing fantastic. The NASA people weren't thrilled, but it was one of the funniest things I ever saw. The other thing that involves John, who is one of my favorite all-time people, is we had one particular flight where there were a number of EVAs, and I can't remember if it was a station assembly flight. I'm pretty sure it was. And there was a lot of difficult stuff going on, but the crew got through it. And all along, Capcom kept saying, "You're a warrior. You're a gladiator. You're a gladiator. You're a warrior." Well, from then on, every time John and I were on instant message, whenever we're covering a flight, it would be, "John, saw your story this morning. You're a gladiator." "Peter, heard your story this afternoon on WCBS. You're a warrior." And so on and so forth. And every time I hear those words, John is the guy I think of. I'm going to wrap up with challenges because there are a lot of challenges to covering space. And rather than detail my challenges, I asked a couple of journalist friends who will remain nameless to give me some ideas, and I'll add a couple of things with that. In this day and age, it's really tough because SpaceX and other private providers like Blue Origin and now Sierra is coming into the mix and so on and so forth. It's hard to get really good, solid information from anybody these days. And one of the complaints I heard was NASA always defers to SpaceX. Specifics are hard to pin down. And one reporter told me when she was trying to pin down an exact launch time for the Intuitive Machines launch recently, nobody could tell her. How insane is that? It shouldn't be a state secret, and it shouldn't be that hard. Getting anybody SpaceX to answer a phone or an email is damn near impossible. Now, I understand that there is a lot of proprietary information that they don't want out there and things like that. But I mean, even early on, trying to get the names of their launch commentators and stuff like that was like pulling teeth. Let me quote one email I got from a journalist friend. "It seems as if Elon has decided to completely avoid traditional media outlets and only appear on outlets that favor his point of view. Blue Origin has also retreated and following White House talking points. SpaceX rarely replies to inquiries." And that's been my experience as well. I mean, Some of us have just given up or felt like giving up. And this is not an indictment of his successes, because his successes are many, and he's done a wonderful job with the Falcon 9 and with the Dragons, but, you know, he doesn't want to talk to us, and he doesn't want any of his people talking to us, and that makes it really tough, especially when taxpayer dollars are involved. My biggest criticism is that all the launch coverage has become a giant infomercial, no matter who's doing it, or a giant TV show. And the commentators are too damn chatty, and we don't get to hear a lot of the important launch countdown milestones that we were used to hearing during the shuttle program and during other NASA launches. So we could tell if things were going well, if things were not going well. I mean, if you're covering this in real time, you gotta know. Now, on the other end, on the other side of the coin, again quoting, we do find the SpaceX mission control voice of mission to be accurate and compelling. However, and you probably noticed this during Starship coverage, they rarely stay with the developing story if the rocket suddenly blows up, as has happened on several occasions with Starship. There is not a lot of follow-up. They later provide a statement of what their investigation found. Given that there are safety issues involved, and Starship exploded and paralyzed a number of airports and shipping lanes for hours a few weeks ago in the Caribbean and South Florida, we expect a bit more transparency. The people we do talk to at NASA are terrific, but I also feel at this point, given the political situation, they're kind of walking on eggs and being really, really careful about what they say, because they don't want to say anything that will affect their status or offend people in the current administration. And the feeling I get is that there is a fair amount of trepidation and that there is a fair amount of fear for what's ahead, because there is a lot of uncertainty, especially with Elon and the new president calling for, you know, let's go on to Mars. I think despite what we heard earlier today, there is much more uncertainty about the moon than maybe we had about a year ago. That said, covering space to me has been the assignment of a lifetime, and I've gotten to do all kinds of amazing things. You know, I call being a reporter having a laminated pass to life, a backstage pass to life. We are your eyes and ears, and we are the people who try to find out what normal people can't, because they don't necessarily have the wherewithal or the careers or the time to dig and make phone calls and things like that. That's our job. And despite what some say, we are not the enemy of the people. We are the friends of the people, because we believe in reporting the facts, good, bad, and in between. And I hope that's one of the things that you will take away today. Thank you. Now, I would love to have questions, because I think the questions may be more interesting than anything I just said. So raise your hands high and speak loudly when you ask, and we'll start with the gentleman right here.
Do you have a sense of the future of NASA and Artemis and onto Mars? Is the present administration trying to restrict that, or do you think...
You know what? I appreciate the question, but that's kind of what I just said in the conclusion. I've got no idea where any of this is going, and there is nobody that I know outside of, and I don't know anybody up in the White House. I have no idea where it's headed. I think it's a lot of uncertainty. I hope Artemis continues. I hope we go on to Mars. I don't know how this all goes. Next. And forgive me, I've got to put my hands up so I can see. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I'm curious. I heard you mention Frank McGee, and we're probably of the same generation. I remember Frank McGee, Dr. Frank Field, Walter Cronkite. I remember when there was a time when science reporting in general, not just space, but science, had people like that. And I'm wondering, in your professional opinion, with all your experience and your experience in science and in broadcasting, are you optimistic about the future of science journalism, be it print or broadcast?
Well, you know, our battle right now in science journalism is to battle the people who are science deniers. So, you know, I'll put that out there. You know, science is science, and, you know, I think there is a future for science journalism, and it's becoming more and more important as we move on. And by the way, I'll add one more name onto the list that you put there, ABC's Jules Bergman, who was probably more respected than any other TV science reporter or space reporter, but was also really tough to get along with from what I hear over the years. But man, he knew how to tell a story. So thank you. And the questions don't have to just be restricted to space. If you want to ask about broadcasting, anything else, my experiences, you're more than welcome to. But I'd hate to think that we are 2 questions and done. And the light, okay, right there. Hi.
A follow-up on the last question.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, mostly in this audience, I think we're all on the same page. But what would you suggest about ways to reach science deniers and to kind of change their point of view at all?
I hate to say this, I don't think you're going to do that. I think you're fighting an uphill battle, and people are going to believe what they believe. And it's sad that we've gotten to an age where people don't believe undisputed facts. And that is a shame and then some. I'm sorry, I wish I had something more positive, but I can't. Well, thank you. Okay, where else? Come on, please. We've got 10 minutes and 58 seconds left. Yes? Oh, okay.
One of the things that I've always thought is that the science deniers, let's take away their cell phones. That's all physics. No cell phones. Nothing that has anything to do with science. So we can give them pitchforks, we can give them horse plows, we can give them saddles, they can go back to the Middle Ages.
Okay, is there a question to that? Okay, good. That's good, thank you. Yeah.
One thing I've always loved about space flight and space exploration is that we get to be so much a part of it. We get to get all this information from reporters like you and NASA and everything. Do you think, though, talking about what you were saying previously, do you think, though, a private company has more of a right to withhold information? We are so used to watching it as it happens and watching NASA react, and it's sometimes in very raw fashion.
Well, it all depends on it depends on the circumstances. For example, let's take the Fram 2 flight that just completed yesterday. I mean, that was a billionaire adventurer who bought a space flight so he could take 3 buddies and circle the poles, which was pretty cool. And I'm glad that we got a chance to see a fair amount of video, and that he was pretty transparent about, we spent the whole first day barfing our guts out. Not everybody wants to admit that, and that includes back to the shuttle days. But it's also his prerogative, since he's paying the freight, to say, okay, I'm holding on to all this video and all this news about our mission until we put it together in our own film or documentary after we get back to Earth. That's his right to do that. My thing is, if it is a space flight that involves taxpayer dollars, like, you know, a flight for NASA or the Defense Department, there's got to be more transparency. It's not going to happen.
Maybe I've become addicted to the transparency so much I want it from all sources.
Well, of course, so do we. But you know what? I'd also like to find a cure for cancer. And well, you know, okay, but you know what? You brought up a really great example, because NASA tried to hide a whole bunch of crap after Challenger, and they got barbecued for it, and rightfully so. After the Columbia accident, the transparency, the difference in transparency was like night and day. But again, that was NASA. That was NASA. That was not a privately run space agency. So, you know, there have been changes, and unfortunately, this is the universe we have to deal with now. Yeah.
Peter, I certainly understand your frustration with not being able to get information, but I am curious to know your thoughts on simply the fact that is it the right move that private flight is going on, or should there be private flight for these billionaires, as you say, but NASA should still be doing what it's been doing for all these years?
Well, you know something, I think NASA was on the right track when they decided that they were going to farm out low Earth orbit operations to private companies and buy or lease their spacecraft and their launch vehicles. I think that made a lot of sense because NASA was spread very, very thin between those kinds of flights, trying to develop a moon program, not to mention all the other robotic programs that they try to develop over the years. And there's only so much money to go around. Private companies also mean more jobs. Private companies also mean that maybe the distribution is a little bit wider in some cases for contractors, subcontractors, and that kind of thing. There's no congressperson who doesn't like to have more space jobs in his or her district. I think it's probably a good move, and I think, you know, quite frankly, you're probably going to see it going more to the private side in the coming decades. One of the things, my favorite miniseries in or streaming series in the past few years has been For All Mankind on Apple TV. Does anybody enjoy that as much as I do? Okay, you got like 3. It's the story of what would have happened had the Russians landed on the moon first, and it is fictional, but there are real characters whose names you know and recognize who are part of the narrative. But one of the narratives is an increasing amount of privatization and private enterprise involvement. And I think that's where it's going to have to go, because space flight, especially if you go on to Mars or wherever, it's too expensive for one nation to do it alone. It's too expensive for one entity to do it alone. The money's going to have to come from somewhere. Why not private industry? Well, if it's a NASA flight, yeah, they're trained by NASA. But if it's a private flight if Elon Musk is sending a private flight to go to Mars, he's doing the training. That's his deal. And God bless him if he's going to do that. We got 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Yes? If I could interview somebody, anybody for 90 minutes live, who would I? Wow, 90 minutes is like interminable. I did Jim Lovell for 90 minutes, and that was exhausting, but it was exhilarating. That's the one thing I didn't think of. You know what? I would love to have interviewed Alan Shepard. He had so many roles within NASA and came back from a terrible ear disease to be able to walk on the moon. And I'd love to, maybe he's one of the guys I'd like to interview for 90 minutes. Any of the Mercury astronauts, and I've talked to 4 of them. That would have been a treat. I wish I had more time to think about that. I'm sure I could have come up with a better answer, but thank you for that. Okay, who else? Yes. Yes. Louder.
Peter, what can you tell us about the loss last year of WCBS All News 880 in New York City?
That's a great question, and it's a horrific loss for New York. It was a horrific loss for us as a network, and it was a horrific loss for a lot of people who lost their jobs last summer. WCBS 880 is one of the stations that I grew up listening to as a kid in Dobbs Ferry and grew up listening to in the broadcasting business. The company that owns WCBS decided to pull the plug because, quite frankly, all news radio is prohibitively expensive to operate. The overhead is high because the staffing is high. And even though the station was profitable, they felt that the profit margins were not big enough, which is why they decided to lease 880 to the people who'd been running an all-sports station that had been on the FM side, because there's no overhead in leasing an AM signal to somebody else. It's pure profit. So it broke our hearts to do it. I understood the business angle of that, but emotionally that's been a tough one to struggle. And I still hear from so many friends who tell me how much they miss WCBS. And quite frankly, I miss being on WCBS too. I will tell you, if you live here in the New York metropolitan area, CBS News is heard at the top of many hours on WBBR, Bloomberg Radio 1130. So you can still hear us, but you know, it's not the same. We have 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Come on. Right there.
How well do you think modern science journalism is doing in adapting to new media forms? Are you doing enough? How's it going?
Well, I think modern science and space journalists are doing a hell of a job in adapting to new media, whether it be, whether it be social media, TikTok, whatever. It used to be back in the day that, your magazine would come out every week, like Aviation Week, or every month, like Sky and Telescope, or your newspaper every day, like the New York Times. Now the news cycle is a beast that really needs to be fed 24/7. And I know people who've gotten out of the business because of that. They just can't keep up that pace. It's just not the same for them. But I think science journalism and journalism in general has done a great job of keeping up instantaneously. It's like we have breaking news every minute, and sometimes it really, really is breaking news. So I think there is a good future for it. And again, all we do is report the facts, and it's up to you folks to believe it or not. And we are out of time, but man, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope they let me come back again next year.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you.
Benny, thank you so
very
much. You are the hardest working MC in the business.
I get it. I got it. Thank you. Folks, we have the movie coming up at 6:15. If you want to stay, it would be really good.
Thank you, sir.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea Star S50.